In 1990, this quiet beach was transformed into a war zone. Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait, prompting a coalition of countries to combine forces to expel his army. Iraq had over 500,000 frontline troops with another million in reserve, armed with a formidable array of Soviet weapons, including 5,000 tanks. The USAF had an aircraft in their inventory designed specifically to obliterate Soviet armor and provide the much-needed support for the coalition ground forces, the A-10. Curiously, General Horner, commander of air operations, almost left it behind.
General Horner was called in by General Schwarzkopf before the actual assault launch to review what airplanes were going to be there. 1,900 airplanes to be assigned, 0 A-10s. And Schwarzkopf looks at the list and he says, "Where's my A-10s?" And General Horner says, we have F-16 specially armed. They'll do the job." Schwarzkopf looks at it, says, "I don't want to hear any of your Air Force political bullshit. Give me my A-10s."
The A-10s, aircraft that were at the time 20 years old, managed to outshine the 1,900 aircraft that had been chosen ahead of them, destroying 4,000 tactical targets, a tally higher than all the others combined. With such an impressive performance, why was the USAF so reluctant to bring the Warthog to war? What was it about this tank-busting machine that repulsed them so much? To understand the mystery of the A-10, we have to look back to the origins of the USAF. In World War I and II, the Air Force had been a branch of the U.S. Army. Over time, the role of the Air Force evolved with improved technology and battlefield experience. Aircraft could provide vital aerial intelligence, drop bombs on strategic targets, and move troops and equipment. One of the Air Force's most important jobs was providing close support for troops on the ground. That is, working closely with soldiers on the battlefield and executing the difficult mission of destroying enemy forces without causing casualties to nearby friendlies. As important as this mission was to the overall success of military campaigns, it was despised by many Air Force generals of the day.
From the day one, the United States Air Force going all the way back to the Army Air Corps, there has been this antipathy to the mission called close air support because it is tied to the Army or ground warfare. And it was a mission that did not fit their view of them being able to independently carry out whatever war that they wanted to and not be tied to what was going on the ground, not be tied to another service.
They very early on decided that what they needed to do to get a decent budget was to emphasize that bombing could win wars. That idea, a very false notion, by the way, still runs the Air Force today. They thought they could get much more money if they built bigger and fancier airplanes like bombers, and if they put out a tremendous amount of propaganda that bombers by themselves could win wars.
As much as the Air Force resented and resisted the close support mission, it was a necessary evil. Time and again, bombing alone proved ineffective at breaking the will of the people, whether it was Germany's blitz of Britain or endless bombing raids of the Allies against German targets. Allied ground forces supported by aircraft had the dirty job of taking back Europe mile by mile. Soldiers often found themselves mired in the quicksand of war, the situation shifting from minute to minute. They needed pilots tuned into the chaos of battle.
Infantry working outside the wire on a patrol, they want something above them that can see all, communicate with them, help them with their navigation problems, help them see ahead, and so they won't be surprised. And if they do get surprised and they come in contact, they can get almost immediate fire on the target by immediate, I mean, within a minute.
As much as the Air Force wanted to focus on bombing missions, they still managed to produce some legendary close support aircraft, albeit by blind luck.
The P-47, which was the original Thunderbolt, that airplane turned out to be a close support airplane totally by accident, which is typical of the Air Force. Since the Air Force didn't care to do close support, obviously they weren't going to design airplanes for it. They designed the P-47 as their approach to the greatest thing in the sky, to shoot down Messerschmitts. In fact, it was not the greatest thing in the sky to shoot down Messerschmitts. It racked up a very good combat record in air-to-air combat because it had some, fabulously good pilots, which count far more than airplanes. By pure accident, it turned out it was a wonderful close support machine because it had a huge radial cast iron engine right in front of the pilot, which was like built-in armor for him from the front. Could carry a big load because it was a big airplane, too big to be a good air-to-air fighter. And the engine was very survivable because it didn't have a liquid-cooled engine and radiator. So basically, rifle bullets couldn't bring it down very easily. The P-47 could come home with, 20 or 30 holes in it. And so it racked up a terrific record.
Close support was not considered the most glamorous job, but it was a vital one. The pilots of the 365th Fighter Group, also known as the Hellhawks, flew their P-47 Thunderbolts in one of the most important operations of the war.
It was realized in the Allied headquarters that they needed a tactical air force to support the ground troops directly during the process of the invasion of Normandy. So they needed a dedicated fleet of aircraft, both bombers, transport, and fighters, to seize control of the air and then support the ground troops. So the Hellhawks got drafted, probably not by choice, into that role. They dreamed of themselves as the high-flying pilots with a scarf streaming behind their neck, but they began to realize that they could play a crucial role on the battlefield, and they became very connected emotionally with the GIs on the ground and helping them out.
The Thunderbolt's impact would last long after World War II. The aircraft's success would set the mold for all future close support missions.
The importance of the P-47 and the Hellhawks and the way they use that airplane in combat is still with us today, 65 years later. Since World War II, with a few exceptions in Korea in the early days of that war, American ground troops have never fought without air superiority, without complete confidence that any aircraft they saw overhead was a friendly one. And that's a legacy of the P-47's ability to control the battlefield immediately over the front lines where the fighting was heaviest.
As the war came to the close, a new weapon emerged which changed warfare forever. The dropping of atomic bombs sealed the fate of Japan in World War II. It also seemed to solidify the position of bomber generals who believed that bombing could win wars alone. The U.S. Air Force was in a powerful position, as it was the only service capable of delivering a bomb, albeit one constructed with the Navy's oversight. Though the Army and Navy were not enthused about sharing their budgets with a young competitor and slowed and sabotaged the process wherever they could not stop the inevitable, and on September 18, 1947, an independent United States Air Force was born. Though the Army and Air Force were separate entities, the Army relied on aircraft to operate, to transport troops and equipment, and for the vital mission of close support. In 1947, a document was hammered out between the armed services to divide up the roles and missions of their respective fleets of aircraft.
The Army and the Air Force had negotiated a set of unbelievably bad agreements. I mean, bad for the taxpayer and bad for the soldier, called the Key West Agreements, by which they agreed to divvy up air assets. The Army would be in control of all helicopters, and the Air Force would be in control of all fixed-wing airplanes. And the deal was that the Air Force would not object to the Army getting very large numbers of these, would not object to them, doing armed versions of them, and in return the Air Force promised, we'll give you lots of close support.
A young colonel, Avery Kay, took part in these negotiations. He was a highly decorated and respected officer, having navigated the lead B-17 in the Schweinfurt raids, a treacherous mission to cripple Germany's industrial might. Colonel K soon realized that navigating through the politics stemming from the inter-service rivalries was no easier.
He was probably one of the most ethical officers I've ever known, a guy of enormous character and courage, almost to the extent of naivete, being just naive about, about what bureaucratic chicanery is all about. He came to realize within a year or two after having served in these negotiations and written some of this language where the Air Force promised to deliver close support, he realized the Air Force had no intention of ever delivering that support. And out of conscience, he felt personally responsible and guilty that the Air Force had not delivered and that he had personally participated in a lie. And he dedicated the rest of his career to creating a close support airplane that would deliver on the promises that he had been part of.
In just a few years, the USAF's short-sightedness when it came to close support became blatantly obvious. The Korean War was not decided with an atomic bomb blast. It was a grueling conventional war. Here, the USAF pinned their hopes on their speedy new jet fighters. They may have been state-of-the-art, but they were too fast and without the range to be effective close-support aircraft. P-51 Mustangs left over from World War II were taken out of storage and shipped over as a makeshift solution. These aging aircraft suffered heavy losses as their engines were vulnerable to ground fire. The Navy and Marines, with their A-1 Sky Raiders and F-4U Corsairs respectively, took the lion's share of the close support work, and they did so brilliantly.
Close support was of the essence, particularly when troops were moving, when we were moving forward, or when the Chinese were pouring over the border and driving us back. The A-1 was in fact a wonderful workhorse, shared the virtues of the P-47, had a big rotary engine up front to protect the pilot, was very hard to shoot down, you could put lots of holes in it, and because it had been designed to pull really big loads off carriers, had a very big wing which allowed it to maneuver very well at low speed. That airplane did brilliant work, particularly in the hands of the Navy squadrons that had it.
The USAF seemed blind to the lessons learned in Korea and oblivious to the idea that there might be another conventional war. In the years that followed, they continued to focus on building nuclear-armed bombers and jets in preparation for an atomic war with the Soviets. The Army realized that they might have to take the close support mission into their own hands. Chuck Myers recalls Army tests he participated in at Fort Rucker.
A lot of guys in the Army, particularly on the aviation side, felt that the Navy and the Air Force were not going to provide them what they needed, which they referred to as organic air support. The only option they had was somehow try to figure out how to do it with helicopters. And that's what was going on at Fort Rucker, was experimenting with helicopters. They were reinventing our old Army Air Corps. My primary helicopter that I was using was a H-13. They had strapped 30 caliber machine guns to the rails.
When hostilities boiled over in a tiny country in Southeast Asia, the USAF once again found themselves unprepared.
Well, what happened in Vietnam is we went into Vietnam in the Air Force, in particular with aircraft that were not suitable for the situations that we encountered.
In the skies, the USAF needed agile dogfighters capable of keeping up with Soviet-made MiGs. Instead, they had aircraft built to drop atomic bombs and fighters that lacked the basic cannon for shooting down opponents at close range. In terms of close support, they were just as ill-equipped as they had been for the Korean campaign. The USAF were forced to use ancient Navy A-1 Sky Raiders to take up the slack.
In Vietnam, the great hero of the war was the A-1 again. And the A-1 by that time had been sent to the boneyard. The Navy didn't want to hear about it. And somebody in Special Forces had the sense to see, we need that airplane, and convinced Secretary McNamara to bring A-1s back out of the boneyard, refurbish them.
Not surprisingly, the Air Force were less than enthusiastic about having the Sky Raider jammed down their throat by McNamara.
There was nothing that was more hated in the Air Force than to pull out a Navy airplane It had reciprocating engines, no jet, cruised at about 140 miles an hour, right? I mean, this was like anathema to the Air Force.
Though the Sky Raiders were an unwelcome gift from the Navy, they proved themselves again, just as they had in Korea.
The A-1 was a very fine bombing platform, and we could get close to the target and be far more accurate than they could with an F-100 who had to go up, drop his bombs, and get back home quickly before it ran out of fuel.
It saved probably several hundred CIA camps in the jungle that were being overrun, at night by VC and some North Vietnamese regulars.
It would take ultimate damage. Bernie Fisher, who landed during the Battle of Ashaw and picked up a lad who had crashed just off the runway. He had, I forget what, 20 or 30 bullet holes through that thing.
While the USAF was trudging forward in Vietnam with the Sky Raider, Colonel K, an advocate for close support aircraft, found himself in a new office with a clandestine mission.
Colonel Avery K. He wound up in 1966 in an office, a staff office to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force at the Pentagon headquarters called Concepts and Doctrine. Concepts and Doctrine was a smokescreen. What it really was about was a term of art in the military called roles and missions. What roles and missions means is your job is to defend the Air Force budget against raids by the Army and by the Navy.
At the time, the U.S. Army was in development of a costly new helicopter called the Cheyenne. It was built for the mission that the USAF detested, close support. 50% more than the Air Force's most expensive fighter, the F-4, Kay recognized that the Cheyenne was a threat to the Air Force's budget. He also saw an opportunity to leverage the situation to fulfill the Air Force's old promise to the Army.
He realized, if the Army does this, if the Army builds this super expensive $4.5 million helicopter, they're going to want 1,000 of them at least. Where's the money going to come from? It's going to come out of the Air Force budget. Perfectly correct perception. He also perceived that this would be a powerful incentive for the Chief of Staff to develop a close support airplane to make sure that the Army didn't get all that money.
Kay's plan of creating a close support aircraft to thwart the Cheyenne filtered its way up to the Chief of Staff of the time, John P. McConnell. Though McConnell was a bomber general and loathed the close support mission, he had fears about relinquishing it to the Army.
If you let the Army get away with that Cheyenne helicopter, that costs 50% more than our most expensive fighter, that money's going to come out of your hide, and you're going to go down in history as the Chief of Staff who gave up the close support mission. Of course, no Chief of Staff wants to do that. They're all very worried about their legacy. March on, start developing a close support airplane, make sure it's cheaper than the Cheyenne, and make sure it's much more lethal and much more survivable, so that we have a real case that the money should go to our airplane.
Given the green light to create the USAF's first purpose-built close support plane, Colonel K had to build the brain trust that would help shape the aircraft's specifications. At the time, Pierre Sprey was working for Secretary of Defense McNamara, analyzing the USAF's aircraft inventory in Europe.
I've been assigned to do, are we wasting our money on airplanes in Europe? Are we doing the right thing? Are we buying the right fighters to stop 90 or 100 divisions of Soviets from sweeping over Europe? That was the number one threat in the U.S. military strategy at that point. My conclusion was, we are wasting our money. We need to stop buying so many bombing airplanes. At that time it was called interdiction. We need to focus on close support, on actually helping our defending tank troops and anti-armor and so on with airplanes that can do the job right at the point of battle. That made me public enemy number one of the Air Force instantly.
Realizing he had found a like-minded maverick in Pierre Sprey, Colonel K approached him about joining his team.
He says, Mr. Sprey, I've read your paper. I see that you're a big supporter of close support and you think we should be spending lots more money on it. I've been assigned through my boss, and the Chief of Staff has approved, that we start a great close support airplane. He says, I'm stuck because the entire Air Force is sabotaging me. And the rest of them don't want to do it, just the Chief of Staff. And we badly need help. We have no real technical people. Will you help us? There was no way in conscience that I could turn him down. It was such an absolutely correct thing to do and so badly needed. I said, I'll help you in any way I can.
To help Spray and Colonel K develop the ultimate close support aircraft, they enlisted the help of A-1 pilots fresh out of Vietnam. Their first-hand experience working with the Army would prove invaluable in creating the new aircraft, then simply known as AX. Tom Christie, who helped examine potential contenders for the AX's weaponry, recalls the passion of K's group.
And so I can remember coming up to Washington, TDY, from Eglin Air Force Base, which I did quite often, and meeting with Pierre Spray, 8 or 9 o'clock at night in the Pentagon, and I'd show up and he'd have 5 or 6 Air Force officers, that were part of this cabal. And the one in particular that I remember was a guy that named K, and they wanted to make sure that the Air Force did not go wandering off and make the same mistakes they'd made in previous years. They wanted an aircraft that was dedicated to and designed for close air support.
The interesting thing is, you would have imagined that an airplane born in this kind of sin, designed to simply kill an Army helicopter, couldn't possibly become a good airplane. But the interesting thing is, for us down in the trenches trying to shape this airplane, once we had the Chief of Staff's approval, is these were absolutely ideal circumstances for creating a really good airplane at very low cost. I mean, normally you're told include this technology, you got to include that radar, you got to include this piece of junk, make sure it's plenty expensive so that the contractors get lots of money. Whatever you do, don't make it cheaper than the last airplane. That's what really shapes airplanes today. We have the dead opposite, because our instructions were make the airplane much more lethal, much more obviously lethal than the Cheyenne helicopter, make it much cheaper, and make it much more survivable. That's exactly what you want to do for a close support airplane. So out of the political mayhem of the Pentagon budget battles, we actually had marching instructions that, the designers would kill for.
Pierre Spray, Tom Christie, and Chuck Myers all pushed for the development of America's first close support plane. In the 1970s, these renegades would bond into a group known as the Fighter Mafia. Together with other like-minded officers and defense analysts, they battled against the establishment to help create the best aircraft to meet the demands of war within the restraints of the government's purse. Though they had their critics, more often than not, the Fighter Mafia were proven to be right. Spray worked closely with contractors, including Northrop and Fairchild, and reviewed hundreds of designs in the quest to make the ultimate close support plane. But what exactly are the ingredients of such an aircraft?
The primary things you have to be able to maneuver very well at low speed, and that's both to get close to the target so you can distinguish friends from enemies, you can pick up things that the ground guys can't see, and very important, particularly since some of this focus was on Europe, you have to be able to fly under weather. When you've got clouds at 1,000 feet, 500-knot jets become hopeless. You have clouds at 1,000 feet and you have hills that are 500 feet high, and you try to come booming down through those clouds at 500 knots. That's simply not feasible.
The aircraft also needed to be capable of loitering over targets for extended periods, at least 2 and hopefully 4 hours with a full bomb load, 250 miles from base. If a plane had to leave the battle to refuel after just a few short minutes, it wouldn't be around long enough to provide any real support. The A-1 pilots were adamant about this, and about the need for an excellent radio communication system.
You had to have great communications. This was in a day, and by the way, that day extends to today, when essentially no Air Force airplane could talk to the ground. They had radios that deliberately could only talk to other Air Force airplanes or to headquarters or to Air Force radar airplanes. and no direct way to talk to a guy, you know, holding a small tactical radio sitting in a foxhole. My A1 guys were so insistent on that, they just pounded it into me every day. You can give up anything else, don't give up those radios. That's how important they were.
Another key element of close support aircraft is survivability. Pilots going on such a treacherous mission, close to enemy fire, need to have a reasonable chance of coming back in one piece.
You can't ask pilots to go into an environment this dangerous to airplanes if you can't guarantee them that they're going to, you know, for the most part, get home. And so we put a huge amount of work into survivability.
There was so much attention paid to the aircraft being able to survive in what was forecast to be a very critical environment that we were going to be flying in with a lot of air defenses. In particular, the 23 millimeter gun system that the Soviets allegedly were fielding in great numbers.
You know, you put a 22 rifle into any modern jet, a 22 rifle bullet into any modern jet, and it will penetrate the tank, will very likely create a leak or light a fire, and the leak itself will catch on fire if it's right next to the engine.
Well, a lot of attention, unprecedented attention was paid to that whole concept of reducing the vulnerable areas, being given a hit, will you go down or not?
A plethora of survivability specifications were laid out for the AX. Using cables rather than flammable hydraulics to control the flaps and other control surfaces, and building the structure of the aircraft the old-fashioned way, with spars covered by skin, a feature that allowed the old A1s to return home with gaping holes in their wings. But perhaps the greatest feature of the AX was, of all things, a titanium bathtub.
We demanded armor, essentially completely around the pilot, certainly up to this level, from the front, the back, and everywhere, that would stop an American .50 caliber bullet or the Russian equivalent. And that led to a 2,000-pound titanium bathtub. They still call it the bathtub to this day, and the pilots love it because it gives them all kinds of confidence when they're pressing an attack and they're hearing impacts of bullets on the airplane and so on.
As important as survivability was, the AX was an offensive weapon, built to destroy tanks. The whole of the aircraft was designed around a massive gun capable of blowing away the competition. While designing the gun specs, Spray looked for inspiration from a most unusual source, a hero of Nazi Germany. In the 1960s, the U.S. Air Force had a helicopter in their crosshairs. Surprisingly, it did not belong to one of its opponents behind the Iron Curtain, but rather the U.S. Army. The costly Cheyenne helicopter, built by the Army to support its troops, was seen as a potential drain on the Air Force's own projects. To counter this rotorcraft, the Air Force began drawing up the specifications for a new close support plane known as the AX. It was an aircraft and mission the Air Force really didn't want. However, the team at the Pentagon behind the AX saw things differently. They saw supporting troops on the ground as one of the most important missions, and they set about to build what would become one of the Air Force's most lethal weapons. The AX was an offensive weapon, built to destroy tanks, armored personnel carriers, and soldiers entrenched in foxholes or behind sandbags. The whole of the aircraft was to be designed around a massive gun capable of blowing away the competition. While designing the gun specs, defense analyst Pierre Spray looked for an inspiration from the most unusual source, a hero of Nazi Germany.
Because I was adamant that we had to do this purely from the point of view of the effectiveness demanded by combat experience, I assigned everybody on the team to read a book called Stuka Pilot by Colonel Hans Ulrich Rudel, because I had found nothing in the entire literature on close support that gave a more precise and more objective view of what close support is really about.
Rudel flew an incredible 2,500 missions where he rained havoc on opposing armies, destroying an astonishing number of enemy vehicles, including 519 tanks. His tank-busting aircraft of choice was a specially modified Stuka, armed with two 37mm cannons. Spray began a worldwide search for a caliber of bullet powerful enough to pierce Soviet tank armor, while not so large as to make it unwieldy for an aircraft to fire. He found the perfect bullet in the land of fine chocolate and watches, Switzerland. Munitions manufacturer Oerlikon produced a devastating 30mm round, which penetrated with Swiss watch-like precision. Now that Spray had found his bullet, he had to figure out a way to fit 1,000 rounds worth on the AX. The massive amount of ammo was housed in a drum 3/4 the size of a Volkswagen.
Of course, when we started sizing the weapon, see how big it was, a huge ammunition storage, because we wanted enough ammunition for 20 repeated passes. See, that was part of the long loiter, long endurance. It's not just hanging around, you also have to hang around and be dangerous, have weapons.
Carrying so much ammo in such a powerful weapon, the AX might be best described as a flying piece of artillery. Though the 30mm shells were potent and capable of penetrating the thick Soviet armor, they wouldn't necessarily stop a tank in its tracks. At that time, a new type of bullet was in development, which packed a depleted uranium punch.
Depleted uranium has exactly the same properties as magnesium. When you hit with a high velocity, you actually light off the metal. The metal burns inextinguishably, just like magnesium does in a flare. This thing is so incendiary that if you just have grease, the normal grease that's in the sump under the engine, you're very likely to light the tank on fire because there's burning fragments everywhere once you've penetrated.
By 1970, Spray and his team had put together all the specifications for their AX aircraft into a concept formulation package. The tremendous amount of work they did paid off. The USAF, still eager to kill the Cheyenne helicopter, approved the plans, as did Secretary of Defense McNamara and Congress. The U.S. Army with the Cheyenne and the USAF with the AX weren't the only ones fighting for a piece of the government spending pie. The Marines had a futuristic close-support aircraft of their own, the Aviation Harrier. Chuck Myers took part in an evaluation of the three designs.
The group leader turned to me and said, well, we need a plan. Who are we going to visit? Who are we going to talk to about this subject? And I said, well, I think we probably ought to start with the Marine Corps because they probably know more about the subject than anybody else. They have great interest in air support. I set up the meetings for them over at Marine Corps headquarters, and our little group went over there. And we spent a whole morning listening to Marine Corps expound on the subject. And of course, they were pushing this thing called a Harrier, which, if I could think of an airplane least appropriate for close air support, that would be it, because of its vulnerability to small arms fire.
Myers soon realized the bomber generals in the USAF weren't the only ones who had antipathy for the close support mission.
We all convened for lunch, and it broke up into dual groups. And I remember sitting at a round table having lunch with Marines, a couple of Marines, and one of them was a colonel. And I never forget the colonel saying, he thumped the table and said, boy, we hardly wait to get our F-14s. And the other guys in my group looked at me like, they're F-14s. They were no more interested in close air support. All they could think of was they were going to get the F-14 along with the Navy. Everybody wants to fly fighters. Nobody really wants to do this horseshit mission down there in the dirt.
While Congress evaluated the aircraft available for the close support mission, Spray's paper airplanes were turned into prototypes. When it came to testing, Spray once again carved his own path.
I had felt very strongly all along that the right way to do this was to get prototypes built, 2 or 3 prototypes by each company, and have a real firing shoot-off a competition, a fly-off.
The 8, 9, 8, 10 were the two entries into the AX program, which was our first foray into a fly-off. That was a different approach. The 4 aircraft, 2 from each company, were flown over a period of many months at Edwards Air Force Base.
That had never been done in the Air Force before. They built lots of prototypes, and people were very reminiscent and very nostalgic about how great it was when we built on, but they never flew against each other. They were kind of engineering models. They went to Edwards Air Force Base. The test pilots flew them, clocked how fast they flew, how long, how high, how fast, and then kind of on paper compared them to other airplanes. We didn't want that. We wanted a real competition where you went and did the mission as realistically as you could with 2 manufacturers fighting it out, and the guy who did the mission best would win.
Northrop and Fairchild Republic were given a little over a year to construct 3 prototypes each, 2 flying and 1 in pieces just for test fire experiments. The possibility of being struck by ground fire was a reality of the close support mission, something not factored into the designs of most jets of the era, which made them vulnerable to attack. Spray challenged aircraft manufacturers Northrop and Fairchild to design planes which kept the volatile fuel supply and the hot-burning engines as far away from each other as possible. While Northrop buried the engines next to the fuselage, Fairchild came up with their own innovative solution.
Fairchild came up with a superb solution. They have the engines out on pylons away from the fuselage. There's no fuel between the engines. All the fuel is way forward in the wings, and it's brought a lot of pilots home. There would have been in airplanes that were burning and crashing.
Spray once again rattled the establishment, this time with his choice of test pilots.
We had the shoot-off at Edwards Air Force Base. Half the pilots were test pilots. This was another huge battle. Half of them were fighter pilots, real pilots, which was crucial because we were going to do so much bombing and strafing. That's not something that test pilots, are particularly adept at. So that was another revolution, another bureaucratic mess. Because, of course, the test pilot community has their own little sacred cows.
So these 2 airplanes were flown first by company pilots and then turned over to a team from the Air Force to go through a whole procedure in flight and in other logistics analyses, the whole ball of wax.
It was an extremely close competition between Northrop's A9 and Fairchild's A10. It was hard to choose a winner before counting up all the bullet holes and tallying up the scores on each test.
I had thought that Northrop was going to win because they had a somewhat slicker design, a little better aerodynamics. And lo and behold, after all the shooting was done and all the testing, Fairchild had taken the survivability a little more seriously, had an edge there, had a slight edge on some of the accuracy, dive bombing accuracy stuff, and they were awarded the contract. It's exactly what's supposed to happen. The guy you didn't think was going to win won because he did a little better. It was pretty close to us. It was a really tight race. We wouldn't have been badly served by either airplane.
The A-10 Thunderbolt II was named after another legendary close support aircraft, the P-47 Thunderbolt. The A-10 was an excellent design, but Fairchild still had to work out some serious technical issues.
We were doing all the follow-on tests on the A-10, primarily gunfire. When you were firing guns, the engines would quit. And when the engine would quit, it would be very quiet. I mean, you didn't hear, it wasn't like a compressor stall where it makes a lot of noise. It would just, the temperatures would go up on the engines and ruin them, or the RPM would come down. So I flew thousands and thousands of rounds at the ground to try to solve this engine problem. The problem with the A-10 with the engines were twofold. One, with the gun gas going in the engines and causing the engine to quit. The other one was pulling high angle attack or high turn rates, because the airplane had good handling quality, so nothing bad happened aerodynamically. But the engines couldn't stand the lack of the air. So the solution to both problems was to put continuous ignition on the trigger. So anytime you fired that, the continuous ignition came on to both engines. So if it quit, it restarted immediately. And also high angle of attack, on angle of attack. So ignition comes on at high angle of attack. The engines keep running. Well, they don't keep running, but the pilot doesn't know the difference.
With the A-10 selected for production, the Air Force found itself in an unpleasant situation. Their motive for supporting the A-10 was always to kill the Army's Cheyenne. In 1972, that became a reality. With the Cheyenne dead, they suddenly had a new close support plane in their hands, an aircraft they really didn't want for a mission they despised.
1972, the Cheyenne was safely dead. It had been killed. The Air Force had accomplished its mission, and now started an unending series of assaults to kill the A-10. There wasn't a month that went by that some general didn't have some idea about how to kill the A-10.
The Air Force felt the A-10 was primarily supporting the Army, and they really didn't want that mission. In fact, at one point in time, they were talking about to give the A-10s to the Army. But then the Air Force decided that was their mission is to fly airplanes and not the Army's mission. So that got to be controversial. So the Air Force said, okay, we'll support the Army.
Air Force generals got together with an airplane manufacturer in Texas, Ling Tactical Vought, the old Chance Vought company that had been building A-7s for Vietnam. A pretty poor bombing airplane, highly vulnerable, full of flammable hydraulics and all that. And they claimed that they had a model that would do close support superbly. They got some congressmen to back them, along with these Air Force generals, and they actually forced us to do a fly-off of the A-7 against the then still in development A-10. So we dragged out the Y-A-10, the prototype, and had a little fly-off. The A-7 was so laughably worse that nobody could pretend that this was a good excuse for killing the A-10.
The A-10 seemed to be equally resistant to battle damage as it was from assaults from the Air Force. Production continued, and in March of 1976, the 355th Tactical Training Wing, based at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, Arizona, became the first unit to receive the A-10 Thunderbolt II. This did not dissuade the Air Force from continuing to do all it could to whittle production numbers.
Interestingly enough, the Reagan administration comes in, and as I recall, the A-10, we had a procurement goal of 733 airplanes, something like that total. We had one more year to go. And the Reagan administration rolls in and, of course, throws money at everything the services wanted. And then Stockman, recall Mr. Stockman, who was OMB at the time, sort of said, my God, we need to take a look at all this money we're spending. You know, we're going in the whole tax cuts and all that. So he took aim on the defense budget.
Stockman, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, battled with Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger over Reagan's bloated defense budget. A compromise was reached, which would leave A-10 production in the crosshairs.
Weinberger came back and said, hey, we got to show that we're stewards of the budget, so we need to cut some things. Lo and behold, what does the Air Force offer up? The last year of A-10 production, I think it was a smaller number. We had been up to, I think, 144 aircraft a year. And they also tried to cancel the ammo procurement. Unbelievable. They didn't get away with that.
It wasn't just the Air Force brass who had misgivings about the A-10. Pilots of the day would have preferred to be flying the latest supersonic fighters, but it didn't take long for them to come around.
The guys who joined the A-10 community for one reason or another, a lot of them were there as punishment tours because it wasn't a glamorous tour for anybody. But they became committed to the airplane. The more they learned about the airplane, the mission, what it takes to help guys on the ground, how demanding the mission is, because it takes an enormous order of skill. I mean, it takes a whole set of skills air-to-air pilots don't even dream of. It's a totally different world. And they became dedicated to that world. And then, actually, you know, a bunch of wars came along where they could actually exercise those skills and refine them. And what's interesting is they had the same opposition from the Air Force in the wars as we had when we were trying to produce the airplane.
The A-10's first combat mission was the invasion of Panama in 1989. when the U.S. ousted Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega. Though the aircraft faced no real resistance, it would soon have an opportunity to prove itself fully. On August 2, 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. There was international condemnation of the event, and the Iraqi dictator was given a hard deadline of January 15, 1991 to withdraw his army. Coalition forces built an impressive armada of weapons to push Hussein out of Kuwait, including 1,900 aircraft. Curiously, General Horner, commander of air operations, almost left the A-10 behind.
General Horner was called in by General Schwarzkopf before the actual assault launched, and Schwarzkopf looks at the list and he says, "Where's my A-10s?" And General Horner says, we have F-16s specially armed. They'll do the job." Schwarzkopf looks at it and says, "I don't want to hear any of your Air Force political bullshit. Give me my A-10s."
General Schwarzkopf recognized the abilities of the A-10 as a tank buster and close support plane. It had been built to destroy Soviet tanks, and the Iraqis had more than 5,000 of them. He made a wise choice. The A-10 destroyed more tactical targets than all other aircraft combined. Even General Horner could not deny the A-10's excellence, at least temporarily.
The A-10s did such a good job of bailing out the failures of other airplanes that the same General Horner would refuse to deliver A-10s at the beginning of the war, said right in the middle of his staff in the famous black hole bunker in Saudi Arabia that was commanding the whole air war, after he saw the results of the A-10s, particularly even in wiping out missile sites, mind you, which they'd never been intended to do. He said, "I take back every bad thing I said about the A-10. They saved our asses." And that was heard by a whole bunch of staff members and has been widely quoted since then. Now, here's the interesting thing. After the war, when everything had died down, people had done the battle damage assessment, and by the way, the Air Force had totally suppressed the successes of the A-10 that I just quoted, and had put out a whole bunch of junk about how brilliantly the F-117 did and all that. It was all hogwash. General Horner was forced by his fellow generals to renege on what he had said and join the assaults on the A-10. Actually went back on what he had said about how they saved our asses. He said, no, they weren't that important. Now you ask yourself, how could a guy who had spent his career, flying airplanes, he'd flown a lot of fighters, he wasn't just a bomber guy. But once he got to be a general, he was so infected by the culture around him of the other general officers. And that culture, dating again back to the 1920s, was a bomber culture. It's, we bomb targets that we assign to our Air Force. We do it independently of the Army. We do it with airplanes that are very expensive because they're good for getting us a bigger budget. And that's what the Air Force is about.
Though the A-10 had done excellent work against Iraqi forces, by the end of the First Gulf War, the Air Force should have had a replacement in the pipeline. Aircraft have long gestation periods, and the A-10 was based on 1970s technology. But the bomber culture that permeated the upper echelons of the Air Force made a new aircraft nearly impossible.
A lot of the people in the close support community, the military reform community, in 1983 started proposing developing a far better, far more modern A-10. We called it variously the Mud Fighter or the Blitz Fighter. And it was going to be smaller, hotter, much better maneuverability, better able to get close in, better able to survive, have even more lethal weapons than the A-10, and we were ambitious to make it even cheaper than the A-10. And we had designs laid out, and we briefed them all over the Pentagon, and the Air Force came down like one man to kill it.
The Air Force went bonkers. When they found out that Lockheed at Marietta, there were people down there doing some work on that, they told Lockheed, either you back off this and stop all this, or you don't have a prayer's chance of competing with what was coming down the road, which was the Advanced Tactical Fighter, which became the F-22. So they stopped.
To put the final nail in this new aircraft's coffin, the Air Force offered a compromise of sorts.
An Air Force two-star came down and said, okay, we want to sign a peace treaty. You guys back off pushing this new aircraft, okay? You do that, and we promise we will back off retiring A-10s. Not only that, we will upgrade them. So we agreed. So they did. They took away the planned retirement, so which was to start probably in 1990, 91.
Without a replacement, close support pilots were forced to soldier on with aging A-10s. Now the Air Force had a new excuse to rid themselves of the A-10. It was too old.
Nothing changes about these assaults. The first one is always, the airplane is so old, you know. It's aging, it's decrepit, it's going to cost a lot to maintain. It's a perfectly silly argument. First of all, the A-10 is not the only old airplane in the Air Force. The Air Force generals are defending a far older airplane, the B-52. It's okay, we've so refurbished it and remodernized it, even if it is older than all the pilots, who cares? Well, oddly enough, the same thing is true of the A-10. The A-10 has been heavily refurbished. In fact, it's an amazingly modern airplane now. First of all, most of the fleet has been re-winged, although the Air Force is now trying to steal that money for the F-35, the re-winging money. But most of them have already been re-winged and will be good to 2040. You know, secondly, it's completely false that older airplanes get more expensive to maintain. The older airplanes, B-52 included, are vastly cheaper to maintain than any of the new airplanes that replace them. And they're just like old cars. If you find somebody to make the parts, you can keep a car going forever, and people who love the car do.
As the airplane stands today, there's nothing that can touch it in terms of performing this mission. There's just no way. It can do all the things that the ultra high-tech systems can, like F-15s and F-18s and so on. It can do all those things just as well as they can, but it can work the other end of the spectrum down low. In lack of anything else, I would open the line and build more A-10s.
From the invasion of Iraq to Afghanistan to the war against ISIS, the Air Force has been equally reluctant to bring the raging warrior to battle with them. Though the A-10s took part in the initial assault on Iraq, they were mothballed from 2003 to 2007. The USAF tried to rely on F-16s and other fighters to hit targets on the ground, but they were often inaccurate and caused casualties amongst friendlies. It wasn't until 2007 that the Air Force was forced to concede they still needed the A-10, an aircraft originally designed for a jungle war.
The A-10 was a Vietnam follow-on because all the airplanes in Vietnam didn't have much fuel to stay around the target area. And of course, Vietnam was over, but it turns out now that the A-10 was perfect for Iraq and Afghanistan because it can loiter for long times. It's got plenty of ammo. That gun is absolutely outstanding as far as the 30 millimeter. You put the pepper on the target and the first dozen bullets go there. You know, no question. That's where they go.
Like the USAF, the Russian Air Force has a dedicated ground support aircraft of their own, the Sukhoi Su-25, an aircraft with an uncanny resemblance to Northrop's A-9. Introduced in 1981, it is still in production, and with multiple upgrades it continues to support Russian troops and the troops of buyers from around the world. The Russian Air Force does not seem to have the same hang-ups about close support as the USAF, and in 2015, the Su-25 was brought into Syria to combat ISIS. Rather than create a new dedicated close support aircraft, the USAF is pinning their hopes in dollars on stealth multi-role fighter, the F-35. This versatile aircraft was designed to handle the missions of not only the A-10, but also the F-16 and F-18 and Aviate for the USAF, Navy, and Marines. Critics of the A-10 label it a single-purpose aircraft, but could a jack-of-all-trades master any of these missions?
Here we are now with the A-10, obviously now 40 years old, 30 to 40 years old, though it's still got life. And we have one program going, F-35, and that's going to fill all these missions. And that's just outrageous to even, think about that.
Multitasking is a huge waste of money because it leads to enormously expensive airplanes. Instead of that $250 million airplane, we could have a great close support airplane for $20 million or $25 million. We could have a great fighter, air-to-air fighter, for $30 or $35 million. And then we could have whatever else you need, a reconnaissance airplane or those other kind of missions that maybe it does. We could have one of those for $30 or $35 million.
It's uncertain when the F-35 will be able to take over for the A-10 and how effective it will be. Though the A-10s have been upgraded into the most advanced close support aircraft in the world, the USAF is almost embarrassed to bring them to front lines as they battle ISIS and prepare for a potential conflict in the Ukraine.
I agree with the Air Force, It is a disgrace that we're flying that ancient airplane, and it's their fault. Because we should have been started, by the mid-'80s, we should have been started prototyping something that was better than the A-10, and then let it prove that it was better. If it wasn't better, then we wouldn't build it. We never did that, because the Air Force never wanted to do that mission.
Over the years, the A-10 has proven itself the premier close support aircraft in the world. Sadly, it has also become a symbol of the strife between the branches of the armed services. The A-10 was authorized by the Air Force as a means to destroy an Army helicopter. Though it ended up doing an exceptional job supporting the Army, from day one it has been under attack from within. The A-10 still has its detractors, but the resilient aircraft is ready to prove itself if given the chance. As each branch fights for its share of the defense budget, perhaps they are blinded to the bigger picture, that they are at war with their enemies, not each other.
The 105 was an awesomely powerful weapon, and in the skies of Vietnam, it was to become known as the one-man Air Force. The designer of the F-105 was Alexander Karpfeli, chief designer at Republic, and no stranger to the concept of big fighter aircraft. For he had been the designer of the World War II P-47, Vandervoort, the biggest single-engine fighter at its day, which had been produced in large numbers and had proved itself a sturdy workhorse, not only in its intended role as an air superiority or escort fighter, but as a fighter bomber in the tactical support mission. Work on Abad's Project 63, the series of design studies that led to the 105, commenced in 1951 at the height of the Korean War, essentially as a privately funded update of Republic's F-84. The 84 had been developed as a jet thunderbolt for the escort and tactical fighter bomber roles. In Korea, it proved not up to the escort role, in competition with the MiG-15, but had deformed well in ground attack. The 84's straight wings were part of a very conventional overall design. And indeed, the plane's latter manifestations exhibited swept wings more appropriate to the potential speed of the jet. But with the experience of Korea to guide them, and the rapid pace of technological development to compel them, the design team soon realized that they were setting out to design a completely new plane. As the team at Republic were setting out on their project, their counterparts at the North American company had just received U.S. Air Force support for their F-100 Super Sabre, first of the series of planes known as the Sanctuary Fighters. It would have covered the multiple fighter roles, then perceived as the Air Force moved to supersonic capability, starting life as a reworking of the successful F-86 Sabre. The F-100 was originally described as an air superiority fighter, but its latter variations added fighter bombing capabilities. With a maximum speed of 860 miles per hour, the Hun was the USAF's first supersonic fighter, and, particularly in a tactical support role, was to prove valuable in Vietnam. The next plane was the McDonnell F-101, Voodoo, designed as a penetration fighter and escort fighter. The rapidity of development in aviation can be judged by the fact that, though ordered only 12 months later than the F-100, the 101 had a top speed of 1,100 miles per hour. Again, the plane developed tactical capability in its latter models, and it was used extensively in Vietnam, most notably in photo reconnaissance. Third of the century fighters was the F-102, Delta Dagger from General Dynamics, an all-weather interceptor commenced in 1950. Capable of 820 miles per hour, it proved only a moderate success, but was naturally to develop to become the F-106, which had a top speed of 1,500 miles per hour. The Lockheed Starfighter, the F-104, ordered in March 1953, sought flight performance at all costs as an air superiority fighter. Basically a manned missile. The 1400 Mapper 104 had a checkered career, but has demonstrated amazing longevity as a tactical strike and reconnaissance aircraft. At Republic, Clark Veli's team working on Advanced Project 63. After a program that ran to 108 configurations, it emerged with a design for a single-engine, single-seat tactical fighter bomber with the capacity to carry nuclear weapons in an internal bomb bay. This claim, the 105A, was given Air Force approval in September 1952, originally with the intention of mass production. But in the end, only 2 were built. The 105, rounding up the Century fighters, was the first purpose-designed tactical strike aircraft ordered for the United States Air Force. The perception of need for such a plane derived from a combination of Korean battlefield experience, geopolitics, and intra-service competition between the Strategic and Tactical Air Command of the USAF. To attack, the 105, in addition to opening up the parameters of their conventional role, brought with it the capability to carry nuclear weapons over a long range, with a corresponding rise in their prestige to rival that of the Strategic Command. The Tactical Air Command's support of the 105 was to prove vital to the project, as the plane went through its difficult early years. Virtually all the technology and engineering of aircraft were being revolutionized at once, in response to the myriad physical challenges inherent in the transition to the age of supersonic flight. And the F-105 was to have plenty of developmental problems in the years ahead. But what made the huge fighter so special was its large internal capacity. The atom bombs, more reminiscent of drums than weapons, gave it a potency far beyond any competitor. So the F-105A, significant breakthroughs in understanding the effects of transonic drag, together with some inherent deficiencies, had already seen the design superseded. It first flew over 3 years after the USAF go-ahead, and by then its internal systems had changed beyond recognition. Also by then, manufacture of its replacement was underway. The third F-105 was the first of the B model. We see it here on the 26th of May, 1956, as it taxis to its takeoff point for its first flight. This was the first 105 to have a power plant big enough to match its size, and major external changes had also been incorporated, chief among which was the area ruling, which had rescued the F-102 from its drag and turbulence problems. This had replaced the straight lines of the A model with a slim hip over the wing. A massive, full-pedaled air brake now dominated the previously clean lines of the engine exhaust, and there had also been changes made to the air intakes, giving the Thunder Chief its characteristic nostrils. A larger tail area had increased stability. These and other changes had resulted in a plane with a capacity to double the speed of CERN. Perhaps symbolically, this first flight was to be beset by almost fatal problems. It was intended that the flight be short, little more than a quick circuit. But when it came time to lower the wheels, there was no response from the nose wheel. Raising and lowering the wheels had no effect, but those wheels would not budge. Rather than abandon the plane, it was decided to attempt a wheels-up landing. And so the test pilot set the machine down on a long, dangerous slide across the salt. The plane came to a halt, and emergency crews converged on the site in the slowly clearing dust. The crash was more than an intense embarrassment for a project that was already being scrutinized as excessively expensive and troubled by technical problems. However, it was still possible to argue that the problems were being solved in ways that consistently improved the overall capability of the plane. Even as simply a test program, the 105 was revolutionizing the understanding, not only of the science of aviation, but the potentiality of tactical aircraft. The cause of the crash was soon identified in the new air intake controls, which at high thrust settings were jamming the wheel in position. A fairly simple thing to correct. One other thing that the crash demonstrated was something that those who flew the Thunder Chief in action came to know and approve of: its toughness. The plane was lifted, the undercarriage was lowered, and the prototype was towed away to be mended. Rebuilt, the plane rejoined the test program, as work progressed on tying together all the systems and ironing out the bugs in the components. The engineers were dealing with concepts and forces they could only barely control, and overcoming the snags as they appeared. It's difficult to think of any other way that these problems, theoretical and practical, could have been kept up with in the intense scramble of technical development. In being the first plane capable of both air-to-air fighting and air-to-ground semi-automatic weapons delivery, the plane relied on avionics packages far in advance of anything previously attempted. Among these advanced facilities were radar models for air search, contour mapping, terrain following, and automatic tracking of air and ground targets even in blind conditions. Throughout its life, the 105 was to almost constantly receive new and updated facilities. But even from the first, this was a plane that was far ahead of its time. The rebuilt plane was allocated to conduct the spin testing program, and a spin recovery parachute was installed on the tail of the plane. This required removing a panel to afford room for the chute, and removing the air brakes so that, if needed, the chute would be unimpeded. Trials on the chutes demonstrated that it worked satisfactorily. The aim of spin testing is to ensure that a plane can be recovered from a spin to normal flight. But once control has been lost, it can be regained. Of course, the first thing to do in such a test is to lose control of the aircraft deliberately. Then the test pilot sits there while his plane plummets through the air for a specified duration. And then he attempts recovery. This is not work for the faint-hearted. The emergency spin recovery parachute was not needed, as the planes proved to have a natural tendency to level out after each revolution, and the pilots were able to resume control fairly easily. However, the airframe still had to be tested, and so the trials went on. "47 times. The pilots let go and watched the horizon slide away sickeningly as the plane commenced its fall. If you look carefully here, you'll see a pillar of flame leap from the tail of the plane as the engine stalls. Though the flight tests proceeded well, the technical problems persisted, with the engine and the avionics still unreliable. The uncertainty of performance was matched by a wider uncertainty about the future of the plane. The original expectation of large production had been amended to 37, then canceled altogether in December 1953. A reinstated order in February 1954 was for 15 aircraft, but by September, this had been cut back to 3. In October, it was back to 6. Parallel to this state of flux, the operational requirements for the new fighter had already been repeatedly amended before being first published in December 1954. And by April 1955 had been changed 3 more times. The men conducting the test series went on with their work, while uncertainty continued to shroud the future of the project. The 105's already considerable range had been augmented by the addition of external fuel tanks, and these too had to be tested to establish the effect they had on the plane, as well as to test the tanks themselves. Throughout 1957, the testing went on, with the test aircraft logging many hours over the desert as the plane was slowly sorted out through multiple modifications. The pre-service evaluations, due for completion in November 1959, were to eventually go on until March 1960. One of the specifications added in 1954 was that the F-105 should be capable of in-flight refueling, another recent innovation already being widely used. With an airplane like the F-105, this was a tricky proposition. For the fighter pilot to slow down to the same speed as the tanker left him with insufficient airflow over the wings to maintain lift. The top speed of the tanker and the lowest speed of the F-105 were very close. And as you see, the fighter becomes very hard to maneuver, especially in the turbulence of the larger plane, and often stalls entirely. Attempts to alleviate the problem by adding jets to the tankers. As yet, a B-29 didn't help all that much. All supersonic fighters had trouble until jet tankers raised the speed of refueling to safer levels. Although successful couplings were made, the system remained largely impractical. Not due to any failure of the F-105, but because of the inadequacies of the tankers. Having the drogue trail from the wingtip rather than from the tail of the plane removed the operation from the worst of the larger plane's turbulence, and facilitated matters somewhat. But the tendency to stall remained. The equipment in use, the long drogue hose, did not help to make things any easier, with the requirement for the pilot of the fighter to maneuver onto the drogue. Not until this necessity was replaced by a system where he simply holds position in relation to the tanker, and the operator in the tanker directs the connection, was refueling truly a practical affair. The F-105 was equipped with two types of refueling connector, and these were to see a lot of use in the Thunder Chief's career. Back at the end of 1954, Republic must have been wondering about the fate of the 105, and their anxiety can have only been slightly alleviated by the bittersweet news they received in February 1955. The order was lifted back to 15, with allowance for the rest of the original 34, only if funds were available in the coming fiscal year. To add to this ambiguous news was the unsettling proviso that there be a fly-off against the North American company's F-107, an updated, high-powered, and re-equipped Super Sabre variant. Had the 107 been compared to almost any other prime at that time, it may have outperformed it. However, the 105 was a rather special opponent, and the performance of the controversial big plane was beginning to quell the doubts about its worth. The revisions of the Thunder Chief's specifications had continued in a stream of expansions of its system's capability. Constant electronic renovation proceeded throughout the plane's development and its operational lifetime. The plethora of design changes meant that the first 15 105s produced represented 5 distinct subtypes. Eventually, there were to be 19. During the testing program, of course, the revisions of the plane meant that the trials were regularly extended. When normal flight testing programs were consistently completed with little trouble, as the airframe behaved very well and had admirable flight characteristics. However, the electronics of the newly conceived and developing systems caused continuing delays, as their performance was lifted to their supposed specifications. With the benefit of hindsight, we can appreciate what a fine aircraft was evolving in the process. But at the time, eyebrows were being raised, and there was considerable skepticism about the plane on the 28th of May, 1958, 3 years later than originally expected. The USAF took delivery of its first operational 105. Fittingly, it was the only one at its subflight. The Air Force fighter pilots had been disappointed to hear that their new mount was in fact a rather large bomber and had christened the plane in advance, rather disparagingly, as the lead sled, thunderfart, or plane, thud. Now they got their hands on it for the first time and immediately changed their minds. The nickname stuck, and Thud in particular came to mean F-105, but no longer in any derogatory sense. The big plane was to be universally popular with all those who flew them. Not only did it handle and perform as a fighter, but it packed the combination of punches that was truly awesome. A 105 could carry 14,000 pounds of a very wide range of external stores, including all normal bombs, rockets or rocket pods, cannon pods, electronic countermeasures facts, air-to-surface missiles, and Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. But almost as the reason for its existence, the Thunder Chief also had a bomber. To minimize supersonic drag, the bomb bay doors retracted neatly into the quiet. To control the ejection of the bomb, both for accuracy's sake and to ensure the bomb was clear of the aircraft, it was pushed down with a pneumatic rack. The rack was strong enough to be used as a jack to load the bay if there was no bomb trolley available. In wartime operations, however, the Thuds carried very few bombs internally. Most of the time, the bomb bay was occupied by a further reserve of fuel. On the outer wing, there was provision for 2 stores of Highlands to be fitted. These could be used to carry weaponry and fuel in any desired combination, or removed to allow the attachment of specialized delivery racks for other armaments, like this installation for the Sidewinder. The standard built-in armament of all Thunder Chief variants was a Denwell Electric M61 20mm multi-barrel gun. This gun fired at 6,000 grams per minute. The Air Force deliveries continued, with the 335th Tactical Air Squadron becoming the first, fully equipped with a new fighter, and celebrating by setting a world speed. Far away from Europe, the summer of 1964 saw the Thuds go into action for the first time. Soon they were sporting new camouflage, as they were deployed in larger numbers to bases in Thailand and South Vietnam. From those bases, they launched the campaigns that were to write their name into history. For 105, Vietnam was the right place at the right time. Even during their service life up to that time, there had been continued problems with reliability, and as recently as 1962, they had all been grounded. Though those problems had been ironed out, the plague of minor defects and a series of accidents had continued almost up to their first Vietnamese missions. But the Thuds in Vietnam were to earn a completely different reputation, as were reliable and durable airplanes. They also earned a fearsome reputation as weapons. The importance of the Thunder Chief in Vietnam can be simply indicated. During the first 5 years of their involvement there, they flew an amazing 75% of all USAF attack missions. If the skies of Vietnam were full of bombs, it was because the thugs put them there. From March 1965, increasing numbers of airstrikes were made on North Vietnam. Predominantly directed at communications targets, the raids relied almost entirely on the F-105s. The planes would heat themselves into the air with their loads of bombs and head for a rendezvous with a tanker near the North Vietnam border. For with the level of external stores they were carrying, and the way that, increasingly, they had to fly flat out all the way across Vietnam, rather than cruising to and from the target, their range had been cut considerably, and even with full tanks, the journeys didn't leave much to spare. Then they flew on into hostile airspace. Production of the 105s had been completed in December 1964. Only 78 of the B model had been built. The majority, 610, had been F-105Ds. The D had acquired an extended nose in accommodating updated all-weather navigation systems, and thus was externally markedly dissimilar to the V. The other 143 were the twin-seat F model. It had always been expected that there would be a twin-sieged version of the Flame, but 2 earlier twin-sieged proposals had been dropped. The Fs were to provide the stock for the later development of the last 105. The G, the Wild Weasel. The workhorse of the bombing raids was the D. The single-seaters abounded on the bases, where the work of war went on 24 hours a day. At the end of each mission, the returning pilot would confer with his crew chief about the performance of the plane and hand it over to him for service. The service record of the 105 in Vietnam was excellent on any given day. Over 90% of the thuds were ready for work. This figure was higher than the overall average within the USA. And considering the complexity, workload, and relative scarcity of the big planes, it's all the more outstanding to keep them in the air. Facilities for total maintenance of the planes were built at the bases. They flew their missions from, and specialist teams were constantly available to fly in to handle specific problems. Teams of ground crew at the bases carried out the normal turnaround routines, like refueling, filling the water tank in the tail to the afterburner, rearming the plane, and the other servicing required between missions, quickly and efficiently. The body of the plane was a patchwork of hatches allowing access to the equipment. Inside, the big fuselage had very little spare room inside it, but the layout was good enough to ensure that servicing was relatively straightforward. The bases were a far cry from the mud and improvisation of the Second World War. A Thunder Chief parked on Tackley's acres of hardstand could be serviced with relative ease. The wing threat combinations for the next mission were selected and effected, and the plane armed in a smooth and practiced routine. A large part of the bombs dropped on Vietnam were iron bombs of Second World War vintage. Sadly, they were of a design philosophy and era that should have been long gone. However, modern smart bombs were not to really arrive in Vietnam until the F-111s used them. So the 105 missions were often flown to deliver hardware that was uncontrolled in flight, often unstable in trajectory, and sometimes unreliable in effect. But with these bombs, the thuds hammered the Nore, and in most instances destroyed their allocated targets right. Through the night, the Vases were a high bit of activity as the work of repairing, servicing, and arming the planes went on. Another factor that makes the 90% availability of the Thuds even more impressive was their toughness. They kept coming back from missions with major battle damage to repair. The Thuds sustained strikes from SAMs, as well as and mid-cannons, and survived. Each morning, the one-man air forces waited, ready. New SAF flew the first of the Rolling Thunder series of strikes. The inclusion of the reference to Thunder is fitting, as throughout its 3 years, Rolling Thunder was to be the almost exclusive province of the Thunder Chief. The fuller extension of the air war into the north had 3 purposes. First, to reduce the infiltration of the South. Second, to give pause to the communist leadership in Hanoi. And thirdly, to bolster the morale of the Southern leadership and the people of South Vietnam. As the name implies, the strikes rolled forward into the north, targets being progressively further and further over the border. And the thunder was real. The damage to the north's bridges and railways and roads exacted a great cost on the communists and hampered their war effort considerably. However, though at times apparently shaken, the Hanoi leadership did not break. The Thuds flew in on their deadly missions, and the Vietnamese tried with everything the Russians and Chinese could give them. To knock them from the sky north, Vietnam was not an ideal target for a sustained bombing campaign there. Was very little industrial infrastructure to damage, and almost no war production. The country had an agrarian society predominantly rural and dispersed. The few major targets in terms of docks and storage were within the exclusion zones around Hanoi and Haiphong, the two major cities. For political reasons, these areas were not bombed for most of the war, as the U.S. consistently tried to negotiate an end to the fighting in the South. The thug pilots learned their own ways of coping with the streams of sands that rose at them, splitting and diving to confuse and evade the missiles. $11
Yep.
Okay. This way, sir. Get out of here. Entangles with the MiGs. The 105s came off well. They had such reserve of power that if a MiG managed to get in position to fire, they could, in most cases, simply accelerate away from them. Further, the thuds were capable of turning the tables on their attackers and really nixing it. 28 MiG-17s were downed by 105s. The bombs continued to rain down on Vietnam. Supporting the bombing was an electronics and communications network of unprecedented technical sophistication. Operations controllers directed a huge fleet of varied craft in the air, at every level from artillery spotter planes to B-52s. They dispatched rescue operations for downed pilots and coordinated the activities of tankers, bombers, and fighters. Off the coast of North Vietnam, rolled the Big Eye planes, act with sensitive radar and alert for the slightest activity from the MiG squadrons. Any appearance of the MiGs was monitored and the information relayed to the fighters in the area. With constant observation, coupled with the air superiority of the Phantoms and Puddle Chiefs, considered to ensure that for large periods of the war, the Communist Air Force stayed on the ground. The controllers and their equipment directing the airstrikes were themselves part of a chain of command that stretched back from Vietnam through the Pacific headquarters in Hawaii all the way to Washington, where the targets were identified and authorized. At the very end of the chain were the thuds, setting off daily with their lures.
Down in the target area. Yeah, take it down, take it down.
Thousands and thousands of sorties succeeded one another, with the F-105 carrying most of the load. Whether or not one questions the strategic effect of the program, it is impossible to not acknowledge the burden that the Thunder Chiefs carried and the effectiveness with which they pursued their assignments in. June 1967. The first of the Tuds to do so reached the halfway point in their theoretical 4,000-hour fatigue lifetime, to be followed soon by others the most critical fatigue. Concern was the strains upon the engines. Permissions that the Thuds were flying were unlike anything originally envisaged. They were regularly running at full power, without the burner, for extended periods of time. The stress on the power plants was enormous. The hot sections of the huge J-75 engine were particularly vulnerable to this type of treatment. Already there had been some shortages of spares. As a safeguard, the normal engine life between changes was reduced from 200 to 125 hours, and teams of mechanics worked on overhauling the engines, testing them, and reinstalling them on the planes. The 388th Squadron was flying a Thunder Chief with 30 hours under its belt, having gone out on 500 missions, received flight damage on several occasions, and been involved in a mid-air collision earlier in the year. By October, 3 more had passed the mark. They were growing old fast. An earlier suggestion to reopen the lines and build more F-105s had been considered, then dropped. There was a replacement to much of their work already available in the Phantom, and construction was proceeding apace on their successor, a design that had been much influenced by the story of the Thud, and which reflected many of the lessons learned in its combat life, the F-111. For the time being, the Thuds remained indispensable, and they were constantly tended to maintain their status in Phnom My Lai. The Thuds remained in Vietnam to the end. Not only the 2-seater SAM suppressing wild weasels, but also the Ds and Fs with their bombs, tactical support, and electronic countermeasure systems. The Thuds were still workhorses, and right through to the devastating linebacker 1 and 2 operations that finally brought the North to a negotiating position that allowed the new S to withdraw from the conflict. Their bombing had sustained the air war against North Vietnam. There was no other plane at the time that could have done the job. The bombing was fiercely pressed home, and the results devastated, particularly when they were directed against a specific industrial target. The Ho Chi Minh Trail fuzzed with activity during the bombing horse. Illustrating 2 points: the wily resolve of the Vietnamese in pursuit of their aims, and the effectiveness of the bombing. The pilot's tour of duty was 100 missions, and the Thuds saw hundreds of pilots through their tour and home again. They were men who were undoubtedly universally glad to be out of the war, glad to have done their job and survived. However, many of them were to miss their big machines, and the sensation of howling through the air at a huge metal monster at twice the speed of sound. Captain John Pirwati began growing his mustache when he first arrived in Vietnam in 1967. When he finished his 100th mission, the mustache was 12¼ inches long. On his 55th mission, his Thud was hit by artillery over the Paul Duma Bridge near Hanoi during a bombing run. His story is typical. Not only did he hit the bridge and bring down a span, but the damaged stud brought him home to finish his tour. Some of the Wild Weasel and other specialist planes stayed with the USAF after Vietnam, but the 105s were progressively phased out and retired into the hands of the pilots of BFS reserves. There were not too many of them about, and they faded rather quickly from use. The last reserve flight of an F-105 was on the 25th of May 1983, exactly 25 years after the accident on the first flight of the F-105B. Many pilots sat in the seat of an F-105 and went through the startup process. Many owed their lives to them. Most of them considered their plane the best in the inventory. The big fighter grew from its problem childhood, and the parameters of what an aircraft could be asked to do grew with it. In an era of multiple transitions, it is an astounding achievement that so much was got right so well in one package. There were never very many of them, and their reputation is perhaps not widespread. But if the words great plane can be ascribed to any plane, then they can certainly be ascribed to the F-105. Thunder Chief, the Thud.
December 1941 saw Pearl Harbor lying in ruins. Nevertheless, the arsenal of democracy retaliates, and within months, thousands of pilots will take to the skies in planes manufactured by automakers, crafted with a singular purpose: to avenge Pearl Harbor. Over half a century ago, an unsettled world erupted into flames. Years of depression and isolation had fostered the belief that America was insulated from distant global conflicts. Yet, as the war escalated, America was compelled into an unprecedented unity. This collective determination, focused on a singular objective, would later be dubbed the arsenal of democracy. Few examples embody the arsenal of democracy as vividly as the Avenger, a Navy bomber with pride in its name. Forged by the hands of men and women, including automakers, seamstresses, machinists, and housewives, the Avenger stands as a monument to a time when an entire nation dedicated itself to achieving a single goal. Desperately in need of the tools of war to support a generation thrust into battle on foreign shores, America turned to the arsenal of democracy. The Avenger earned its name as the billows of black smoke still rose from the devastated Navy base at Pearl Harbor. Answering the call to avenge the Japanese attack, this torpedo bomber would fulfill its mission, as Japanese battleships and German U-boats soon discovered. From the Battle of Midway to the war's final day, the formidable Avenger not only served as a deadly Navy bomber, but also as a constant reminder of the achievements possible when America unites. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese Navy launched over 360 planes from 6 carriers positioned within striking distance of the US naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Unaware of the impending assault, American servicemen and civilians at Pearl Harbor were caught off guard. The base's Pacific Fleet units included more than 70 combat vessels and 24 auxiliaries, most of which were docked for the weekend. Among the 8 battleships in the harbour, 5 were sunk, 1 severely damaged, and the remaining 2 were hit. 2 destroyers were also sunk, while 140 aircraft were destroyed, with another 80 damaged. Fortunately for the Navy, its 3 carriers were absent from the harbour during the attack. Nevertheless, the loss of over 2,300 military personnel deeply affected the nation, hastening America's entry into the war. "Remember Pearl Harbor" would echo as the battle cry of the Navy's Pacific Fleet for the ensuing 4 years. Exactly 3 months before the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the inaugural flight of a new Navy torpedo bomber prototype took to the skies. This aircraft represented Grumman's submission for a design competition aimed at replacing the outdated torpedo bombers of the 1930s. Despite winning the contract, Grumman faced a significant challenge. Its factories were already stretched thin due to mass production of fighters. As production of the new torpedo bomber commenced, it became evident that Grumman would need assistance to meet demand. The day after Pearl Harbor, the US government mandated a halt to all automobile production. Almost instantly, assembly lines ground to a halt, leaving thousands of auto workers without employment overnight. Representatives from General Motors hastily pursued government contracts in a bid to sustain their plants. Their efforts to secure minor contracts, such as producing wheels for bombers or wings for the P-47, yielded unexpected results. Consequently, the auto giant found itself in need of establishing a new division, with GM veteran Cliff Goad appointed as general manager. Thomas Goad, his son, vividly recalls the whirlwind of events that ensued.
They thought they had a potential to get the P-47 wing, and that was when they happened to walk into the War Department. I remember someone from Linden, this investigation team that was trying to find a contract, and just at the right time that the government decided that Grumman had this neat new torpedo bomber, the Avenger, that they were starting to build, and it was going to be the backbone of the Navy carrier-based bomber.
Driven by the urgency for contracts, General Motors embraced the challenge of aircraft manufacturing, birthing the Eastern Aircraft Division of General Motors. Transitioning from car production to aircraft manufacturing proved to be a monumental task. The looming threat from the East instilled a fear that permeated all levels of American society. The prevailing perception of the Japanese Empire depicted it as an unstoppable military force bent on dominating the Pacific and beyond. Anticipating a potential invasion, Americans were bombarded with newsreels depicting the ever-expanding Japanese war machine in theaters nationwide. For the American worker, this looming threat served as a compelling impetus to embark on this formidable undertaking. Under immense pressure, General Motors allocated 5 plants stretching from Tarrytown, New York, to Baltimore, Maryland, to the cause. The initial hurdle was reconfiguring these plants for aircraft production.
Of course, number one, you got to clean the plants out completely. Just move every piece of equipment out of them. You don't want to just scrap it, because everything you can save, you want to put in a warehouse so you can, when the war is over, you know you're going to go back to building cars again. So you want to be able to save all the equipment so that you can set up again just as quickly after the war.
At the Linden, New Jersey plant alone, over 5 miles of conveyor equipment had to be dismantled. Meanwhile, at the Trenton plant, an airfield was constructed to facilitate testing of planes fresh off the assembly line. However, accommodating the Avenger posed a considerable challenge, as it was the largest carrier-based plane of its era. Consequently, several plants required expansion simply to accommodate its size.
In the case of the Linden, they had to have one section of the plant that they had to raise the roof. And so when they had the assembled airplane, that they could take it down through that bay with a tail sticking up in the air to be able to clear the overhead Raptors.
As GM officials scratched their heads over sprawling sheets of airplane blueprints supplied by Grumman, they realized that their greatest challenge would be finding people that could build an airplane.
They had to go and recruit from all over General Motors, engineers and people with skills in airplanes, because the aircraft companies they couldn't afford to let any of their people go. Government said you couldn't. You had to build these airplanes with your own people, and you can learn as much as you can from the aircraft companies. Go visit them and see what they do, but you can't have any of the people, because they need those people to build the planes they're already building.
A monumental endeavor was underway as men and women from across the nation united to manufacture the tools of war. With the conflict raging, time was scarce, and there was an abundance of work to be completed. On June 4, 1942, the Japanese Navy launched its most extensive offensive since the Pearl Harbor attack, targeting the US-held island of Midway. Unlike Pearl Harbor, US forces were aware of the impending assault. However, Japanese planes were en route to the island before the Americans could strike the enemy carriers. The Japanese assault on Midway Island was relentless and overwhelming. For the United States, the Battle of Midway was a pivotal moment. Failure to halt the Japanese advance would allow them to establish a base within striking distance of Hawaii, strengthening their hold on the Pacific. Just days before the Japanese offensive, 6 Grumman Avengers were dispatched to Midway Island, marking their debut in frontline action. These 6 planes were among the first Avengers to engage in combat. Over 2 tense days, inexperienced Navy pilots, having completed a condensed training course, awaited their call to duty. The remainder of the torpedo bombers tasked with confronting the Japanese fleet were the outdated Douglas Devastators already aboard the USS Hornet. For these torpedo bombers, the Battle of Midway resulted in significant losses. By late morning on June the 4th, deck handlers aboard the USS Hornet anxiously awaited the return of 15 Douglas Devastators that had departed earlier to engage the enemy fleet. However, the crew aboard the Hornet would never witness the return of their planes. All 15 Devastators were downed by Japanese Zeros, with only 1 pilot surviving. Similarly, of the 6 Avengers that departed Midway that morning, 5 were also shot down. In a single day, Torpedo 8 suffered the loss of 20 planes and 44 men. Despite the devastating toll on Torpedo 8 at Midway, it's crucial to recognize that their sacrifices were not in vain. The true hero of the Battle of Midway was the Navy dive bomber, the Douglas SBD, affectionately known as the Dauntless on carrier decks. While it's accurate to attribute the sinking of Japanese carriers to these dive bombers, to suggest they could have achieved this without the presence of torpedo bombers overlooks key facts, a point often missed by some historians. During the Battle of Midway, torpedo bombers were the first to engage. Upon arrival, Japanese Zeros swarmed the low-flying American planes, while anti-aircraft gunners targeted the advancing torpedo bombers. With all eyes fixed on the action near the surface of the ocean, the dive bombers swarmed down from above, taking the Japanese ships by storm. It was a classic high-low attack, culminating in the destruction of 4 Japanese carriers. By the evening of June the 4th, victory had been secured at Midway, a pivotal moment in the Pacific theatre of war. Meanwhile, at General Motors, a very different battle was unfolding, the struggle to initiate aircraft assembly lines. Automotive employees were grappling with the unfamiliar task of building airplanes. With much of the workforce either deployed to war or allocated to other plants, GM turned to a vital resource that would become the backbone of their workforce during the war: women. Even prior to the war, women had demonstrated their proficiency as skilled seamstresses, having long dominated the labour force in garment and textile industries. Transitioning to airplane production proved to be a smooth shift for seamstresses.
Isn't this a funny place for you?
Now if it helps win the war.
But after clerking in a fashionable store...
I like it here, and it saves my clothes.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Did you ever try pleasing a bunch of women shoppers all day?
No, I never did.
Well, here I just have to please the boss, and he's a man.
And the work isn't too hard for you?
No, I used to work in a butcher's shop. I like this better. It's more excitement.
Isn't this pretty hot for you, Miss Spillane?
Well, I hear it gets kind of hot around the kitchen stove, too.
I never thought of that.
Yes, and it gets pretty hot out there in the South Pacific.
Given that airplane wings and tail sections primarily consisted of fabric, women were heavily involved in the subassembly of these components. However, in World War II, women's roles extended far beyond sewing, giving rise to the iconic figure of Rosie the Riveter. While the existence of a singular real-life Rosie remains uncertain, her symbolization embodies the invaluable contributions made by women during the war effort. She's really more of a mythical figure, a symbol of the American woman during World War II, a woman who put down the knitting needles and picked up a rivet gun. Rosie, the woman who exchanged her bonnet for a welding mask, transcended racial and socio-economic boundaries. She tirelessly worked long hours with a singular purpose: to contribute to the production of superior aircraft, knowing that they will be flown by her loved ones, her sons and brothers. Under the vigilant supervision of the Navy, she engaged in drilling, sanding, riveting and welding, standing shoulder to shoulder with her male colleagues. Despite the unwavering dedication of Eastern Aircraft employees, instructing automakers in aircraft construction proved to be a challenging endeavour. To facilitate this process, Grumman provided General Motors with 2 PK ships. Grumman engineers constructed an Avenger using Parker Callon fasteners instead of rivets. The aircraft was then transported to General Motors, where the PK fasteners could be replaced. These PK ships served as invaluable references for the automakers, and by the autumn of 1942, the Avenger assembly at GM plants was well underway. On November 11, 1942, an eager crowd anxiously awaited the maiden flight of the GM-built Avenger. This flight held immense significance, not only because it would demonstrate the aircraft's functionality, but also because it would validate the automaker's achievement of building a flying machine. This aircraft was designated as the TBM, where TB denoted torpedo bomber and M signified General Motors. Notably, the Avengers deployed at the Battle of Midway bore the designation TBF, with F indicating Grumman's involvement. Beyond the Navy designation, both the Grumman TBF and the General Motors TBM were identical aircraft. This standardization was mandated by the Navy to ensure interchangeability of parts between the 2 variants. The bomb bay doors, shown here in the open position, house the torpedo, affectionately known by Avenger pilots as the Fish. The Avenger was a formidable aircraft, characterized by its large size and powered by a massive 1700 horsepower Wright engine necessary for carrier takeoffs. Robust landing gear designed to endure rigorous landings was a hallmark feature of all Navy planes. This was particularly crucial for the Avenger, renowned as the largest carrier-based aircraft of World War II. Crewed by 3 members, the Avenger played a vital role in naval operations throughout the war, earning a distinguished reputation for its versatility and reliability. One sat in an electrically controlled ball gun turret towards the back of the fuselage. The pilot sat in the front of the large greenhouse-style canopy, while the bombardier, who released the torpedo bombs, depth charges and mines, sat in the rear at the back of the bomb bay doors. By the war's end, nearly 10,000 Avengers had been manufactured, ferrying almost 30,000 aviators into the perilous theatres of war. Among these aviators was a young high school student named George Bush. Opting to forego a college opportunity, Bush enlisted with the Navy on his 18th birthday with aspirations of piloting the Avenger.
I chose torpedo bombers. I wasn't, some of it was that I didn't think I was a particularly accomplished fighter jockey, one of these guys doing all these maneuvers. Secondly, the plane had great appeal to me. It was a team effort. There were 3 of us in the airplane. It was a stable aircraft. It was the largest carrier aircraft. So I asked to be trained for torpedo bombers, and I never regretted it. It was risky, of course, but that just went with the territory in those days.
Upon earning his wings in the summer of 1943, Bush commenced training in his newly acquired Avenger, which he affectionately named Barbara after his girlfriend back home. The dashing Bush was assigned to Torpedo Squadron 51, serving aboard the light carrier USS San Jacinto. One aspect that deeply impressed Bush about his new role was the importance of teamwork.
You had a crew, you had a team. I don't know whether you can see this, but in the back of behind the pilot, there was a turret, and you had a turret gunner in there, and then in the bottom of the airplane, you had what they called a stinger gunner, or tail gunner, and they helped keep the plane up. We'd wash our own airplane. Our crews, we had a crew captain on the deck, on the carrier, but it just came together. You got to know them well. You shared experiences with them, and I've always liked team sports, team effort, even in the White House. And so I think that team concept had an appeal to me when I decided to try for torpedo bombers as opposed to fighters.
Like all naval aviators, Bush had to acclimatize to life on ship, which could be fraught with peril.
I guess my first recollection of the Pacific was these enormous high seas. And this was a converted cruiser hull, fast carrier. She ran with the big CVs. And it was hairy. One of our guys subsequently killed turned absolutely green. I mean, you've heard of people get seasick and turn green. This guy was green. The seas were rough. We couldn't fly in that kind of weather. But again, it was just part of our maturing as a squadron.
Just days after George Bush's enlistment, the United States launched a full-scale offensive against the island of Guadalcanal. In September 1942, the initial contingent of Avengers began arriving at Henderson Field on Guadalcanal, forming part of an air group tasked with targeting Japanese shipping in the region. Despite being in service for only 3 months, Avengers had already acquired a rather unfavorable nickname. Marine Corps General George Dooley provides insight into this matter.
It was called a turkey. And why was it called a turkey? Well, because it sort of looked like a turkey. It sort of lumbered through the air, and in comparison to the F-6F Hellcat, which it closely resembled, it was not nearly as attractive.
During World War II, there was a pressing urgency to deploy Avenger pilots and their crews to the South Pacific. General George Dooley had a mere month to familiarize himself with his Avenger and his crew.
Seeing an enemy aircraft coming, batted at 12 o'clock. Well, actually, it was batted at 6 o'clock. Pilots were all looking at 12 o'clock, and suddenly we realized that he had gotten twisted around, but he made up for it by shooting down the aircraft.
For American torpedo bombers, Japanese Zeros constituted only half the challenge.
And if you're going in against an enemy shooting at you with everything it has, the one thing you're going to do is want to get a hit.
As the Battle of Guadalcanal unfolded, Navy aircraft began delivering significant blows to the Japanese fleet, despite the formidable challenges faced by Avenger crews. In a mere 2-day period in November 1942, the Japanese lost 2 battleships, 3 destroyers, 1 cruiser, and 11 cargo vessels. General Dooley flew against the mighty Japanese battleship Kenugasa.
We're getting to the torpedo release point. Some gunner on the bow of the ship, the Kenugasa, zeroed in on me, and I had little red golf balls rolling all around my left side of my aircraft. I finally had to settle down getting to the torpedo release point. At this point, the gunners started hitting me in the port wing, and all you could hear was that as these shells were hitting home. We released, and I went home, and on the way home, I nursed the aircraft very carefully, not knowing whether or not the wing was going to stay on. As it turned out, when we got home, the wing was very sturdy. It could have taken any number of Gs and still held up.
The errors observed at the Battle of Midway were not repeated at Guadalcanal. Torpedo bombers now assaulted ships with the full protection of Wildcat and Hellcat fighters providing cover overhead. By early 1943, American naval fighters had honed tactics for effectively engaging their skilled adversaries. While accumulated combat experience bolstered American prospects in the high-stakes aerial battles over the South Pacific, the introduction of a new fighter, the F-6F Hellcat, decisively tipped the scales in favor of American aviators. Since 1941, the Grumman Corporation had been prioritizing the production of their new fighter, the F-6F Hellcat, renowned for its superior durability compared to its predecessor, the Wildcat. The government urgently required Hellcats, prompting rapid production. With the intensification of the war effort, Rosie transitioned from riveter to pilot. The Women's Air Service Patrol, WASP, a group of highly skilled female pilots, played a pivotal role in ferrying Hellcats to the West Coast to meet the Navy's urgent demands. Though never formally endorsed by the Army Air Corps, the WASP stands as a proud chapter in Grumman's enduring legacy. By the summer of 1943, the Grumman Aircraft Company was dedicated almost exclusively to production of the coveted Hellcat. By this juncture, the US Navy wasn't the sole purchaser of Avengers. Britain expressed interest as well. The Women's Air Service Patrol diligently expedited the planes to Navy units on the West Coast and to the Royal Navy under Lend-Lease provisions. By January 1944, Grumman ceased all Avenger production, redirecting focus entirely on the Hellcat. The Navy and General Motors were so assured of their capabilities that all Avenger production was entrusted to them. In December of 1943, the 1,000th Avenger had rolled off the assembly line at the GM plant in Trenton, New Jersey. The subsequent 1,000 would be manufactured in less than a third of the time. Eastern Aircraft's general manager, Cliff Goad, had earned such respect among industry leaders like Larry Bell, Donald Douglas, and Glenn Martin that he was appointed chairman of the Aircraft War Production Council. Cliff Goad's son, Tom, also developed a newfound appreciation for aviation.
We lived and breathed airplanes then. I've made models of the Wildcat and the Avenger, and I dreamed of being a Navy flyer someday, and it was very inspiring. You know.
Allied triumphs at Guadalcanal and in New Guinea had unmistakably put the Japanese on the defensive in the Pacific theatre. US naval forces initiated an island-hopping campaign aimed at securing communication and supply routes from Australia, while establishing air bases to facilitate deeper strikes into Japanese-held territories. As the island-hopping strategy unfolded, Avenger squadrons found themselves deployed in the crucial role of close air support for Marines landing on the beach. Each Avenger could carry 4 500-pound bombs, delivering a formidable blow against entrenched Japanese troops on the beachhead. Following days of intensive bombardment to soften Japanese defences, the 7th Infantry Division and the 4th Marine Division executed landings on the Kwajalein Atoll. By the conclusion of the first week of February, the major resistance on Kwajalein had been subdued, marking another significant stride in the Allies' island-hopping campaign. The Navy had planned to move further into the Marshall Islands in mid-April, but Japanese resistance had been so weak at Kwajalein that further Marine landings moved forward ahead of schedule. In the aftermath of days of relentless aerial bombardment from Navy Avengers, US Marines traversed through the devastated landscape in search of any remaining pockets of enemy resistance. By the conclusion of the Marshall Islands campaign, over 600 Americans had perished, with another 1,800 wounded, while Japanese casualties exceeded 9,000. Mere weeks after the initial landing, airstrips were swiftly constructed and Avenger squadrons were primed for the impending advance towards Japan. By June of 1944, the US fleet had solidified its control over Saipan and Guam. Concurrently, one of the most significant battles of World War II was unfolding, the Battle of the Philippine Sea, also referred to as the Marianas Turkey Shoot. This monumental clash between naval aviators would go down in history as the largest aerial battle ever waged between two carrier forces. High in the skies over the Philippine Sea, the Hellcat fighter reigned supreme. On the first day alone, the Japanese Navy lost 156 planes to American fighters. To differentiate torpedo bombers from their Japanese counterparts and to prevent confusion, Hellcat pilots adopted an unconventional tactic. They carried model airplanes, typically considered children's toys.
The Air Force, or the Army at that time, made these. They're made out of a very hard plastic material, and they used them to help train the pilots on identifying aircraft. They were normally just an all-black plastic, and they had these on all the Allied planes and all the German and Japanese planes, so that they could help teach the pilots and the aircraft gunners the various airplanes so they could identify.
With a comprehensive fighter cover providing blanket protection, Avenger crews could focus their efforts on dropping bombs and torpedoes rather than engaging Japanese Zeros in combat. Relentless bombardment gradually weakened Japanese resistance, and by the conclusion of June, nearly all of the Marianas Islands had fallen under US control. With the Marianas firmly secured, the Navy turned its attention to the pivotal island of Guam. By late 1944, Japanese forces were clinging to their last remaining outposts in the South Pacific. In October, American fast carrier forces launched their decisive offensive against the Japanese, advancing towards Okinawa and Formosa. As the Pacific theater of war progressed, Avenger squadrons increasingly transitioned from torpedo attacks against Japanese shipping to conducting bombing missions. From Luzon to Mindoro to the liberation of the Philippines, Avenger squadrons pounded relentlessly an enemy that was quickly losing its grip on the war. In a final bid to halt the advancing American fleet, the Japanese resorted to desperate measures. Sailors of the US Navy escort carrier group Taffy 1 were taken aback to witness Japanese aircraft diving straight towards their ships. This marked the first encounter for the Navy group with the notorious kamikaze attacks. Employing a relentless barrage of anti-aircraft fire, the sailors endeavored to block the skies, serving as the primary defense against the suicidal pilots. And although a few managed to hit American ships, most kamikazes found only the ocean at the end of their dive. Unfazed by the looming threat posed by the kamikazes, the American fleet pressed forward towards the Bonin Islands, situated a mere 750 miles south of Tokyo. Of particular importance was the main island of Iwo Jima. The Allies wanted it to establish a base for fighters that would later protect the B-29s slated to bomb Japan. In February and March of 1945, Avengers played a pivotal role in the two Iwo Jima campaigns, providing crucial close air support for the Marines engaged in combat on the island. Close air support was crucial, and after one of the most bitter struggles of the war, the victorious Marines raised the flag over Iwo Jima. Despite the US Navy's steady progress in the Pacific War, naval aviators faced relentless daily challenges. Landing a plane on a carrier deck with only one wheel was not a skill Navy pilots had trained for. It was something they had to learn on the job. During World War II, ejection seats were not available, leaving pilots with three options if their plane became disabled: jumping out, ditching the aircraft in the sea, or attempting a carrier landing, as demonstrated by this Hellcat pilot. Jumping out of a crippled plane was typically seen as a last resort due to the unreliability of parachutes and the risk of being struck by the tail of the aircraft during egress. Landing on the water was generally a safer bet, but only if the plane was responsive enough to turn upwind and be gently touched down. If the plane remained flyable, a carrier landing was the preferred option, although it still posed significant risks. The danger inherent in aviation was a constant reminder for the automakers of General Motors.
Weight was no problem with a car. In fact, people liked the heavier car because they felt it rode more safely. It was a better riding car. It was a safer car. But airplanes, every ounce of weight was very, very important because the lighter it is, the more it can carry, the more ammunition, the more guns, the better fighting machine it can be, the faster it can be. It's just a very different attitude. You had to build it light, strong, and rugged.
The Avenger, renowned for its ruggedness and inheriting the proud tradition of Grumman Ironworks, repeatedly demonstrated its ability to withstand considerable punishment and return safely to the ship. However, for Ensign George Bush of Torpedo Squadron 51, September 2, 1944 marked a day when his Avenger would not return to the ship. Departing from the USS San Jacinto that morning, Bush embarked on a mission that would profoundly alter his life.
Well, it was a momentous day in my life that I will never forget. September 2nd, 44, early in the morning. We had flown over Chichijima the day before, and so we were to go back again the next day.
A mission targeting a heavily defended radio station. With the fleet moving south, the station had to be hit on this mission.
This was the last day that the fleet was going to be under Admiral Michener in the north. Task Force 58 was soon to become Task Force 38 under Admiral Halsey. So I knew that the fleet would be leaving that evening. We'd been told that. This is your last mission over the Bonin Islands. Fleet's going south, which came to haunt me later on when I was floating around in the water, because I say, if they're going south and I'm sitting up here, it won't be too good.
En route to the target, the four Avengers divided into two pairs. Bush and his wingman were tasked with striking one radio station, while the other two Avengers targeted another station.
It was a rather clear day. Climbed to about 10 or 12,000 feet. Got the signal from our squadron leader to push over into a dive. We were doing what they call glide bombing. This plane was designed not to go almost straight down like a dive bomber, but in a glide. And we were carrying 400 or 500-pound bombs. My target was the radio station. And the minute we got over the target, or near the target, we could see that we were in for a rather warm reception because the flak was all over these angry black puffs. And I pushed the plane over into a dive and got halfway down. Seeing this stuff breaking all around you, you could feel the plane go up like this, and suddenly it was engulfed in smoke and fire. And I did manage to finish the bombing run and pulled out over the ocean and made a turn so that people in the back could get out.
After ensuring his crew members had ample time to bail out of the plane, Bush himself climbed onto the wing.
It was very scary. You couldn't hardly see the instruments. And I jumped and pulled the ripcord too early, and I hit my head on the tail of the airplane and ended up with a great big, like, a strawberry in baseball, you know, when you slide, just rip the skin off. And ironically, the chute had hung up on the, just for a moment, on the tail of the plane, ripped some of the panels out of this pie-cut parachute. And I looked up, I was dazed by that, came to, and there I was floating down into the Pacific. You could see the Japanese island right there very clearly. Landed in there. I'd forgotten to hook my seat pack, and so one of the fighter pilots dove down and showed me where that was. I swam over and got it, inflated it, climbed into the raft, and proceeded to set the record for the fastest yellow raft in the history of the Pacific, trying to go away against the wind, away from this island of Chichijima.
Hellcat pilots then strafed a Japanese boat dispatched to capture Bush, who was left alone in a life raft with minimal protection.
I was carrying a .38 caliber pistol. I knew enough about those islands to know that they were not kind to prisoners when they got them. In fact, the commandant of that place was later tried on a war crimes trial and was hung for eating the liver of the pilots. So I unflexed my .38, not knowing what the hell I'd do with it, and fortunately didn't have to do someone else in or myself in.
After spending nearly 3 hours in the raft, Bush spotted something emerging from the water roughly 100 yards away. This footage was captured aboard the American submarine USS Finback during the rescue of Bush from the waters off Chichijima. In 1945, General Motors celebrated the construction of their 7,000th Avenger. Just 4 years earlier, they were primarily manufacturing automobiles, yet by the war's end, they had produced over 3/4 of all Avengers for the Navy. This monumental conversion effort did not go unappreciated by President Truman, who visited the plant with the Secretary of Defense and a group of very grateful Navy admirals. Before Japan officially surrendered on September 2, 1945, Avengers were deployed in airfields across Japan. From their fateful beginnings at Midway to their crucial contributions against U-boats in the Atlantic and ultimately to their triumphant presence in Tokyo, the Avenger, emblematic of the arsenal of democracy, remained steadfast throughout. Could industries throughout America ever again unite as they did during World War II?
Well, if we were told we can't build any more cars and we're going to have to do something with our people, I'm sure we would learn how to build whatever product the government wants us to build to support whatever major effort we're going after to win a war or what. I think that's just the American spirit.
The Avenger continued to serve with the Navy until 1955, albeit not in a combat capacity. During the Korean War, it was extensively utilized for cargo transport between Japan and the fleet. As the Cold War unfolded, the Avenger assumed a crucial role in the Navy's efforts to track down Soviet submarines. Additionally, various other Avenger variants, including the Sea Search variant equipped with the large searchlight in the bomb bay and the electronic countermeasures variant, briefly saw service with the Navy. Remarkably, the Avenger still takes to the skies today, a testament to its enduring legacy and the remarkable history of this iconic aircraft. From Alabama to Arizona, the pilots of the Jet-8 generation fly through peaceful skies in a living relic that once brought terror to Japanese ships and German U-boats. Today, the Avenger primarily participates in air shows and reunions, piloted by aviators who continue the legacy of a bygone era, a time when a tumultuous world erupted into chaos. It was an era when the industries of America rallied together in their own arduous battle, striving to forge a unified and formidable arsenal of democracy.
Mr. Vice President, at the time, you were the youngest naval aviator in World War II. How did you come to join the Navy? How did you decide to enlist?
Well, I signed up on my 18th birthday as a seaman second class. I waited it, having graduated from a boarding school, till I was 18, was sworn in, determined to become a pilot. I'm a pilot. And right about that time, they changed the regulations so you could get to be a pilot without going through college or having had 2 years of college. And I guess the real reason is our country was engaged, had been bombed 6 months before Pearl Harbor took place, December 7th, 1941. And so when June of 42 rolled around and I became 18, everybody in this country wanted to go out and fight for freedom and fight against the imperialists and fight against the Nazis. So it wasn't a hard decision. It was one that I took earlier than some others in my class, for example, but the country was together.
Why an aviator? Why flying?
Oh, I don't know. I think the excitement of it, I've been intrigued by airplanes. I'd never flown one, but there was a certain glamour and excitement to it. I had always had great respect for the Navy. Even as a little kid, I remember going aboard a destroyer in New York when it came in around 1939. But I just was intrigued by naval aviation. I had great respect for the outfit, for the excellence, and though very, very young, I just aspired to be a Navy pilot, carrier-based Navy pilot.
Where was your training?
Well, it started in Chapel Hill, and that was the pre-flight school stage. First time I ever flew was in Minneapolis at what they called a E-base, Naval Air Station there at what's now Wold Chamberlain, the great commercial airfield. And we started flying in those yellow Perils, those two-winged NTSs. And I flew there, coldest weather you can imagine. Never landed, I don't think, without some snow and ice on the ground until I got to Florida, where I went to advanced training, Texas, to Corpus Christi and some outlying air bases from Corpus. And I got my wings at Corpus, so that was the training scenario.
Was the San Jacinto your first ship assignment?
First and only ship. We put the ship into commission in either the end of 43 or early in 44, our air group to which I was assigned. After I got my commission, went through torpedo bomber training. I wanted to be a torpedo bomber. And then we did other training, and then our group, BT-51, was assigned to the San Jacinto when we put her in commission. I took her on a shakedown cruise down to Trinidad, did some anti-submarine work there, then on around through the Panama Canal and out into the Pacific in early 44.
Is there any way to describe your missions or the kind of day-to-day life of the pilot?
It's hard to describe the day-to-day missions. A lot of it was boredom. I was going over some letters that I'd sent home just the other day, and we did a lot of what they called ASP, anti-submarine patrol. And we'd go out in front of the fleet, each pilot assigned a certain sector, each pilot, torpedo bomber pilot, having some fighter cover, and we'd go out and search visually for for submarines or for hostile military action of any kind on the part of the Japanese. And some of it was boring. The actual combat missions, most of which were what we call glide bombing. Push a plane over in about a 35-degree angle, I guess, and we had 400 or 500-pound bombs, and most of the combat missions of actual bomb dropping missions were on of that nature.
Was that the kind of mission you were on the day you were shot down?
I would say my target was a radio station on Chichijima, near the island of Hiroshima. I'm sure everybody's heard of that, and also Iwo Jima, which everyone has heard of. And my mission was to take out a radio station. We went up to about 10,000, 12,000 feet, came in that high, and then pushed over with wingmen and various groups following down and preceding us. And the air was full of this very, very black and ominous puffs that seemed almost surrealistic. I'd been shot at before, but never anything quite this intense, and I'll never forget it. You couldn't hear it, but you could almost feel the puffs of black smoke around you, anti-aircraft coming up from the ground.
What about when you went down out of the water? What was that sensation like?
That was a few minutes later, and I was hit about halfway down a run, and the plane was on fire. Cockpit filled up with smoke. I had 2 men in the back of the plane, and I continued the bombing run just to release my bombs over the target. This was all split-second stuff. We were going not fast by today's standards, but red line by old standards, and released the bombs, pulled out to sea, and then I saw that my airplane was simply not flyable. The wings on a torpedo bomber fold, and the gas tanks are on either side of the wings, and there was fire right along where the fold of the wings were, which made me think that any minute the wing tanks would blow. I couldn't hardly see the instruments because the smoke filled the compartment so high, and I did some emergency procedures so the people in the back of the plane could get out. One of them did, and regrettably one of them didn't. The one who did was killed incidentally on the way down. And made the radio calls to our skipper, and then I bailed out myself. Hit my head on the tail of the airplane for pulling my own ripcord too early, and landed in the Pacific, fairly close to the Japanese-held island, and broke the record for the 100-yard swimming dash to find my life raft and paddle out to sea. Today, 40-some years later, it doesn't seem like it all happened, and yet in a sense, it's been a very, very internal and important part of my life. Saddest part, of course, being the loss of 2 crewmen that were depending on me for their lives.
When you were in the water, what was the hope that went through your mind, or did you look for ships or something?
Well, I knew that night, Halsey's 5th Fleet was going to turn in, Mitscher's 5th Fleet was going to turn into Halsey's 3rd Fleet. We had been briefed on the fact that this was the last day our carrier was going to be in the northern Pacific waters, and that we were then to set sail for a general area of the Philippines. And so I knew that somebody better pick me up that day, or I would be picked up by the Japanese. And indeed, they did send a boat out, which was strafed. But I had hope that I would be picked up because they had rescue submarines stationed as often as possible when we made raids like this. And I knew there was a submarine on patrol. In fact, we had a special code to call if we got in distress, which I did. And then I understand when I got back to my ship that the commanding officer of our squadron did the same thing, called the submarine. But the trouble is they never knew whether the submarine got the message. So I must say I was apprehensive. I didn't know what was going to happen for a couple hours, and then out of the sea came a periscope and then a submarine, and thank God it turned out to be ours.
Had you ever been on a submarine before?
Well, been on the deck of one, but I'd never been on a patrol. We stayed on this thing it was a USS Finback, and I stayed on Finback for 30 days. To get some air, we went topside and stood watch at night. Some of the most majestic nights I've ever seen in my life. The stars so bright you could touch them. A flying fish, and a lot of time to think about what I'd been through and think about life, faith, and all that kind of thing. And we got depth charged. Our commanding officer of that submarine was awarded the Silver Star for the amount of Japanese tonnage sunk while I was right in that submarine. So it was more terrifying than flying. Submariners didn't think so, but we 3 pilots who were picked up did.
How long were you on a sub?
About 30 days. 30 days. And they didn't have any extra beds, so one guy would climb out of a bed and I'd climb in. A little dank in there, I might add, too. The air conditioning wasn't too good, and you could take a shower once a week. And even then, some guy'd be standing there with a stopwatch saying you didn't use up more than 20 seconds worth of water.
Where did you go after that in terms of your naval
career? Well, the submarine took me back to, I think it was Midway. And then I got off and flew a Navy air transport plane, just hitched a ride down to Pearl Harbor. Had some rest time there, and then hitchhiked on back out to the fleet, which is thousands of miles away, and by that time out in the Philippines. And the last strike I flew was over the Philippine Islands, over Manila. And then we were relieved and came back in time for Christmas '44, joined another squadron, had our orders to go out overseas again, BT-153, and the war ended. And meantime, I'd been married, so I was just thrilled about all that.
Then you were an instructor?
No, I was just normal torpedo bomber pilot, training up new guys that hadn't been in combat. and flying my missions and doing our gunnery and doing our bombing runs and all of that, same kind of airplane.
As you look back on a naval experience, is there any summing up you can do about its importance to your life? Or
I think it was probably the single most maturing experience I had. I went in there as an 18-year-old kid out of a rather sheltered environment and came out having nearly lost my life a couple of times. I had to land another time in a torpedo bomber in the water with 400 or 500-pound depth charges in it. So that was the one that kept me on the ball. And I saw lives lost right on our flight deck. Saw a chief petty officer and cut in half when I was just landed my plane, standing there. This guy was just cut apart. The flight deck was stunned, and this fantastic chief petty officer yelled at the men to grab a hose, clean this mess up. Come on, let's get this ship going. And it's life, and yet it was life going on. And this made an impression on me as an 18-year-old kid, 20-year-old kid saying this kind of thing. But it really formed my impressions about the need for a strong military, the need for the country to be together when things are rough out there. I think combat is something I hope none of my 5 kids and none of my 9 grandchildren will ever be involved in. But it gave my life a dimension that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise, and it gave me a great respect for the armed services of the United States. Gave me great respect for those who risk their lives now, even though maybe not in a combat situation. But I think of the recent raids on Libya, superb performance by the Air Force, the Navy. And I just think, I guess to sum it up, it's heightened my convictions about the rightness and the greatness of the United States, and my convictions about the need to keep this country strong.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Could you ask him just to talk a little bit about the aircraft itself?
Okay. I'd like to ask a couple questions about the Avenger.
Yeah.
What was it like flying that?
Well, I liked it because it was stable. It was then the biggest single-engine plane, I believe, in either the Air Force or the Navy. The Army Air Corps, or the Navy, it's then called. It was very stable, had a large wing, it was a 3-place plane. I was a pilot, had a guy in the turret, then a guy below, tail gunner with a 50 caliber or 30 caliber pop gun back there, and the turret had, I forget what, we had some 20 caliber guns firing forward, that triggered from the stick. But the beautiful thing about the airplane was its stability for landing on a tossing deck. The CBL, fast carrier, but was a cruiser hull, very narrow, and I think she tossed more than the big CVs. So the thing that was reassuring, you could slow that airplane down and not worry as much about spinning in like you would from a Corsair or an F-6F or something of that nature. And it was stable, it was dependable, you could take a hit and the plane could still fly. I remember landing it in the water, my plane having been disabled from engine troubles. Our ship couldn't take me on board, so I had to land in the water. I had 2 men on the plane, 400 or 500-pound depth charges, and a little bit of sea, not much, but I never got wet. Put the tail down, landed tail first, hull came in, climbed out on the wing, crewmen climbed out through the turret, pulled out the life raft, and they didn't get wet. And the plane stayed there, floated for a while, and then gradually sank to the depths of the Pacific. But stability, dependability, thing could fly when a lot of airplanes were down.
Because there was no ejection seat, so when you went out, you just had to climb over the edge.
If you went out, you hopefully did it better than I did. You're supposed to dive out onto the wing, and the TPF had a bar across the top of it, so hoisted yourself out by this bar, and then dove out. I was supposed to put the plane in a right-hand turn, so men could get out of a door in the back, which I did, made a 360. Then I put it in a turn so I could get out, and but I pulled the ripcord too early, and my head struck the tail of the plane, so much so that I thought I'd really been wounded. Got down. In fact, one of the pilots, Doug West, who was flying a torpedo bomber, saw me and dropped some medical supplies because he thought I'd been really hurt. It was really like a strawberry in baseball on your side when you slide. It just took the whole side of my skin off, but no damage at all. And I'm not too proud of that part of my exit from the airplane. It wasn't too easy a plane to get out. You couldn't dump it upside down because you had a bar on top of your head.
Aviation, the art of aeronautics, began with the dreamers, inventors, and daredevils who dared to defy gravity. The journey of aviation was nurtured by pioneers like the Wright brothers, whose first flight marked a historic milestone. The role of aircrafts in world wars was groundbreaking, dramatically changing warfare strategies. This initiated a technological evolution in aviation, transforming the simplistic wings of a biplane into the thunderous roar of jet engines. Let's journey through the ages of aviation. Behind every great aircraft, there were great minds. These visionaries, like Sir Frank Whittle, the innovator of the turbojet engine, redefined air travel. Then there's Skunkworks' Kelly Johnson, the genius behind the SR-71 Blackbird. His designs combined speed, stealth, and power, crafting machines that dominated the heavens. The contributions of these pioneers have left an indelible mark on the canvas of aviation, shaping the course of history and inspiring generations of engineers and aviators. Each epoch in aviation history gave birth to extraordinary aircrafts, each with their own unique features and roles. The Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird was a marvel of speed and stealth. The F-105 Thunderchief, a supersonic fighter bomber, was vital in the Vietnam War. The P-51 Mustang, a long-range fighter, was critical in World War II. The P-47 Thunderbolt, a heavyweight fighter, was used extensively in the same war. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, the Warthog, is a close air support icon. The Messerschmitt Me-262 marked a leap forward in aviation technology. Each of these game changers were instrumental in their eras, and their legacies still resonate today. Beyond the game changers, there are those that have transcended their practical roles to become icons. The Concorde was not just an aircraft, it was a supersonic symbol of luxury and speed. The B-52 Superfortress, a strategic bomber, is an icon of power and resilience. These magnificent machines and others like them have become much more than just aircrafts. They are enduring icons that encapsulate the audacious spirit, the relentless innovation, and the boundless ambition that define the world of aviation. For more amazing aerial footage, and to join us in this incredible journey, check out the DroneScapes YouTube channel.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
Airpower ended the Pacific War in a way beyond the imagination of any of the visionary pre-war strategists. None of the Japanese or American planning have been conducted with any idea of the two weapons which would bring the war so completely and so suddenly to an end: the Boeing Superfortress and the atomic bomb. Conventional air power had gone a long way toward defeating the Japanese, but they were determined to resist an invasion with every weapon at their disposal. The Japanese were a homogeneous nation, 100 million strong. They were willing to die for their country and for their emperor. The Boeing B-29 was the most expensive single project of World War II. It cost more than $3 billion for design, development, production, and deployment. The Manhattan Project, which resulted in the atomic bomb, cost $2 billion. The B-29 was clearly the most outstanding bomber in the war by any standards of performance. It was far ahead of the American B-17 and the British Lancaster. The Superfortress was the joint project of a few visionary American corps planners. They were aided by General Hap Arnold, who pushed the program through the spite of many hazards. The other important factor was the engineering strength and heavy bomber experience of the Boeing Aircraft Corporation. By 1940, it seemed possible that England would be invaded and occupied. That meant that Nazi Germany would have to be bombed by US bases. The Air Corps called for a speed of 400 miles an hour, a range of 5,333 miles, and a 2,000-pound bomb load. It was an audacious gamble of the part of the Air Corps and of the Boeing Company. Boeing was perhaps taking the greater chance. The Air Corps could hedge its bets with other manufacturers for less ambitious airplanes. But Boeing had to rely not only on its own capability, it also had to trust its vendors. Many of them were being asked to create components fully as advanced as the aircraft itself. Shortcuts had to be taken. Each one added to an already ambitious program. Dollars were freely available, but they were not always a solution. The handsome, streamlined airframe was a radical departure from all previous Boeing practice. It involved new metals and new fabrication techniques. Boeing's entire production capacity was occupied with building the B-17. For the B-29, it was necessary to build entire new plants, and there was a greater challenge: the creation of a new, highly skilled workforce. Vast schools were established on the factory sites, with 90 days of training or less. Farmers, housewives, and young people just out of high school were taught how to do everything necessary to build the most complex aircraft in history. By 1943, Boeing had 58,000 employees building the B-29. Boeing knew from the start that its greatest question mark was the unproven engine. The R-3350 needed several years more development than was available. It would go into the field unready. It would be a constant nightmare to mechanics and a worry to pilots taking off with too heavy loads from too short runways. Even with the R-3350's power, the speed and range requirements were too difficult to attain. They could only be achieved by combining a highly streamlined design with a wing using a new Boeing high-lift airfoil and sophisticated flap system. The USAAF thought Boeing's approach was too radical. They thought the wing loading was too high, and that its pilots wouldn't be able to handle the airplane. They cited the experience of the notorious Martin B-26 as an example. Boeing analyzed the B-26 and found that it had a low aspect ratio wing mounted on the fuselage in a way that induced drag. They explained that the B-26 problem stemmed out from bad design. They said that the B-29's excellent design would avoid difficulties. To achieve the necessary performance, the B-29 had to operate at high altitudes. For this, pressurization of the fuselage was mandatory. Boeing had experimented with pressurization in the Model 307 Stratoliner passenger plane, but no production bomber had ever been pressurized. The B-29 adopted a new three-bubble system. The pilot, co-pilot, engineer, radio operator, and navigator were up in the front pod. The gunners were positioned in the mid-fuselage pressurized area and connected to the cockpit by a tunnel spanning the twin bomb bays. The tail gunner was crammed into a third pressurized compartment in the rear, isolated and very much alone. Because of the pressurization system, standard gun turrets could not be used. The armament had to be remotely operated. A General Electric fire control system had to be created. It used an early computer that compensated for speed, range, altitude, wind temperature, and trajectory. The results were remarkably good. Any gunner apart from the tail gunner could control more than one station. The computers permitted firing at targets beyond the range of conventional hand-operated guns. The demand for the Boeing B-29 increased. Rival firms Bell Aircraft and Glenn Martin were tasked to build it. Boeing felt it was being asked to train competition for the post-war marketplace. By the time the XB-29 made its first flight on September 21, 1942, the USAAF had placed a mammoth order for 1,664 of the aircraft. But the first two prototypes caught fire in the air. The second one crashed into a meat packing plant. The entire crew was killed. In spite of all the difficulties, the first B-29 of the 58th Bombardment Wing landed at Kharagpur, India on April 24, 1944 to begin Operation Matterhorn. Operation Matterhorn was designed to knock out the Japanese steel industry. The idea of B-29 bombing Japan from Chinese bases was attractive in political terms. President Roosevelt had promised Shanghai Shek to begin bombing operations against Japan by November 1944. But in practice, it was flawed for a wide variety of economic, logistic, and command reasons. Shanghai Shek's subordinates refused to get serious about building air bases until enough money had been paid to permit embezzlement on a massive scale. Army General Vinegar Joe Stilwell estimated that at least half of the $100 million in gold required by the Chinese was siphoned off to corrupt officials. The air bases themselves were a monument to the patience and industry of the Chinese people. They literally built them by hand, without power equipment of any sort. They used the most primitive tools to move earth or chip stones. The operation was based on the assumption that the B-29s would support their own operations by flying gasoline over the hump, the high mountain passes in the Himalayas separating India and China. The B-29s would be supported by a fleet of B-24s serving as tankers. But the B-29 was a brand new weapon that had not yet received sufficient testing. It would be bad practice to subject it to continuous flights over the mountains. Then, there was the primitive maintenance and the continuing shortage of parts and labor. But the task had to be done. There was no alternative. The complexity of the logistics was a function of the sheer size of the B-29 units. The Superfortress had a crew of 7. 7 aircraft were assigned per squadron, and there were 28 per group, and a grand total of 112 for the wing. Each B-29 was assigned 2 crews. A fully manned wing had a total personnel of 11,112. When all its elements arrived overseas, 20th Bomber Command had more than 20,000 officers and men plucked down in brand new bases in India and China, eager to go to war. Lieutenant General George Stratomayor was made responsible for the 20th Bomber Command's administration and logistics. General Claire Chennault was responsible for the fighter defense and complete ground support of the B-29 bases in China. The B-29's very first combat raid was mounted on June 5, 1944. General Wolfe led 98 aircraft against the railroad marshalling yards in Bangkok, Thailand. Five aircraft crashed en route, 42 had to make emergency landings. Later reconnaissance revealed that fewer than 20 bombs had landed in the target area. It was not a good start for the $3 billion program. The commanders were veterans on the European theater. They were not yet aware of how different the B-29 was from the B-17. Nor were they aware of how difficult the Japanese targets, geography, and weather were compared to Germany's. Hap Arnold demanded better results. He wanted an attack on the Japanese homeland. On June 15th, Wolfe launched 92 B-29s from India. Of these, only 79 reached their Chinese staging bases. 78 were dispatched on a night raid against the steel mills of Yawata and Kyushu, Japan. Each plane carried 2 tons of bombs. The results were once again disappointing. Only 47 aircraft made it to Yawata. Only one bomb hit Yawata. It damaged a power station more than half a mile from the steel mill coke ovens. The Americans took comfort in the damage they must have caused to Japanese morale, but Arnold was not after Japanese morale. He was after their industry. The story of the next 6 months was much the same. And at home in the US, there was a myriad of B-29 production problems. Wolfe was sent back to sort them out. In September, the 20th Bomber Command was taken over by a firebrand from Europe. His name was Curtis LeMay. The dramatic acceleration of the Pacific War permitted a two-pronged strategy of attack. From bases in Chengsu, China, the 1,600-mile operating radius of the B-29 permitted it to hit targets from Manchuria through Japan all the way down to the tip of French Indochina. Superfortresses operating from Saipan and the Marianas could cover all the important targets in the heartland of Japan. Curtis LeMay's 20th Bomber Command was the first of 2 proms. To provide the second, the 21st Bomber Command was established in November 1944. It was to operate out of new airfields in the Marianas Islands. One of the United States Army Air Force's great planners, Possum Hansel, was made commanding officer of the 21st. Hansel landed his B-29 Jolt and Josie, the Pacific Pioneer, on Saipan on October 12, 1944. He was eager to validate in battle the many plans he participated in creating.
The first element of the 21st Bomber Command has arrived. When we've done some more fighting, we'll do some more talking. Thanks.
Hansel felt the weight of his responsibility. He knew that even Curtis LeMay, in spite of his success in Europe, was having trouble turning things around against the Japanese and China. LeMay's problems with the 20th Command included difficulty of supply and the unreliability of the B-29's R-3350 engines. Occasionally, good bombing results were obtained. In April 1945, the assets of the 20th Bomber Command would be transferred to Tinian and Guam. By then, it had failed in its essential task of sustained bombing of Japan. So much had been expected of the B-29 that the American commanders were driven to prove that it was in fact an excellent weapon. At the very highest levels of command, where people were aware of the Manhattan Project, the urgency was even greater. Only the B-29 could carry the atomic bomb. If the Superfortress failed, the Manhattan Project became a complete waste. The pressure was felt and transmitted. But in the months after his arrival on Saipan with the 21st, Hansel was able to do no better than had previously been done in the 20th from China. The Committee of Operational Analysis had reconsidered the priorities in Japan. They now suggested that the aviation industry was the most important target. This had been the Air Force's choice all along. The Joint Chiefs of Staff directed that the principal aircraft engine manufacturers around Tokyo became the primary targets. The long series of attacks on Tokyo would be helped by the incredible bravery and skill of the crew of an F-13. The F-13 was the unarmed reconnaissance version of the Superfortress. Early in the morning of November 1st, 1944, Captain Ralph D. Stakely's F-13 became the first U.S. plane to fly over Tokyo since the Doolittle raid. These photos became the basis for all U.S. attacks on the city. Hansel's first strike on Tokyo was to be called San Antonio 1. After much training and many postponements, San Antonio 1 began at 6:15 a.m. on November 24th. The first plane to roll down Isley Field's runway was Dauntless Dottie, flown by Brigadier General Rosie O'Donnell. His co-pilot, Major Robert K. Morgan, had been a pilot on the famous B-17 Memphis Belle. Dauntless Dottie was followed by 110 more B-29s, carrying 278 tons of bombs. But the promising start to the mission unraveled. 17 aircraft aborted. Six more found themselves unable to bomb for mechanical reasons. The rest were caught up in a 120-knot wind. It was the infamous jet stream, then only just being recognized. They were swept over the target at a blistering 445 miles an hour. It was too fast for accurate bombing. But on the positive side, Japanese fighters' resistance was light. Flak was ineffective. Once again, reconnaissance photos showed the bombing results to be totally inadequate. Only 16 bombs had been observed to hit the target area. By now, the B-29 was performing fairly well. Extensive modifications had improved the reliability of its engines. But bombs were still not hitting the targets. The early Japanese analysis was that the costs of the B-29 were so great and its results so negligible that not even a wealthy nation like the United States could afford to persist the attacks. But unknown to all of the Japanese and most of the Americans, a change was in the wind. On December 18, 1944, 84 B-29s of Curtis LeMay's 20th Bomber Command dropped 500 incendiary bombs in a daylight raid on Hankow, China. The attack destroyed the city as a major Japanese base. As a result of the success of LeMay's incendiary raid, Hansel's 21st Bomber Command was ordered to take a test raid on the city of Nagoya in Japan. It would be made by at least 100 B-29s, all dropping incendiary bombs. Hansel objected, saying that he wanted to continue precision bombing of the Japanese aircraft industry. In doing so, he put his career on the skids. You can buck the brass in the military, but only if you succeed. A test raid was run on Nagoya on January 3, 1945. 97 B-29s carried mostly incendiary bombs. It was not a good mission. Only 57 aircraft bombed the designated target. Damage on the ground was slight. The Japanese drew the conclusion that their fire prevention system was highly efficient. It was an erroneous and eventually disastrous assumption. Hansel reverted to his previous precision bombing tactics. He was unable to generate better results, apart from the one successful attack on the Kawasaki aircraft plant near Kobe. The one success didn't help Hansel. If you worked for Hab Arnold, you delivered or you were relieved. Hansel was relieved by Major General Curtis LeMay. Hansel's forte was planning. The time for planning was past. Now was the time for direct action, which was Curtis LeMay's strength. As a new commander, LeMay received more latitude than Hansel. He made 2 attacks using Hansel's method. Then he put 69 aircraft over Kobe to drop incendiary bombs. There was heavy fighter opposition. 2 B-29s were lost and 35 badly damaged. But the city of Kobe was hurt. More than 1,000 buildings were destroyed. In the latter part of the war, America's overwhelming advantage in numbers and quality usually allowed American forces to brush Japanese opposition aside. As the precision bombing efforts continued, further tests were made with incendiary bombs. In a heavy attack on Tokyo on February 25th, almost 30,000 buildings were destroyed, but the precision strikes against Japan continued to be ineffective. Enemy fighter opposition stiffened. In the series of attacks in February, 29 B-29s were lost to fighters, 10 were lost to flak. Almost as many were lost on the long overwater trip between Saipan and Japan. Another 21 crashed because of operational problems like engine fires, runaway propellers, or fuel exhaustion. And so far, the results were insignificant. The B-29, the multi-billion-dollar bomber, had failed in its intended role. But Curtis LeMay already had the remedy in mind. LeMay was aware that he was as vulnerable to have Arnold's impatience as any other man. He decided to try tactics he'd long considered and which had been carefully tested in the United States. It was the common opinion that Japanese cities were much more vulnerable to firebombing than those of Germany. And although Japanese industry was spread out into residential areas, it was still far more concentrated than its German counterpart. The B-29 had been designed from the start as a high-altitude bomber. In the European theater, it would have had to remain so. But conditions were different in Japan. Anti-aircraft guns and searchlights were not radar-controlled. It was reported that there were only 2 night fighter units in the homeland. Japanese airborne radar was primitive and not widely used. Without notifying General Arnold, LeMay decided to launch a series of maximum-effort, low-level incendiary night attacks against Japan. He was putting his career on the line. Night bombing offered many advantages. The winds were not so strong. The B-29's navigation system operated more efficiently, flying at lower altitude, easing the strain on the engines, lowering the fuel consumption, and leaving behind armament and ammunition permitted as a much bigger bomb load. About 12,000 pounds per plane. The concept of unarmed, low-level night bombing alarmed many of LeMay's staff. The word murder was quietly mentioned, but never to LeMay. The first raid was set for the night of March 9th. 334 B-29s carried almost 2,000 tons of bombs. The aircraft in the lead squadrons were to act as simple pathfinders. Their napalm bombs were intended to start major appliance fires, which would require the mobilization of all the Japanese firefighting equipment. The rest of the B-29s each carried 24 cluster units of M69 incendiary bombs. The M69 was designed by a high-level group of American scientists and engineers, some of whom were also involved in the Manhattan Project. Each M69 was only 20 inches long and 3 inches in diameter. It weighed just over 6 pounds. On crashing through the roof of its target, it was designed to detonate and spew out flaming gel as far as 30 yards. The gel stuck to whatever it hit, and it burned with hellish intensity. The technology of the M69 and the great logistics and support effort needed to deliver its target was an expression of the disparity between the American and Japanese war machines in 1945. The Japanese simply had no counter and no equivalent. On the evening of March 9th, it took almost 3 hours for LeMay's entire forces of B-29s to get airborne. The bombers would approach Tokyo individually, at altitudes from 4,900 to 9,200 feet. Over Tokyo, the visibility was 10 miles or better. The napalm bombs of the Pathfinder aircraft started fires that were fanned by a brisk and rising wind. The initial attack hit a 12-mile square of the most densely populated part of the city. The fire spread rapidly and the results were devastating. The fire services were overwhelmed within 30 minutes of the attack. A firestorm swept the city. More than 1/4 of a million buildings were destroyed. More than 1/4 of the city's houses were gone. More than 1 million people were homeless. 83,000 dead. 160,000 injured. The Japanese were horror-stricken. There was no way to comprehend the disaster of this magnitude. It completely overrode the ideas of national superiority and the samurai spirit, and of the nation's place in the sun. On March 11th, the city of Nagoya became a target for incendiary attack. There was no firestorm, but 2 square miles of the city were destroyed. Osaka was attacked on March 13th. The city was blanketed by cloud cover and the B-29s were forced to use radar bombing. Unexpectedly, that gave more uniform results than visual bombing. Within 3 hours, more than 8 square miles of the city were totally destroyed. Morale in the B-29 units kept climbing. LeMay had found the magic formula. He made maximum use of the B-29 in tactics that took advantage of the enemy's weakness. These tactics converted the B-29 from a blunder to a war winner. LeMay was on a rampage. He drove his crews hard. They were already flying 60 hours a month. That was higher than the average of the 8th Air Force in Europe. But there was a shortage of replacements, and that shortage forced LeMay to increase monthly combat time to 80 hours. He had the scent of victory in his nostrils, victory over Japan, and victory over the concept of air power. LeMay knew that he had arrived at a point that General Coral Spots and Bomber Harris had only dreamed of. He had the ultimate weapon at his disposal, and he knew that there was more to come. He believed that the maximum effort with his command could destroy Japan's ability to wage war. The strength of the 21st Bomber Command grew every day. By April, LeMay had more than 500 aircraft at his disposal. On May 11th, he launched a further attack on the 3 Japanese cities. His goal was to create such havoc that the terrible cost America had borne invading Okinawa would not be repeated in Japan. By June 15th, he had destroyed 112 square miles of Tokyo, Nagoya, Kobe, Osaka, Yokohama, and Kawasaki. His B-29s had now the benefit of long-range escort fighters, P-51s from Iwo Jima. LeMay had destroyed the 6 principal industry cities of Japan at a cost of 136 aircraft. The American loss rate, 1.9%, was acceptable, but the reality of it was still horrific. Japan was not able to stop this destruction. It lacked anti-aircraft guns, radar, and fighters to repel the invaders. It lacked fire engines, bomb shelters, and hospitals to help its citizens. Yet Japan was held captive by a martial spirit. That spirit had served the country ill on almost every battlefield in this war, but the government voted to fight on. LeMay and the 21st Bomber Command had brought Japan to its knees, but it would not surrender. The B-29's success in area bombing was a great relief to all those who had staked so much on its development. At the time, few people were aware of the Manhattan Project, and the essential role of the B-29 would have been in the successful delivery of an atomic weapon. By July 1941, a decision had been made to create an atomic bomb before the Germans did. The Manhattan Project eventually employed 120,000 people, including the country's top engineers and scientists. On July 16, 1945, an experimental bomb was detonated with results that were incredible even to those who had created it. Word of the successful test was immediately sent to the new president, Harry S. Truman. Truman, who was a novice, was plunged into the Potsdam Conference with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin. Truman mentioned to Stalin that a powerful new weapon had been tested. Stalin responded that he hoped it would be tested to good effect against the Japanese. Truman was pleased that Stalin did not press for more information. He was unaware that Stalin already knew what he needed to know from the Soviet spies at the center of the Manhattan Project. The Potsdam Declaration of July 26 indirectly warned the Japanese of the power of a new weapon. It stated that the only alternative to surrender was prompt and utter destruction. Japan was badly wounded by the B-29 raids. It was also cut off from food and industrial imports. Japanese leaders were fully aware that the war was lost, but as yet had not found a way to acknowledge it. A cultural phenomenon emerged unfamiliar to the West. It was mokusazu, a time-honored technique by which a Japanese officer would take refuge in a lofty silence when he did not agree with or did not understand an order. When the new Japanese Prime Minister Suzuki announced his response to the Potsdam Declaration, he used the term mokatsu. He meant to say, in essence, no comment. But his remarks were translated as meaning that Japan was contemptuously ignoring the declaration. It was a fatal error. In early 1944, plans for modifying 15 B-29s were formulated. The modifications were not extensive. The atomic bombs were being designed at the same time. The designs were adapted as much as possible to fit the B-29's bomb bay. The following summer, Arnold authorized the top-secret team of experts to create the first combat unit to use the new weapon. Colonel Paul W. Tibbets, Jr. was elected as commander of the new 509th Composite Group. The remainder of the group was handpicked to get the best possible people. For a long time, Tibbets was the only person in the 509th to know the true nature of the mission. The special facilities required for handling and loading the bomb were prepared in Tinian in the spring of 1945. By July, the 509th and its specially modified B-29s were in place. Further training began immediately with 6 specialized missions. Some of them involved harassment bombing of isolated garrisons on the islands of Truk and Marcus. After July 20th, the 509th crews executed 38 sorties, gaining experience in the precise tactics to be used when the atomic bomb was dropped. These sorties also made the sight of small formations of B-29 seem customary to the Japanese. A list of target cities was drawn up. They were the largest cities with the least damage remaining in Japan. Kyoto was removed because of its cultural significance and because of the negative reaction in Europe to the bombing of Dresden. Truman and Secretary Stimson felt the destruction of Kyoto might drive Japan into the Russian camp after the war. Hiroshima was now at the head of the line. Later, Nagasaki was added to the list. On Tinian, all necessary elements of the strike were prepared. Field Order No. 13 was signed on August 2, 1945 by Lieutenant General Nathan Twining. It directed the 509th Group to make a visual attack on Hiroshima. At one time, Hiroshima had been a busy naval port, but the port had been mined and the population was now reduced to under 250,000 people. There were many military installations. The entire economy was geared to the Japanese war effort. There were no Allied prisoner of war camps in the area. Seven aircraft were assigned to the mission. Leading the principal force was Tibbets and Enola Gay, named after his mother. Enola Gay was accompanied by 2 escort planes, crammed with cameras and observers to record the event. 3 aircraft were assigned duty as weather planes, 1 was designated a spare. On August 4th, the crews were told that the exact nature of the mission, and one of the bombs predicted 20,000 tons of TNT power, but even then they were not told it was an atomic bomb. At 2:45 in the morning of August 6, the Enola Gay took off. Five and a half hours later, Tibbets received word that the weather and visibility were good. At exactly 9:15, Enola Gay was flying at 328 miles an hour at 31,600 feet. Bombardier Major Thomas Farabee dropped the bomb. Tibbets then executed what later became known as the breakaway maneuver, a steeply banked 150-degree turn to avoid the expected blast by the time the bomb exploded 50 seconds later. The Enola Gay was 19 miles away. At detonation, there occurred the fireball, followed by the swiftly rising mass of smoke that turned into the notorious mushroom cloud. The cloud that still casts its symbolic shadow. President Truman immediately announced the event to the world. The news amazed every many members of the 509th Composite Group. the Japanese reaction was confused. Officially, they diminished the results of the attack. They said that it was only a new bomb which should not be made light of. Certainly not. 4.7 square miles of Hiroshima center had been obliterated. More than 40,000 buildings were destroyed. Almost 80,000 people were killed. 171,000 were made homeless. LeMay's B-29s and the U.S. Navy's carrier forces maintained pressure against Japan while the sole remaining atomic weapon in the world was prepared for use. The second and last atomic mission of the war began at 3:49 on August 9th. Major Sweeney and his crew flew boxcar. They traded their aircraft, the Great Artise, to Captain Frederick C. Bach. Sweeney's mission was as troublesome as Tibbet's mission had been trouble-free. The primary target was Kokura, but it was weathered in. Sweeney made 3 bomb runs. The bombardier couldn't see the target visually. Some Japanese fighters were in the area. Sweeney diverted to the secondary target, Nagasaki, which was also cloud-covered. Boxcar used radio for its run, and at the last minute, the bombardier, Captain Kermit Behan, saw the target at 10:58. He hit the bomb release. Most people were either at work or at home when the bomb detonated within 1 mile of the 2 huge Mitsubishi arms factories. Nagasaki's bowl-shaped terrain confined the effects of the bomb to a relatively small 1.45 square mile area. Approximately 35,000 people were killed. Incredibly, Emperor Hirohito's advisors on the Supreme Council for the direction of the war still debated whether or not to surrender. As Adolf Hitler had done, the military factions still wanted to resist in hope of obtaining better terms. On August 19th, the Japanese announced not their surrender, but their willingness to accept the Potsdam Declaration. In the days preceding the Japanese statement, routine B-29 missions had continued. On August 11th, they were suspended to give the negotiations a chance to mature. The United States responded to the August 10th Japanese statement by advising that from the moment of surrender, the authority of the Emperor and the Japanese government were subject to the Supreme Commander of the Allied Powers. When no word came back from the Japanese government, LeMay's B-29s were authorized to resume attacks. General Arnold had long waited his own Tokyo Millennium, 1,000 aircraft over Tokyo, while General Spaatz would have preferred to use such third atomic bomb if one had been available. LeMay was able to meet Arnold's wish. He put up a total of 828 bombers and 186 fighters over 1,000 aircraft in, all over Tokyo on August 14th. Before the last aircraft had landed, Japan had surrendered. The American forces continued to make a display of their air power over Japan. This reached the highlight September 2nd. 462 B-29s cruised over Tokyo Bay. All the surrender was signed aboard the USS Missouri. In the meantime, 900 B-29s had dropped almost 5,000 tons of supplies to more than 63,000 prisoners of war. Not only that, but camps in Japan, China, and Korea.
Compared to the vastness of the world's oceans, a modern aircraft carrier is just a tiny speck, necessitating the use of advanced spy planes and satellites to monitor its location. In reality, each of America's 14 carriers delivers a powerful impact with the most impressive collection of offensive and defensive aerial weaponry ever deployed at sea. The United States Navy's Carrier Air Wing, featuring the F-14 Tomcat, plays a crucial role in this story. From the initial design sketches to the first operational systems and carrier landings, a modern aircraft carrier is arguably the most well-organized and efficient military system ever created. Aircraft make the carrier viable, but it's the pilots who bring it to life. Tailhook pilots believe they're the best, and who could argue with them? However, they're only as good as the support crew, the technicians who maintain the weapons systems, the mechanics who oversee the engines, the plane captains who ensure they're ready for flight, the handling officer who positions them on the deck, and the air boss who directs their movements. It's a unique community, dedicated people putting their skills on the line every day. The F-14 Tomcat, developed by Grumman Aerospace Corporation, is the result of a significant disagreement in 1964 involving the US Navy, then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, General Dynamics, Grumman, and the US Congress. This intense bickering stemmed from a well-intentioned decision by McNamara in 1962 to develop a multi-service tactical combat aircraft with a basic airframe common to both the Navy and the Air Force.
That is your bogey.
This led to the creation of the General Dynamics Grumman F-111AB, codenamed TFX, which was extraordinarily versatile but undoubtedly overburdened. McNamara argued that a fighter with high airframe commonality between the Air Force and the Navy would save taxpayers millions of dollars. However, as a technologically precedent-setting program of unparalleled proportions, the F-111 encountered several serious issues during its preliminary flight tests. Chief among these was a significant weight problem, almost entirely due to the basic specifications, which ultimately became the F-111's Achilles heel. It was perhaps the most single important factor leading to the airplane's premature demise. Not surprisingly, the Navy was not displeased with this decision. In fact, a year earlier, they had quietly begun reviewing an internal Grumman study advocating for a completely new all-Navy fighter aircraft. Almost as soon as Grumman was released from its obligations to the F-111B, the Navy issued a request for proposals for the VFX, the aircraft Grumman had already been developing. Grumman was well versed in building aircraft for the Navy, from the Cat fighters of World War II to the F-9F Panther in Korea, the Navy's first jet fighter to see combat. The F-10F Jaguar, a cat ahead of its time, was the first fighter with a variable sweep wing, a concept that proved valuable 25 years later. In between, Grumman designed and built the F-11 Tiger, a longtime favourite of the Navy's Blue Angels, and the Super Tiger, a Mach 2 version that set a world altitude record. With a strong pedigree and design already underway, it was no surprise when Grumman was awarded the VFX contract in January 1969. From that point, work progressed at a breakneck pace. Although 6 years had passed since the TFX program had been approved, the Navy was no closer to obtaining its new fighter. The timeline allowed only 2 years to get the VFX, now known as the F-14 Tomcat, into the air. The same basic engines, Pratt & Whitney TF-30 turbofans, were used. However, these power plants turned out to be the major technical problem for the Tomcat in service. Thousands of design configurations were narrowed down to 8 and then to just 1. In some respects, it wasn't significantly different from the abandoned F-111B. Confident in its abilities and certain that its design would be chosen, Grumman began preparing long lead time materials well before the VFX contract was awarded. The same Hughes AWG-9 radar fire control system was installed, and the design included 2 crew members seated one behind the other, unlike the side-by-side arrangement in the TFX. However, these similarities were only internal. Externally, the design was entirely different. As the VFX mock-up revealed, nothing quite like the Tomcat had ever been seen before. Instead of using a conventional fuselage that integrates crew stations, avionics, engines and fuel with attached flying surfaces and pylons for weapons, Grumman appeared to start with a giant aerodynamic lifting body. The outer sections of this body were pivoted for variable sweep. Beneath this structure, set far apart, were 2 long engine nacelles with intake ducts extending well forward. With no traditional fuselage, the radar gear and crew stations were housed in a nacelle added to the front of the lifting surface and seamlessly integrated. Although it appeared to be a patchwork of different elements, the entire design blended together remarkably smoothly, maximizing lifting potential while minimizing weight. Many details were modified, but the most noticeable change was in the vertical stabilizer. The Navy wasn't fond of the central fin arrangement, but due to carrier stowage constraints, they could not compensate by increasing the height of the main tail fin. Instead, twin dorsal stabilizers were adopted, giving them a cranked gull appearance when viewed from the front. The front nacelle was resized to improve cockpit visibility for the crew. With the contract secured, Grumman began preparing in earnest for the production of 6 prototype pre-production aircraft and 463 production aircraft. The first flight was scheduled to take place by January 1971, only 2 years away. The first F-14 prototype was rolled out at Calverton, New York, on the 14th of December 1970, and a week later it flew for the first time. Despite the urgency of the program, it was possible to tweak the design as the first few aircraft were being assembled. Most of these changes were cosmetic. As usual, Grumman had got it pretty well right the first time. However, the Tomcat's second flight on December the 30th ended in disaster when the hydraulics failed. The crew ejected safely, and the accident proved to be only a minor setback. By May 1971, the second Tomcat was airborne. However, by this time, political problems were beginning to loom. The VFX contract, negotiated between Grumman and the Navy, was a comprehensive procurement package, allowing for a 2 to 3% annual inflation index. All 469 aircraft were to be delivered within this agreement, divided into 8 batches over a decade or more. However, as is now well known, the index proved to be hopelessly inadequate, especially as inflation soared from around 1970 onwards, causing increasing anxieties. This situation was exacerbated by the reduction of the total number of Tomcats to be purchased to 313, significantly driving up the unit cost of each aircraft. Flight testing, involving approximately 20 aircraft, continued through 1971 and 1972. The first supersonic sortie was conducted on September 16, 1971, by the 12th aircraft, which had taken over the duties of the first prototype. The trials were rigorous and involved an unusually large number of aircraft to meet the deadline for delivering the Tomcat to operational squadrons. Navy preliminary evaluations commenced toward the end of 1971, subjecting the aircraft to simulated carrier approaches, maneuvering them around flight decks, lowering them down carrier lifts, navigating around hangars to assess their compatibility with the large ships that will become their home, and conducting shipboard catapult takeoffs and arrested landings. Testing of the complex weapons systems of the F-14 began the following year at Point Mugu, with particular focus on the AIM-54 Phoenix missile, the aircraft's major feature. The results were remarkable. Drones, modified to simulate various Soviet aircraft, were intercepted with exceptional success, achieving unheard-of ranges. In one spectacular trial, for example, a drone doing Mach 1.5 at 50,000 feet was on the receiving end of a Phoenix launched 120 miles away. In another test, a ripple salvo of AIM-54s, spread across about half a minute, successfully intercepted 4 targets at ranges varying between 30 and 50 miles. By June 1972, carrier trials aboard the USS Forrestal had been successfully completed, indicating that the aircraft was ready for operational deployment. Subsequently, in October 1973, VF-1 and VF-2 serving aboard the USS Enterprise began receiving their first aircraft from Replacement Training Squadron VF-124 at Naval Air Station Miramar near San Diego, California. VF-1 became the first operational squadron to qualify the F-14A for daytime carrier operations in March 1974. By the end of 1979, the Tomcat had been deployed operationally with a total of 14 squadrons. Additionally, it equipped 2 permanently shore-based training units, VF-101 at Oceana and VF-124 at Miramar, respectively supporting the Atlantic and Pacific fleets. The process of replacing the F-4 continued until well into the 1980s, ultimately resulting in an additional 8 frontline squadrons receiving the F-14A. This aircraft has also been issued to second-line echelons of the Naval Air Reserve Force, a process initiated during the autumn of 1984 when VF-301 at Miramar received its first Tomcat. What sets the F-14 apart from all other tactical aircraft flying today is the combination of a high-performance airframe and the multi-shot, multi-target AWG-9 Phoenix weapon control system, marking the most significant advancement in weapon system technology in a generation of fighter development. Virtually impervious to electronic countermeasures, the Phoenix missile is specifically engineered to eliminate multiple maneuvering high-speed targets from extremely long ranges to close in, making it the only air-to-air radar missile with a launch and leave mode. The Phoenix has proven its performance time and time again against a variety of targets in a variety of tactical situations, scoring an unprecedented 85% success rate. Unlike any other system, the F-14 can fire up to 6 Phoenix missiles at 6 different targets simultaneously, while also tracking up to 24 targets simultaneously. In contrast, other new fighters are limited to engaging one target at a time.
Once the pilot or the pilot has determined they're going to attack a target, they are stuck with that target. They can't see anything else.
So he has to stay in search. He's back to a manual system, the same thing that the F-4 came out with 15 years ago.
This is the only system we've got going where you can attack a target and not have to devote your full attention to that target for the full time of flight of the missile, whatever you're firing. We can prepare ourselves to take on the rest of the threat. It's one-of-a-kind thing.
The F-14 has the long-range Phoenix missile, which gives us approximately twice the range of any other missile that we know in existence today.
However, regardless of sophistication, no weapon system can be effective unless there's sufficient time to deploy it, which requires early detection. The F-14 is equipped with a high-powered radar and an extremely fast digital computer, providing almost 3 times the detection volume of current fighters at 30 to 50% greater ranges. This extended range translates to more time to respond, offering up to 2 extra minutes for a Phoenix missile to intercept a Mach 2 threat. This difference could be crucial in determining the outcome of a mission. It also gives the pilot the ability to stand off and fire a Phoenix missile before being detected or before the enemy can fire, since he has to get a lot closer to fire.
Because we get to see him first, we're going to get a cut right there. We're going to get the edge right there. Here we are standing off, having the standoff capability to fire and attack a target when we have come nowhere close to him being able to do that to us. Okay, what happens then? Your survivability goes up tremendously. You take one aircraft and he can do the job of 5, 6, 7, 8, a dozen aircraft.
Let's face it, if you can get a guy at 100 to 150 miles, that's where you want to get him. You don't want to wait till you have to get him in close.
The third version of the Phoenix missile, designated AIM-54C, offers greater reliability, enhanced resistance to electronic countermeasures, and improved overall performance to effectively address anticipated threats in the 1990s. Meanwhile, cruise missiles have advanced the art of low-altitude flying, presenting a new challenge to air defense systems. Launched from air, surface, and undersea platforms, these self-guided weapons pose a significant threat. Within the realm of modern technology, only long-range airborne radar can detect these low-flying threats in time to protect land targets and surface traffic. The F-14 is the only aircraft equipped to intercept such threats, illustrating its versatility.
The capability to look down and shoot down most effectively. Very good probability of kill.
It goes past that because it gives you the capability to stay at high altitudes. And if you can stay up there, you not only then have the capability of attacking the low guy, now I also have the capability of going after the high guy.
This highlights the dual capability of the F-14, from defending against targets flying as low as 50 feet above the surface to intercepting high-altitude, high-speed aircraft and air-to-surface missiles at altitudes of 70,000 to 80,000 feet.
There's only one aircraft in the world today that has that capability, and that's the F-14 with the Phoenix missile.
In addition to the Phoenix, the Tomcat also carries the AIM-7 Sparrow and the AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles, both of which have undergone recent improvements. The Sparrow's modernized version, the AIM-7M, began production in 1982 and will eventually be replaced by the Hughes AIM-120. The AMRAAM possesses a significant advantage in being a fire-and-forget missile, unlike the Sparrow, which requires continuous illumination of the target by the launching fighter until impact. Despite being one of the oldest missiles in the US inventory, the infrared homing AIM-9 Sidewinder remains a highly effective weapon, demonstrating impressive kill rates in recent years. The principal version used by the Tomcat is the AIM-9L, which was notably employed by VF-41 with remarkable success during its engagement over the Gulf of Sidra. This version represents a significant improvement over earlier models, boasting all-aspect capability, allowing it to home in on aircraft skin friction from any direction. A new iteration, the AIM-9M, has been introduced, featuring an improved rocket motor and enhanced anti-countermeasures capability, and is now also in service. The Sidewinder missile is poised to remain an important component of the Tomcat's armament for many years to come. An internal gun mounted low in the port side of the nose and equipped with 675 rounds of 20mm ammunition can be fired at a rate of 100 rounds per second.
It's almost a self-contained GCI interceptor fighter combination that can take the fight to any scenario, any place in the world.
I deployed with VF-1 and 2 on the Enterprise, and we used to simulate very realistic scenarios. For example, backfire bombers flying at 50 to 55,000 feet at supersonic airspeeds with lower fighter cover. We went out on exercise after exercise like this with the F-14 and demonstrated time and again that because of the two men in the airplane, because of our ability to handle the ECM problem, we could shoot those bombers at long range, still have the short-range weapons to get in and visually engage the fighters, take care of them, and press on about our business.
In today's era of automation, there's a tendency to rely heavily on computer systems for managing tasks. Undoubtedly, computers have enabled us to overcome challenges that would have been insurmountable otherwise. However, we're also aware of their limitations. Despite the F-14 being highly automated, with a computer system capable of processing 3 times as much information as any other fighter, it still operates with a 2-man crew. This setup allows them to fully exploit the aircraft's vast potential by working together.
There has to be tactical decisions made by an aircrew. It cannot be done by a black box. It has to be made in the human element involved.
The advantage of not having to split yourself down the middle or whatever percentage you got when you're in a tactical environment.
With 2 guys working on the solution, you're going to come out with the right answer more often than you are with 1. That's all there is to it. It's that simple. It's a beautiful combination. And I know in my past experience, there's the first guy to see the other guy has a hell of an advantage.
Given the substantial amount of information exchanged between the F-14 and the command center, voice communication often proves inadequate, too slow, or strategically undesirable. To address this, the aircraft's data link system plays a crucial role, facilitating the rapid exchange of tactical information and receiving additional target data from the command center.
Roger. And Dick, you're cleared to fire. Roger. 102, you're bogey.
Even when facing an enemy dispersed over a 200-mile radius at various altitudes, the F-14 can be strategically positioned for optimal tactical effectiveness. It stands alone as the only aircraft capable of downing 4 adversaries and still having ample fuel reserves for extended combat engagements.
The nice part about the F-14 is that you got the best of both worlds. You can get into the dogfight role without taking 1 iota away from the very significant capabilities in the long-range interceptor role.
Wing buys an awful lot. It gives you an awfully good on-station loiter time. It gives you a tremendous turning aircraft, and it gives you a slow approach speed.
Throughout the flight regime, and almost at any store loading you'd care to dream up, you decide where you want to go and you point the nose and the airplane goes there.
It's going to be an awful long time before anyone can come close to finding an aircraft that can take the interceptor role and the fighter role and come any closer to optimizing the 2 in one aircraft.
The nice part about the whole system is that being computer-based, software-oriented, the growth potential in the system is almost unlimited.
A new television camera system, now operational, allows visual identification at distances far beyond the capabilities of the human eye. This system comprises a closed-circuit television setup with a gimbal-mounted stabilized camera, providing a wide field of view for target acquisition. The radar intercept officer can then switch to a close-up mode for precise identification. Additionally, the introduction of TARPS, the Tactical Air Reconnaissance Pod System, has expanded the Tomcat's mission capabilities significantly. Mounted on the rear left Phoenix station, the forward section of the pod contains a frame camera able to produce forward, oblique, or vertical imagery. The TARPS system includes a panoramic camera for horizon-to-horizon coverage, along with an infrared line scanner. Carrying a TARPS pod only marginally degrades the F-14's performance. Despite more than 17 years passing since the Tomcat's first deployment aboard the USS Enterprise, little has changed in subsequent production models. The Tomcats currently being manufactured are essentially identical to those produced during the 1970s at the Calverton production line. This consistency underscores the robust design of the aircraft and its associated AWG-9 weapon system. However, the F-14A has encountered its share of challenges, particularly regarding the TF-30 power plant. Improvement initiatives aimed at the Pratt & Whitney power plant did not fully address some of its shortcomings. The engine remained susceptible to compressor stall and required meticulous handling during air combat maneuvers. Initially, it was planned that the TF-30 would serve as an interim power plant for the F-14A, with production transitioning to an F-14B variant equipped with a definitive engine. In the early 1970s, there was consideration for using a version of the Pratt & Whitney F-100 turbofan known as the F-401 for this purpose. An F-14B prototype did indeed emerge during this period. The F-14B prototype made its maiden flight on September 12, 1973, accumulating a modest total of 33 hours between then and April 1974. This test program was described as reasonably successful, but this was accomplished against a background of financial difficulty, which at one time looked like what had seriously threatened the future of both Grumman and the Tomcat. As expected, the majority of resources were allocated to the continued production of the F-14A, resulting in the F-14B being relegated to limbo despite showing promise. Another variant, the F-14C, which would have introduced new, more advanced electronics, also fell victim to budget constraints, leaving the F-14A as the definitive production model. It wasn't until the latter half of the 1970s that serious consideration was given to re-engineering the Tomcat. The re-engined Tomcat, known as the Super Tomcat, took its inaugural flight from Calverton on July 14, 1981, embarking on a modest series of development flights totaling 30 sorties. These tests revealed significant performance enhancements in almost every aspect. Consequently, in October 1982, a decision was made to proceed with full-scale engine development, resulting in the F-110. Notably, loiter time during combat air patrol missions increased by 34%, while the deck-launched intercept radius at Mach 1.3 saw a remarkable 62% improvement, extending to approximately 275 nautical miles. The greatly increased power output also permitted catapult launchers to be made dry without afterburner, a factor which must have greatly impressed the Navy, since some of the earlier accidents had arisen from compressor stall when employing afterburner during launch. The F-110 engine demonstrated remarkable resistance to compressor stall across the flight envelope, allowing for unrestricted power management, a feat impossible to achieve with the TF-30. Despite these impressive results, it will be a couple of years before the Navy decided to adopt this new power plant. The US Air Force took the initiative, ordering the F-110 into production for the F-15 Eagle and the F-16 Fighting Falcon in February 1984. Subsequently, the Navy followed suit, selecting the F-110 to power a new Tomcat model designated the F-14D. While originally intended for installation on the F-14D, the F-110 made its fleet debut in the F-14A+, which was delivered to operational Tomcat squadrons in the spring of 1988. Future Tomcat pilots undergoing undergraduate jet flight training will embark on their first carrier experience aboard the new McDonnell Douglas T-45 Goshawk. This aircraft is a modified version of the British Aerospace-built Hawk, adapted for aircraft carrier operations with reinforced landing gear, an arresting hook, and catapult launch fittings. As for the historical context, during the first 5 months of 1968, the United States Navy experienced a MiG kill ratio of less than 3-to-1 in aerial operations over Southeast Asia. The small MiG aircraft engaged both Navy and Air Force fighters in classic close-in dogfights, often outmaneuvering US pilots. The differences in maneuverability, design, and size between US and MiG series aircraft, coupled with the absence of a dissimilar aircraft training program, were identified as major factors contributing to the Navy's low kill ratio. In response to the MiG threat, the Navy established the Fighter Weapons School, known to most as Top Gun. It was a provisional but provocative measure to rapidly train fighter crews for aerial warfare. Top Gun initiated an intensive program focused on teaching threat capabilities and advanced air combat tactics, which were practiced against dissimilar aircraft. The impact of this initiative was quickly evident. Prior to Top Gun training, pilots with limited combat experience were being pitted against seasoned North Vietnamese flyers and struggled to maintain parity.
Airfield, this is Victory 5. Grand Slam 1 bogey.
However, after completing Top Gun training, graduates returned to Southeast Asia, and by 1972, the Navy's kill ratio had increased significantly to 13-1. Selecting a pilot for training at Top Gun involves far more than finding a pilot with the best flying skills in the squadron. Candidates, whether from the Navy or Marine Corps, must demonstrate excellent administrative and leadership skills, as well as a crucial teaching ability. In fact, it's more accurate to say that Top Gun trains the best teachers of fighter pilots in the world, rather than just producing top-notch pilots. The ideal Top Gun candidates typically have 400 to 500 hours of flying time and at least one sea cruise experience. These same qualifications apply to Top Gun instructors, who are selected not only for their flying skills, but also for their aptitude for teaching. Top Gun instructors typically undergo a 3-year tour at Miramar. During the first year, they focus mainly on learning how to be effective instructors. The initial 6 months of this period include a familiarization course on A4s, F-16s, and F-5s, which are the aircraft currently utilized at the school. Following the initial training phase, Top Gun instructors engage in sorties against other squadrons and participate in classroom sessions as either student instructors or student pilots. The comprehensive 5-week curriculum includes approximately 100 air engagements and 90 hours of ground school. The courses cover the majority of systems used in combat, ensuring a thorough understanding of all relevant aspects.
Why do we talk about fighter performance comparison anyway? Well, the main reason we do this is that we want to determine what the strengths of our airplanes are, what the strengths of the bogies airplanes are. Okay, general rules of the road. If you're head on, each aircraft bears to the right or a 4-to-4 pass.
Here, we'll take the trail man and fly to the echelon into the zinc, okay? If we've got a good system, pound that's hooking left every time. I really think we get an average guy, so they say we go for it.
Every flight, regardless of its routine nature, is meticulously briefed to ensure optimal performance and readiness. Top Gun emphasizes the importance of teamwork and teaches crews to identify and exploit their opponent's weaknesses effectively. Each crew works together toward a common goal: victory. This emphasis on collaboration underscores the vital role of teamwork in achieving success in aerial combat. For most of the younger fighter crews coming to Top Gun, the hard-to-detect F-5s, F-16s and A-4s are the nearest thing to the MiG family they've ever flown against. The camouflage paint schemes add complexity to the situation, necessitating extra vigilance and teamwork among pilots.
Back starboard, 010. 010 now, 3.5. 2.5 miles now, drifting to the right again. 020 at 1.5 miles. Roger, tally ho. Got the hot stop and tally on him.
Okay, final, let's pass on the left side now. Right side up on you. Move right side. Okay, let's pass up there. We got it on the F-14.
Each maneuver the aircraft performs is meticulously recorded, computed, and displayed on the TV-like screen of the Air Combat Maneuvering Range, ACMR. One of the standout features of the ACMR for pilots is its capability to serve as an instant replay device. During debriefing sessions following a mission, the entire team can gather to review their performance, analyzing it from various perspectives. Debriefing is a crucial aspect of every mission, allowing for a comprehensive examination of all engagement facets. This thorough review process helps identify areas for improvement and enhances overall performance. During debriefing sessions, pilots meticulously analyze what happened during engagements, how they unfolded, and perhaps most importantly, why they unfolded in a particular manner. They scrutinize details such as altitudes, contacts, and utilize fighter pilot language to reconstruct every dogfight scenario. As pilots review and discuss tactics that proved effective, as well as those that didn't, the process of growth at Top Gun begins. With each engagement, the student's ability and confidence steadily increases. Over time, the student begins to assert their leadership qualities, taking on more responsibility within the group. By the conclusion of the 5-week course, the student finds themselves assuming the role of an instructor, having developed the skills and expertise necessary to guide others through the intricacies of aerial combat tactics.
Element number 1 is able to take the offensive, begin to drive the fight. 5 and 6 are reacting to 1, maintaining good mutual support. Second blue element is back into the fight, again with good mutual support. Assisting with a shot. Cockpit view of blue number 5 as he's repositioned will assist his buddy number 6. See the missile fly out. Missile's off the rail. Second missile's off the rail. And the blue coffin indicates the kill.
V4 went to the right like we wanted him to. Up high here. We both made a call here, good call on the 2v1 in the lead bogey. Okay?
Morning. Today we're going to run our Alpha Strike, and this is the culmination of your training here at Top Gun. Your task today, fighters, is going to be to get a strike group on and off the target.
The Alpha Strike against a simulated land-based target serves as the culmination of the Top Gun course, offering students the opportunity to plan and implement everything they've learned over the preceding 5 weeks. During this exercise, the instructor staff acts as the enemy, challenging the students' ability to engage and neutralize enemy interceptors before they can reach the bomber force. While the combat capabilities of carrier-based fighters and attack aircraft like the Tomcat, F-18, A-6 and A-7 are well understood, a large-scale training mission such as the Top Gun Alpha Strike can uncover issues that may not have been previously considered. This exercise provides valuable insights into the effectiveness of tactics and strategies employed by the students, as well as identifying any potential weaknesses or areas for improvement in their approach. Top Gun aims to teach Topcat drivers to become not only the best fighter pilots, but also the best fighter pilot training officers in the world. The goal is to develop a plan that will elevate their squadrons to the highest level of readiness, ensuring they're prepared to confront any adversary in any location where the Navy's carrier air wing may deploy. The strike against targets within the Navy's Tactical Aircrew Training Range in Fallon, Nevada, offers an opportunity to record the entire mission, facilitating detailed debriefing and the development of new, effective combat techniques. During these exercises, Top Gun instructors will pilot aircraft such as the F-5s, A-4s, and the newest adversary aircraft, the General Dynamics F-16 Fighting Falcon. The F-16, characterized by its small size, agility, and stealthiness, provides the Navy Fighter Weapons School with a realistic simulation of potential threats encountered in real-world scenarios. In addition to the F-16s, the F-15 Eagles from Nellis Air Force Base will also engage the strike force, adding another layer of complexity to the training scenario and further enhancing the realism of the exercise. This multifaceted approach ensures that participants are exposed to a variety of challenges, preparing them to adapt and respond effectively in diverse combat situations. This is a wrinkle that Top Gun students hadn't figured on. Indeed, one of the fundamental objectives of Top Gun is to imbue Navy and Marine pilots with an unwavering sense of self-assurance. A fighter pilot truly excels when their self-confidence is potent enough to dispel any doubts about their abilities and their aircraft. In the lightning-fast world of aerial combat, pausing to ponder the next move could spell disaster. However, with thorough training, sharp motor skills, finely honed reaction times, and steadfast self-belief, the subconscious takes command, enabling the pilot to react instinctively. This encapsulates the essence of Top Gun, immersing a capable pilot among the world's finest combat aviators, imparting the invaluable expertise that only seasoned minds possess. Through this process, Top Gun shapes pilots into elite warriors, equipped with the skills, confidence, and instincts needed to excel in the most demanding aerial engagements.
So we're going to be violating. What's up there? I've got him. Oh, no, God. Walk that door high. You got to put your open your line. So, after 8 pilot, that's down on the reverse. Actually, you got no down. And all on the get off tires. Take 30 on the left side. Might be that one. I got him. Can't minutes. Airport Valley, left side, 10 o'clock. I thought you had to have it. You got to plug the high 8 o'clock. Rail hour. Think about 20 tires. I got this. So, I don't want to do that's what's in there. Start with 3. I'm gonna kill him. I'm just going to fight. Okay, got 13.
Oh, let's bring it left. We got 14 behind us. Bring it left.
Wow.
Get your ready for a target. Yeah, Tony, always goes in all right, but I ain't trouble here. He's got about 50 to go with his nose. Okay, bring it back. Starboard, dog.
Oh, you're about to get
It's crucial to instill in them the understanding that the fundamentals of aerial combat haven't drastically evolved since 1918, aside from advancements in speed, altitude, and the destructive capabilities of weapons. They must grasp the reality that their adversaries possess similar motor skills, reaction times, and knowledge. What sets them apart is rigorous practice and comprehensive knowledge. Only through dedicated training and continuous learning can they prepare themselves for the daunting task of piloting a supersonic aircraft and engaging in combat against equally skilled opponents. It's a relentless cycle of training, honing skills, and accumulating knowledge. On board a 90,000-ton supercarrier, the intensity of training is palpable, with 1,000 feet of steel deck, braided cables, and the swift movements of deck crews clad in yellow shirts, ensuring safety during rapid takeoffs and landings. In round-the-clock training exercises, pilots repeatedly face challenges, refining their abilities and readiness for any situation they may encounter in the skies. 17 stories from superstructure to engine room, with a population of more than 6,000 specialists who run this city and manage its air wing of some 90 aircraft. The nuclear-powered capability of the carrier provides unparalleled operational flexibility, enabling sustained high speed and maneuverability, with enough fuel to remain at sea for an impressive 13 years. It serves as a self-sustaining mobile fortress, dedicated to the primary role of projecting US airpower with a rigorous training regime for its aircrew. Preparation for the carrier's aircrew involves daily flights, sometimes even twice a day, to hone their skills in various scenarios, including radar intercept, air-to-air combat, strafing towed targets, bombing land targets, and anti-submarine operations. While deployed at sea, Tomcats, along with the E-2C Hawkeye, serve as the long-range eyes of the carrier battle group, tasked with identifying and neutralizing any hostile threats. This capability was demonstrated in January 1989 when Tomcats engaged 2 Libyan MiGs, highlighting their role as guardians of naval supremacy. What you're about to hear is the actual radio transmissions between the 2 prowling Tomcats flying combat air patrol and E-2C Hawkeye and the carrier John F. Kennedy. You can assess the outcomes firsthand.
Contact 175, 72 miles. Looks like a flight of 2, Angels 10. Close out concurs, show at 78 miles. James Cornell shows 25 miles separation, turn it down. Contacts appear to be heading 315 now, speed 430, Angels approximately 8,000. Ready? Roger, Ace, take it north. Seven, 61 miles now, bearing 180, Angels 8, heading 330. Bravo, let's close out. Come back towards 20 degrees here. Jenkins now, okay, bogies appear to be coming, jinking to the right now, heading north. Speed 430, Angels 5,000 now in the descent. So let's take her down now, we're going down. Okay. Shows us 53 miles now. Bogies appear to be heading directly out as I'm coming towards. Steady up 150 for 30 degree offset, 50 miles. 49 miles now, speed 450, Angels 9, I'm going down to 3. Crossing back over. Roger. Roger that, 30 degree offset now. Bogies heading 340, speed 500, let's accelerate. Okay, we'll look like that. Roger, bogies have jinked back into us now, let's come starboard 30 degrees the other side. Angels joined up set station. Roger, Angels now 11. Steady up.
Close out, warning yellow, weapons hold. I repeat, warning yellow, weapons hold. Alpha Bravo out. Roger, Gypsies. Pass up, Bravo directs, warning yellow, weapons hold. 35 miles here.
Roger that, bogies have jinked back into me now for the 3rd time with noses on at 35 miles. Angels 7. Bravo, close out, you copy? Okay, I'm taking another offset, starboard, 210. I got looked up the ocean, 30 miles, 15 to 13,000 feet of trailer. Roger that, level off here. Okay, bogies jink back into me for the 4th time. I'm coming back starboard. Come back port now. Port, 27 miles. 7,000 feet. 45. One set of bogies, 135, 50, Angels 16. Heading 340. Okay. Roger, say bogies. You're in collision now. Hearing. Okay, bogies have jinked back at me again for the 5th time. They're on my nose now. Inside of 2 mile. Master arm on, master arm on. Take good light. Good light. Okay, centering up the T. Bogey has jinked back into me again. 16 miles, it's center to back. Say your angels. I'm at Angels 5, nose up. Oh, his angels.
No, wait a minute.
Angels are at 9.
Alpha Bravo from 207.
13 miles. Fox 1. Engine right. Roger that. 10 miles, he's back on my nose. Fox 1 again.
Watching them up.
6 miles. Alley 2. Turning into me. Roger that. 5 miles. 4 miles.
Okay, he's going to miss a lot.
Breaking right. That's it.
Good hit on one.
Roger that. Good kill.
I got the other one. Short back street. Eyes on top.
Coming hard.
Stop the rush. I haven't got Colin.
Got the second one.
I got the second one on the nose right now.
Hey, I'm high cover on you.
Get a lock the rush. Start the rush. Man, shoot back too. I can't. I'll have a fool. Good kill.
Hey, good kill. Quality justice. Be careful out of the second one.
Okay, Maestro, let's head north.
Two fighters flash. Close out. We're heading north. Roger that. Pictures are going north. Let's go down low, out of deck. Unload, 500 knots. Let's get out of here.
The world's premier interceptor, the F-14, has undergone modifications to ensure its effectiveness against any potential threat. The introduction of the new F-14D was part of a two-phase program. Initially, an interim version, the F-14A+, was delivered starting in April 1988. This enhanced Tomcat retains the F-14A airframe, but is equipped with the more potent General Electric F-110 turbofan engines, boosting available thrust from 42,000 to 56,000 pounds. The first F-14D deliveries, incorporating the upgraded engines alongside digital avionics and enhanced radar systems, took place in March 1990. These advancements signify a significant evolution in the capabilities of the F-14, ensuring its continued effectiveness in countering evolving threats. Despite efforts by the Pentagon to limit the F-14D program, Congress allocated funds for the acquisition of an additional 18 newly manufactured Tomcats in fiscal 1990. However, the Navy is contemplating stretching out production timelines as it grapples with reconciling its ambitious modernization initiatives with projected budget constraints. Aircraft procurement strategies are under review as part of the Navy's Carrier Air Wing Study 2010, aimed at aligning the service's needs and acquisition plans with available resources. This comprehensive assessment seeks to ensure that procurement decisions are in line with the Navy's long-term goals and fiscal realities. A Navy version of the Air Force's Advanced Tactical Fighter, which would replace the F-14 fighter, is one of the service's highest priorities. The Navy is collaborating closely with the Air Force to develop a carrier-capable variant of this new fighter aircraft. Additionally, the Navy is evaluating a proposal from Grumman to enhance the F-14D into what is being termed the Century 21 Tomcat. Grumman's proposal involves modifying the F-14 airframe to minimize the aircraft's radar signature, integrating enhancements to provide ground attack capabilities, and potentially installing an upgraded engine to extend its operational range. These upgrades aim to modernize the F-14D and enhance its versatility for future missions. For years to come, the F-14 Tomcat will maintain watch over 3 oceans, serving as a formidable presence capable of preserving peace or altering the course of conflict, and above all, remaining ever prepared.
Aviation, the art of aeronautics, began with the dreamers, inventors, and daredevils who dared to defy gravity. The journey of aviation was nurtured by pioneers like the Wright brothers, whose first flight marked a historic milestone. The role of aircrafts in world wars was groundbreaking, dramatically changing warfare strategies. This initiated a technological evolution in aviation, transforming the simplistic wings of a biplane into the thunderous roar of jet engines. Let's journey through the ages of aviation. Behind every great aircraft, there were great minds. These visionaries, like Sir Frank Whittle, the innovator of the turbojet engine, redefined air travel. Then there's Skunkworks' Kelly Johnson, the genius behind the SR-71 Blackbird. His designs combined speed, stealth and power, crafting machines that dominated the heavens. The contributions of these pioneers have left an indelible mark on the canvas of aviation, shaping the course of history and inspiring generations of engineers and aviators. Each epoch in aviation history gave birth to extraordinary aircrafts, each with their own unique features and roles. The Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird was a marvel of speed and stealth. The F-105 Thunderchief, a supersonic fighter bomber, was vital in the Vietnam War. The P-51 Mustang, a long-range fighter, was critical in World War II. The P-47 Thunderbolt, a heavyweight fighter, was used extensively in the same war. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, the Warthog, is a close air support icon. The Messerschmitt Me-262 marked a leap forward in aviation technology. Each of these game changers were instrumental in their eras, and their legacies still resonate today. Beyond the game changers, there are those that have transcended their practical roles to become icons. The Concorde was not just an aircraft, it was a supersonic symbol of luxury and speed. The B-52 Superfortress, a strategic bomber, is an icon of power and resilience. These magnificent machines and others like them have become much more than just aircrafts. They are enduring icons that encapsulate the audacious spirit, the relentless innovation, and the boundless ambition that define the world of aviation. For more amazing aerial footage, and to join us in this incredible journey, check out the DroneScapes YouTube channel.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
In many ways, the F-22 Advanced Tactical Fighter is the true daughter of the F-117. Stealth will be a major factor in the USA remaining a superpower in the 21st century. We work very hard with the F-22 to integrate stealth into a supersonic, super-maneuverable fighter, and we succeeded. After our last day of YF-22A flight demonstrations from Edwards, late on December the 28th, 1990, I said to my wife Judea, "We won, and we did. Our team delivered results. It was a privilege to lead this team." The F-22 Raptor was the most advanced aircraft of its kind, designed around the principle of first look, first shot, first kill. It's set to become the primary air superiority fighter for the US Air Force in the 21st century. The Raptor, as its name suggests, is a lethal machine. As menacing as it appears, it's even more deadly when deployed for its missions. deadly and undetectable from long distances. This stunning fifth-generation fighter combines unparalleled dogfighting abilities with precise ground attack capabilities. Confidence in these objectives stems from a synergistic blend of features and capabilities, including stealth technology, the ability to cruise at supersonic speeds over long distances without afterburners, and an integrated, highly sophisticated avionics suite. The F-22A has been designed to be more maneuverable, better armed, more reliable, easier to maintain, more readily supportable, and more capable in air-to-ground missions than any other comparable aircraft in history. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, the Soviets developed various missiles to attack at different altitude bands, making it impossible to fly under or over the missile threat. You had to confront it directly. One way to address this was to prioritize the suppression of enemy air defenses, specifically by destroying missile sites and their radars, as the most crucial mission for the Air Force. By the 1970s, air superiority had once again become a top priority, leading the US Air Force to commit to building its first pure air superiority fighter, which would eventually become the F-15 Eagle.
I have never seen a finer joint government-industry team that's organized with the technical competence to carry out the job that's been assigned to them, or to do it in a manner of close-knit teamwork.
However, just as the F-15s became operational in 1978, alarming new evidence suggested that their superiority might be short-lived. At the same time, and perhaps most importantly, reconnaissance satellites photographed several new fighter prototypes, the Mikoyan MiG-29 and the Sukhoi T-10 at the Romanskoye Flight Test Center near Zhukovsky, about 40 miles southeast of Moscow. This new generation represented a significant improvement in capability over anything previously observed by US intelligence services. It was clear to everyone involved that a new air-to-air combat platform will be necessary to counter the threat posed by these new Russian aircraft. The Sukhoi T-10 was a huge shock to Western analysts. It was larger than the F-15 and far bigger than any previous Soviet-built fighter. If the MiG-29 had already concerned the American military establishment, the existence of the Sukhoi T-10 set off alarm bells. These aircraft were highly advanced, capable of competing with some of the top NATO fighters like the Phantom and ultimately the F-15. Just weeks into his first term, America's 40th president increased US defense spending by $32.5 billion, initiating a massive rearmament of the United States.
That is one that I mentioned earlier. It is absolutely essential that we increase our spending for national defense if we're to preserve the peace.
In 1981, the Cold War was heating up. As Reagan and Brezhnev faced off, the US Air Force concluded that it urgently needed a replacement for its F-15, an advanced tactical fighter, ATF, that would have no equal. As American planners began developing the concept of air-land battle to prepare for potential World War III, the US Air Force started considering the type of equipment it would need for such a conflict. On August 24, 1982, a Program Management Directive (PMD) was issued, changing the program element's name from Combat Aircraft Technology to Advanced Tactical Fighter. Concurrently, two sub-projects were established under this banner: the Advanced Tactical Fighter, which included concept and technology development. 7 airframe companies, Boeing, General Dynamics, Grumman, Lockheed, McDonnell Douglas, Northrop and Rockwell, each received $1 million concept development investigation contracts, and the Joint Fighter Engine, an engine technology demonstration program managed jointly with the US Navy. Pratt & Whitney and General Electric each received contracts valued at $202 million in September 1983. Other companies contending for the contract included Allison, Garrett, and Teledyne CAE. The 7 competing companies submitted a total of 19 conceptual designs, ranging from Northrop's lightweight cooperative fighter, smaller than an F-16, to Lockheed's battle cruiser, based on the design of their short-lived YF-12A long-range interceptor. Additionally, an in-house design, a subsonic low observable fighter, was submitted by the Air Force's Flight Dynamics Laboratory, AFFDL. Of the approximately 19 studies submitted, 4 were eventually chosen to represent different mission philosophies: a very light, austere, low-cost design, a supersonic cruise and maneuver design, a subsonic low observable design, and a high Mach, high altitude design. From these, it was concluded that the ideal air-to-air platform would combine low observability with supercruise and superior maneuverability. This platform would, in turn, offer reduced vulnerability to surface-to-air missiles, while nearly eliminating exposure to anti-aircraft artillery, AAA, and other short-range systems. The Red Baron study, which analysed air-to-air combat in Vietnam, had sparked the race for stealth technology. An operational analysis of the Vietnam War showed that most aircraft were shot down by enemy aircraft they'd not seen. This highlighted the significant advantage of being undetected in air combat. Air combat data from World War II and Korea reinforced the need for invisibility. The principle of stealth technology is to make an airplane virtually invisible to the enemy. An aircraft's shape must reflect incoming radio waves away from enemy radar, rather than towards it. To further enhance low observability characteristics, an airplane is covered in materials that absorb radar signals, further reducing its visibility on a radar screen. Leading the way in stealth technology was Lockheed Skunk Works. In 1977, amid unprecedented security, Lockheed had flown a prototype of the world's first stealth fighter. By the 1980s, during Operation Just Cause, its F-117 had helped to dismantle General Noriega's regime in Panama. Now, the US Air Force decided that any new fighter must incorporate stealth technology, and identified 2 other areas in which a future air superiority fighter should excel. The challenge was issued, and it was up to the finest aviation manufacturers in the world to respond. The Advanced Tactical Fighter program was about to begin, and the Raptor, America's 5th-generation fighter, was about to be hatched. By 1983, US-Soviet relations had reached a new low. Following Leonid Brezhnev's death, the Politburo, now controlled by former KGB boss Yuri Andropov, was labeled by Reagan as the focus of evil in the modern world. Continuing his policy of rearmament, Reagan announced plans for the Strategic Defense Initiative, better known as Star Wars, prompting a furious reaction from Moscow. In August, when Korean Airlines Flight 007, on its way to Seoul from New York, strayed several hundred miles off course into Soviet airspace, Russia responded. A fighter was dispatched, and the civilian airliner, with 269 people on board, was shot down. The shooting down of KAL-007 sent shockwaves around the world, straining international relations to the breaking point. Reagan's reaction to the crisis strengthened US conviction that stealth would now be the prime requirement for America's new fighter.
I'd like to talk for a moment about why we're developing a new fighter at this time. There's probably not a person in this room or in the reach of your television cameras who isn't aware of the contribution of stealth to our success in Desert Storm. In that case, it was a bombing capability that we were seeing in action. But the principle will apply to both ground attack and air-to-air missions in the future. The ATF is intended to replace the aging F-15 Eagle, currently our frontline fighter. The Air Force's F-15s are outstanding aircraft, and they swept the skies in Desert Storm. However, when the ATF is first deployed, the F-15s will be over 25 years old. Several other aircraft, including some we faced in Desert Storm, are aerodynamically competitive today with the F-15 and other leading U.S. fighters. We win today with an edge in avionics and by relying on the superior skill and training of our pilots. Others will try to close that gap between now and the year 2002, when the first ATF squadron is fielded. The ATF will balance stealth, supercruise, and advanced avionics in a highly maneuverable fighter that will ensure that our pilots get first look and first kill. Thus, the ATF will ensure American air superiority well into the next century. As we have seen in Desert Storm, air superiority is essential to effective air and ground operations. American ground forces have not had to fight without air superiority since 1942, and we plan to keep it that way as well.
Following 4 initial drafts, the basic framework for the ATF requirement was released to the industry. This framework called for a radius of action of approximately 800 miles, supersonic cruise capability of 1.4 to 1.5 Mach, a 2,000-foot runway requirement, a gross takeoff weight of 50,000 pounds, and a unit cost of no more than $40 million in 1985 dollars. Importantly, the proposal implied that the ATF Life Cycle Cost, LCC, the aircraft unit cost upon delivery plus the cost of all spares, fuel, maintenance and flying, should be at least as good as, if not better, than the McDonnell Douglas F-15. It was concluded that the submissions from Lockheed and Northrop were superior to those from Boeing, General Dynamics and McDonnell Douglas. Each manufacturer would submit a design for the Demonstration Evaluation or DEMVAL competition, with the understanding that the winning company would be the prime contractor, and its partners would be subcontracted to produce major components. Lockheed, whose initial design studies had been considered front-runners during the early ATF reviews, had begun consortium discussions with Boeing and General Dynamics as early as June 1986. A public announcement was made on July 2nd, but didn't formalize an agreement with its partners until the following October 13th. Consequently, Lockheed assigned Sherman Mullin as General Manager for the ATF Team Program Office. Mullin would lead Lockheed in the prime contractor role, leveraging the unique technical strengths of both Boeing and General Dynamics. 2 weeks later, Northrop followed suit by leading a team with McDonnell Douglas. In response to these teaming decisions, revised proposals from all 7 airframe contractors were submitted on July 28, 1986. By default, the 2 consortia were selected on October 31, 1986, to build 2 prototypes, each for the revised demonstration and validation phase. Lockheed, under a $691 million contract, would build 2 of what later became its Model 1132 aircraft, initially referred to as Configuration 092, under the official Air Force designation YF-22. Northrop, under a similar $691 million contract, would build 2 of its N-14 proposal under the official Air Force designation YF-23. At the end of the process, one of these designs would become America's new advanced tactical fighter. Costing billions of dollars, the new fighter aimed to make a significant technological leap into the 21st century. Just 9 months after being selected to build the demonstration and validation fighters for the US Air Force, Lockheed shocked everyone by scrapping its original design. In a hectic 3-month process, with help from its partners, Lockheed produced a completely different configuration, featuring a clipped delta wing. Over the next 4 years, at a cost of just over $2 billion, America's tactical fighter competition became the largest program of its kind. In 1990, just months after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the shapes of the 2 rival designs were finally unveiled. Northrop's version, called the YF-23, closely resembled its original design. In contrast, Lockheed's design, called the YF-22, appeared surprisingly conventional, featuring 4 tail surfaces, vectored thrust, a broad solid body, and a conventional wing. Unlike Lockheed's other stealth aircraft, the F-117, radar-absorbent materials were not applied over the entire F-A-22, but used selectively on its edges, cavities, and critical surface areas. The F-22 carries its weapons internally. 4 weapons bays are hidden in the central mid-body section. 6 missiles can be carried in the ventral bays, which are covered with bifold doors. The side bays each hold 1 Sidewinder missile on a trapeze launcher. The mid-body section also houses the fighter's landing gear and complex inlet ducts. Attached to the mid-body is the forebody, which accommodates the cockpit and advanced avionics. Both the YF-23 and the YF-22 are impressive-looking machines, but their performance still needs to be tested. The most crucial stage of the competition is still to come, the flight testing. Northrop was first in the air. In August 1990, flown by Paul Metz, the YF-23 got airborne. The test was a huge success, but Lockheed was quick to respond. On September the 29th, at Edwards Air Force Base in California, Lockheed Chief Test Pilot Dave Ferguson prepared the Raptor for its maiden flight. Over the next 3 months, the Raptor underwent a series of rigorous tests. The Air Force required both teams to provide performance projections, which would then be compared with the actual performance of the airplanes in various conditions, including subsonic and supersonic flight at different altitudes. The winner of this stage would earn a contract for 650 aircraft. The decision would hinge not just on what the contractors promised, but on the Air Force's confidence in their ability to deliver. During flight testing, the Raptor outperformed the Northrop YF-23 in several crucial performance areas. The YF-22 had clearly demonstrated that in every category it was far superior to any existing fighter. But it would be events in 1991 that would carve out the Raptor's future.
The 2 aircraft you see here, or you've seen in action in the flying prototypes, I think are an excellent demonstration of exactly what we were trying to accomplish with this demonstration validation front end and the prototyping and hardware demonstration, including the avionics test beds that went along with that. We ended up with 2 aircraft, each one of which could meet the Air Force's technical specifications and technical requirements. And that's why, as I said in the formal remarks, that we had here a set of proposals or a set of contract options, any one of which was in the acceptable range and any one of which could have been selected. So we were dealing with shades of differences. Given that all of the proposals were in the acceptable range, we had to make the evaluation based on the criteria that were called out in the RFP, and we've done that, and the best I can do for you today is to report the final judgment of that process.
22 minutes after midnight on January the 17th, 1991, Lockheed's stealth F-117 spearheaded US strikes against Saddam Hussein's regime. The performance of Lockheed's stealth bombers during Operation Desert Storm gave the company and its aircraft priceless publicity. However, another aircraft also emerged from the Gulf War with a glowing reputation. The F-15, the aircraft destined to be replaced by the ATF, emphatically confirmed its status as the foremost air superiority fighter in the world. Now, it appeared that the need for an advanced stealth fighter, the F-22, might be unfounded. But not everyone agreed. By April 1991, bogged down by the F-15 debate, the US Air Force prepared to announce the winner of the Advanced Tactical Fighter contract. Would the Raptor emerge from the controversy unscathed? After the DEM-VAL flight tests of the prototypes, the Secretary of the Air Force, Donald Rice, announced that the Lockheed team and Pratt & Whitney were the winners of the ATF and engine competitions.
The DEM-VAL phase has accomplished the risk reduction and the design trade-offs that are its purpose. Its success is demonstrable in the excellent performance of the prototypes and the quality of the proposals from the contractor teams. To ensure the fairest possible evaluation of these outstanding designs and development teams, the evaluation process that we've been through has been intensive, thorough, and professional. That evaluation was conducted by Air Force and Navy teams, by a team involving both Air Force and Navy personnel, included not only the developer community, but users, testers, contracts experts, cost analysts, and all who would be involved in the next phase of development. The success of the demonstration validation phase and this formal evaluation process is also demonstrated by the fact that the evaluators were able to bring to me, as the source selection authority, 4 awardable contracts, each of which represented acceptable proposals that met Air Force requirements. However, in evaluating the engine and airframe proposals, one combination clearly offered better capability with lower cost, thereby providing the Air Force with a true best value. With all that said, I now announce that the ATF team will be composed of the Pratt & Whitney company who designed the F-119 engine, which will be integrated into the F-22, designed by Lockheed, team with Boeing and General Dynamics.
The YF-23 design was considered stealthier and faster, while the YF-22, with its thrust vectoring nozzles, was more maneuverable as well as less expensive and risky. Having won the contract, Lockheed announced that it would locate the F-22's headquarters in Georgia, where the Raptor's forward fuselage would be built. General Dynamics would construct the F-22's mid-body section in Fort Worth, Texas, and Boeing would manufacture the wings and tail in Seattle, Washington. Follow-on work with the aircraft took place at Edwards Air Force Base, involving an additional 100 hours of flying time, approximately 25 flights, to expand the YF-22A's flight envelope and to explore specific segments in greater detail. However, on April 25, 1992, the program encountered its first major setback. During preliminary testing, the YF-22, flown by Tom Morgenfeld, crashed shortly after takeoff. The aircraft hit the runway with the landing gear retracted, skidded approximately 8,000 feet, and caught fire. A key element of the Raptor's design, thrust vectoring, uses movable exhaust nozzles to adjust the angle of thrust from the 2 Pratt & Whitney engines. As the Raptor made its low-level flyby, Tom Morgenfeld kept the stick forward to keep the nose down. However, as the landing gear was retracted, the thrust vectoring engaged, pushing the aircraft towards the tarmac. The pilot struggled to correct this sudden change in direction as the Raptor began to veer off course. Despite the loss of the stealth aircraft, the program had achieved its major goals. 10 million man-hours of analysis, 4,000 hours of radar testing, and hundreds of hours of flight testing had gone into the aircraft's development, even before construction began. In fact, the F-22 had undergone more flight testing than any other fighter before full-scale production. On April 9th, the first F-22A, officially named Raptor, an earlier attempt to name the aircraft superstar failed in 1991, was unveiled in a public ceremony at Lockheed Martin's Marietta, Georgia facility. Air Force pilots would soon have the opportunity to evaluate the new aircraft themselves. First flown by the Air Force in 1997, pilots at Edwards Air Force Base surpassed 2,000 flight test hours in over 900 missions. One of the key advances in the Raptor's design is its advanced cockpit and integrated avionics systems. Key mission systems include the Sanders General Electric Electronic Warfare System, the Martin Marietta Infrared and Ultraviolet Missile Launch Detector, the Westinghouse Texas Instruments Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar, the TRW Communication Navigation Identification Suite, and the Long Range Advanced IRST currently being tested. The Electronic Support Measures Systems radio frequency receivers give the aircraft the ability to perform intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance tasks. The F-22 features a glass cockpit with all digital flight instruments. The monochrome head-up display offers a wide field of view and serves as a primary flight instrument, while information is also displayed on 6-color liquid crystal display LCD panels. The ejection seat in the F-22 is a version of the ACES-2, commonly used in USAF aircraft, featuring a center-mounted ejection control. The F-22 is equipped with a sophisticated life support system, including an onboard oxygen generation system, protective pilot garments, and a breathing regulator anti-G valve that controls the flow and pressure to the pilot's mask and garments. The Raptor carries a formidable array of ordnance. It has 3 internal weapons bays, a large main bay located on the bottom of the fuselage, and 2 smaller bays situated on the sides of the fuselage aft of the engine inlets. The main bay is divided along the center line and can accommodate 6 launchers for beyond visual range missiles, while each side bay contains a launcher for short-range missiles. The primary air-to-air missiles are the AIM-120 AMRAAM and the AIM-9 Sidewinder, with plans to integrate the AIM-260 JATM in the future. Missile launchers require the bay doors to be open for less than a second. During this brief time, pneumatic or hydraulic arms push the missiles clear of the aircraft to minimize detection and allow deployment during high-speed flight. Although the F-22 typically carries its weapons internally, the wings feature 4 hardpoints, each rated to handle 5,000 pounds, 2,300 kilograms. Each hardpoint can be equipped with a pylon capable of carrying a detachable 600-gallon, 2,270-litre external fuel tank, or a launcher holding 2 air-to-air missiles. In addition to its armament of 8 missiles, the fighter is also equipped with a gun. At one point during the evolution of the Advanced Tactical Fighter program, the US Air Force considered eliminating the gun to save weight. By the late 1990s, pilots involved in the Raptor program were confident that their aircraft could easily outperform and defeat any other fighter. This confidence, however, was based primarily on controlled flight and missile firing exercises. What these pilots truly needed was combat experience, and they were about to get it. The F-22 is equipped with an internally mounted M61A2 Vulcan 20mm rotary cannon embedded in the right-wing root with the muzzle covered by a retractable door. The cannon's firing path is displayed on the pilot's head-up display. Before the F-22 Raptor enters operational service with the US Air Force in the autumn of 2005, it will undergo thousands of hours of rigorous combat testing. Despite this, critics of the F-22 program argued that the F-15 Eagle, which the Raptor is intended to replace, already possesses the attributes necessary to remain the world's premier air superiority fighter well into the new millennium. This view is dismissed by the US Air Force. In March 2003, supporters of the F-15 were given the opportunity to test whether the Eagle was still the best fighter in the sky. 5 F-15s were pitted against a single Raptor in a head-to-head exercise. Although no missiles were used, the sorties closely resembled actual combat, with no quarter given by either side. It was a kill or be killed scenario. All 5 F-15s were piloted by experienced F-22 pilots. One by one, the Raptor brought them down. In these combat tests against F-15s, the F-22 Raptor decisively proved its critics wrong. In December 2005, the USAF announced that the F-22 had achieved initial operational capability. During Exercise Northern Edge in Alaska in June 2006, 12 F-22s engaged in simulated combat exercises, downing 108 adversaries with no losses. Over the course of these exercises, the F-22 achieved 241 kills against 2 losses, neither of which involved an F-22. Due to US federal law aimed at protecting its stealth technology and classified features, the F-22 cannot be exported. Instead, US fighter customers are opting for earlier models like the F-15 Eagle and the F-16 Fighting Falcon, or the newer F-35 Lightning II. The F-35 incorporates some technology from the F-22, but is designed to be more affordable, flexible, and exportable. Originally, the USAF planned to acquire 750 ATFs. However, by 2009, the program was cut to 187 operational aircraft due to high costs, a lack of air-to-air missions because of the focus on counterinsurgency operations, a ban on exports, and the development of the more affordable and versatile F-35. The last F-22 was delivered in 2012. The F-22 Raptor was conceived amid Cold War fears that Russian-made fighters might outclass the F-15. Yet, as the world has evolved since the Cold War, the United States Air Force remains the sole operator of the F-22. As of August 2022, it has 183 aircraft in its inventory. In today's changing world, there are few certainties, but the F-22's dominance over the skies remains one of them.
The last, and possibly the greatest propeller-driven fighter aircraft was the Volt F-4U Corsair 1. With their bent wings, the Corsairs are instantly recognizable, but the full extent of their capability is generally not as well recognized as that of other more famous types. However, the F-4U could not only outfight the best of the Axis fighters, but also those on the Allied side. They were powerful, fast, well-armed, strong, and reliable. Ideal fighters. At the end of the war, orders for most aircraft types were cancelled, but the F-4U remained at the heart of the busy development and production program. For those who like to argue the relative merits of World War II fighters, this continued development indicates the high regard in which it was held by the U.S. Navy and Marine. The Corsair not only continued in production and use into the jet age, but in Korea they encountered jet fighters in combat, and the outcome was not always to the jet's liking. The F-4U's peculiar wing reflects the nature of the team that designed it. Thought engineers have often resorted to the unconventional where it worked, perhaps reflecting the age of the company. Founded in June of 1917. Back in those days, intuition was as reliable as science in aircraft design, and Vought has never been in the habit of dismissing the unusual too hastily. Over the years, the company has made a tremendous contribution to aviation in general, and in particular to United States naval air. The first aircraft to take off from the deck of the U.S. Navy's original aircraft carrier, the Langley, on October 17, 1922, was a Vought plane, a VE-7. This was only one of a number of such historic events for the country. Earlier, the E-7s had equipped the Navy's first two fighter squadrons. The relationship between the Navy and the company has persevered to the benefit of both. The company's founder was Chance Milton Vought, born in New York on the 26th of February, 1890. His father built sailing ships for a living, but the young man turned away from the sea after completing his mechanical engineering studies, and in 1910 started his association with flying machines. Chance Vought died young in 1930, but by then he had built a thriving enterprise that has survived several moves around the U.S. as well as changes of ownership and management. The company's reputation for outstanding aircraft stretches back to their earliest design, and the F-4U was to continue this tradition. The company's first plane was built in a third-floor room of a disused ladies' stocking factory. It was lowered to the street in sections out of the windows and then reassembled so the engine could be tested with the plane tethered to a telephone pole. Despite this unusual birth, it was a very successful design. The plane was the VE-7, VE for Vought Experimental, and 7 because it was Chance Vaught's 7th design. It was modestly described as a two-seat advanced train, but its reception by Army pilots in February 1918 was so favorable that it was ordered into mass production as a fight. After the war's end, some production of the VE-7 continued, including the first orders for the Navy. Several versions found their way into Navy use. There were twin-seat observation and foot planes and the single-seat fighters. Vaught's next plane, the VE-8, was similar to the VE-7 in many respects. The company drew from the VE-7 in different ways, and the VE-7 family were produced into the 1930s, though not as a thing. Vought continued to work on fighter designs, but to little avail. These aircraft were very impressive and included the company's first all-metal plane. However, they were failures in the marketplace, and Vought was only kept alive by its successful sales of other aircraft, including a succession of observation planes called the Corsairs. This is a name that has become very closely associated with Vought. Through the 20s and even the 30s, the Vought company quietly prospered. It was small and sometimes struggled to meet orders, but it continued to have successful designs under production. These included the Vindicator light bomber and the Kingfisher catapult plane, but a successful fighter design continued to elude. The V-141 was a spectacular failure. Two test versions under evaluation by the Army and Navy in 1935 had disappeared without a trace. The plane had appalling in recovery, and despite the best efforts of the Vought men, it remained dangerous. Renamed the V-143 after stretching, being given a new tail, it still failed to impress any buyer. Meanwhile, in 1936, the company's chief engineer, Rex Weizsäcker, had commenced work on another fighter for the Navy. The design was completed and submitted in 1938. This would be the firm's 6th fighter submission and the first one to be successful. Within the company, it was referred to as the V-166, but it was accepted for testing as the XF-4U. Beisel had devised the smallest practical aircraft around a Pratt & Whitney project for a gigantic supercharged double WASP radial engine that would deliver 1,800 horsepower. At the time, this was the world's most powerful engine.
Generally, it takes about 4 years to develop an aircraft engine from the time you start the design to the time it goes into production. So it was 2.5 years before we flew the engine in the Corsair. We flew an experimental engine, which then had a rating somewhere around 1,600 or 1,700 horsepower. Our experience with the engine in the early flying was quite good. We couldn't get the airplane to altitude because the fuel system vaporized at the higher altitude, but we were able to fly effectively at sea level and up to 20,000 feet or so. The early airplane did so well, in fact, that after a rather limited number of flights, it was flown over a speed course, and it made a speed of 405 miles an hour. This was the fastest that any military airplane had flown up to this time, and that made quite a big impression. This particular flight had an effect far beyond the Corsair program, as a matter of fact, because in the late 1930s, there was a technical debate in the aircraft industry of whether future engines should be air-cooled or liquid-cooled. The air-cooled engines were lighter and simpler and less vulnerable to battle damage. But the liquid-cooled engines were supposed to have a lower drag. So the military were leaning very much in the direction of liquid-cooled engines. Finally, in late 1937, just after the R-2800 was started, they came to Pratt & Whitney and said, this was the Army Air Corps, not the Navy. Army Air Corps came to Pratt & Whitney and said, we're not going to buy any more air-cooled engines from you. Well, that was a tremendous blow, and it was a blow to the R-2800 program at that time. Pratt & Whitney regrouped and started the design of a very large, complicated liquid-cooled engine, which they had no real interest in. Well, they continued the R-2800, but on a lower rate than they should have, until this Corsair flight. And then they invited Hap Arnold, who was, at that time, the chief of the Army Air Corps, in, told him about the Corsair flight, showed him the R-2800 engine, and he says, forget the liquid-cooled engines, and then drive on. So actually, the 2800 powered 3 of our fighters in the war. It powered the Corsair and the Hellcat and the Thunderbolt, whereas the liquid-cooled engines, the Rolls-Royce engine powered the P-51, and the Allison engine powered the Lockheed Lightning. One of the interesting and novel features of the power plant system on the Corsair was the combat power system. Normally, an air-cooled engine is limited really by cooling rather than by mechanical strength. It's usually possible to make something a little stronger, but the cooling is a definite limitation. So at high power, these engines were actually cooled partially by air and partially by fuel. The engine was enriched so that some of the fuel wasn't actually burned effectively. It just went through the engine to cool it. Several years before the war, a couple of engineers at Pratt & Whitney had patented a water injection system to get more power out of the engine by cooling the cylinder with water. Nothing was done about it at the time because the water and fuel consumption was so high that it really wasn't practical to use it for more than 5 minutes or so. However, during the war, it was proposed that this would be all right because combat pilots, 5 minutes would mean an awful lot to them. So Pratt & Whitney developed this combat power system. And what it consisted of was a system with a pump and a tank which added water to the cylinder. When the pilot advanced the throttle beyond a certain gate, It also leaned out the mixture and permitted the engine to be operated at a higher manifold pressure. My good friend and test pilot Boone Guyton did the early flying on this. Very dangerous and challenging work because the engine was operated right up to the limits. All of us who stayed on the ground owed a tremendous debt to Boone and his men because we were completely dependent on them to get the information in flight that we needed to make the engine work. Well, he took the thing up there, and we had a very major engine failure, which resulted in some big problems for Boone. Fortunately, he got through it all right. That particular system gave over 20% increase in power, and the combat pilots loved it. Boone and his group there risked their neck every day to make this airplane a success, and all of us owe them a lot.
It would be over 4 years after the first test order before the first production plane was delivered. Those 4 years, Europe had slid into a war. On the 1st of October 1940, the original X-plane became the first U.S. fighter to fly at over 400 miles per hour in level flight. This not only justified faith in the radial engine, but it confirmed for the Navy that this was the plane needed to fill the role of carrier fighter. The Vought Company was affiliated with Sikorsky under the umbrella of the United Aircraft Corporation. The Corsair's power plant was a twin-row 18-cylinder air-cooled radial engine with an initial bore of 5 3/4 inches and stroke of 6 inches. By the end of the war, Pratt & Whitney engines were being produced at over 30 plants in the USA. 26 of these were within the company's control, and 6 other companies were producing the engines on a nominal wartime license fee. The F-4U was designed to be a brutally effective fighter, but it was not an easy airplane to land, a point of concern that led to delays in its full acceptance into service. The F-4U was designed from the outset as a carrier fighter, and as a result, much consideration had gone into making its landing gear as strong as possible. A huge propeller demanded a lot of ground clearance. This would have meant a very high landing gear. The inverted gull wings were specifically designed to compensate. An unconventional wing was no obstacle to the Vought team. A fighter needed as much power as possible, and if this could be best delivered with a strange wing, then so be it. The cockpit was pushed a long way back down the fuselage, and visibility in landing was restricted. The landing gear would be taking stresses above the norm, and the pilots would be concentrating more than was necessary with other types. Despite impressively successful trials, the Navy was reluctant to commit its carriers to the Corsair's protection. The Grumman F-6F Hellcat, much more conventionally, was preferred. Though designed as a carrier plane, first U.S. Corsairs were restricted to land-based service with the Marine. The airstrip on Guadalcanal, renamed Henderson Field, was completed and turned into a major asset in the continuing fighting in the Solomon Islands. Steel matting stabilized the surface and made operations safe. Green settled him to a long occupation. When the Japanese gave up their attempts to evict the Marines from Guadalcanal in January 1943, they had already suffered severe losses. However, Japan continued to deploy strong forces. At that time, they still had planes that outclassed their American opponents. Soon, the first Corsairs arrived in the theater to play their part. The Marines were well aware of the reservations about the Corsair, and initially approached their new planes with caution. This evaporated quickly, as the experience of flying the F-4U convinced the pilots that the machines worked. Marine pilots were soon proudly asserting that they were flying the best fighter in the world. Eventually, their voices would be heard. On the 12th of February 1943, Corsair's combat career opened with the arrival of a squadron at Henderson Field. But next day, they escorted bombers to Bogan, a mission that had previously been out of the question because of the short range of the available fighter. Typical of the wartime Marine bases, conditions at Henderson remained fairly timid, with most servicing being carried out in the open or in tents. The Corsairs were maintained and armed, refueled, and turned around fast. As both shield and aggressive forces, they had to be constantly aware. The 1st Squadron on Guadalcanal, VMF 124, established the Corsair as a success. In their tour of duty, they shot down 68 Japanese primes against losses of 11 Corsairs and 3 pilots. The squadron provided the 1st F-4U ace, Lieutenant Kenneth Walsh, who downed his 5th plane on the 13th of May. Walsh went on to have 21 combat victories confirmed. The Corsairs were now being produced in large numbers, and the enthusiastic Marines welcomed them. The F-4Us played very little part in the European theater. In contrast to the fragility of the Japanese planes, the F-4U was built taut. The huge engine provided power to handle the weight of the arm. In the hands of the Marines, the Corsairs built up a formidable reputation in air-to-air combat. The Japanese recognized the significance of the Corsairs' arrival. They had lost the superiority they had enjoyed with the Zero, and they would have little chance to reclaim it. Victory rolls and swoops above Corsair bases were frequent, as pilots celebrated their successes. 9,441 F-4U-1s were produced. This number included several subtypes and numerous modifications. Altogether, 500 major engineering changes and over 2,500 minor alterations were made during the production of the F-4U-1s. Corsairs were to be used by several countries during the war. In particular, well over 2,000 were obtained by the British for use with their fleet air arm. In contrast to the U.S. Navy, the English were quick to seize upon the potency of the plane. Whether it had ideal landing characteristics was secondary to its demonstrable power. Accordingly, they deployed the Corsair to their carriers. The British enthusiasm was to have a strongly persuasive effect when the U.S. Navy came to reconsider the Corsair for its carriers. The British had been pioneers in carrier aviation and had been very influential in its development. British experimentation and theorizing had led the way. Their opinions were treated with respect. In spite of their stained reputation, the British were often highly adventurous. Reducing the concept of a floating runway with the bare minimum is indicative of this. They were soon flying the tiny escort carriers, after cutting 8 inches off the wings to make them fit below decks. The British did not have an easy time of it at first. The pilot seat was too low, and this, combined with being so far back, meant that the pilot had very poor visibility. In addition, the undercarriage had too much bounce. These were the very factors that influenced the U.S. Navy to reject the plane for carrying. The British persisted in carrier trial. Later modifications to raise the pilot seat and stiffen the landing gear further reduced for Viscount. In April 1944, reacting to the British experience and the enthusiasm of Marine pilots, the U.S. Navy began a new series of Corsair trials. The success of these trials eventually worked to reverse the earlier decision. The F-4U was cleared for carrier service. These were Marine pilots with Corsair experience who had been redeployed to fly from the USS Essex. The Corsairs were simply the most formidable fighter aircraft available, and the Navy had great need for them. The fury of kamikaze attacks that had started in the Philippines would continue to the end of the war, and the Corsairs as interceptors were the best available forward defenders.
The first time I saw the XF-4U-1, the predecessor of the production Corsair, was in a mock-up stage. It sat down behind some curtains in the experimental hangar, and I was fascinated. I had just come out of the Navy, and we had been flying much slower and smaller aircraft. This airplane was tremendous in size. The cockpit was large, and it was unique by those very graceful gull wings, inverted gull wings, if you will, and by the smoothness of the fuselage. I thought it was a tremendous airplane, and I had an immediate desire to want to fly it. I guess any pilot would. I was awareness of my luck in flying the Corsair on the first takeoff of the airplane. I started flying it about the 9th flight after Lyman Bullard made the early flights, got the engine squared away. And the whole flight produced a mixture of awe and just an awareness of what a tremendous design the engineering team at Vought had produced. It was a magnificent airplane, and I immediately simply fell in love with it, literally. And I wanted to continue flying this airplane. It was not just incomparable to any speed or climbing ability or firepower airplane that I had ever seen in the fleet. It had many, because of its unique wing structure and largeness and long nose, it had many sobriquets. I call it Baby. The other nicknames it had were immediate, and they were forthcoming okay. One, of course, was Old Bent Wings, and that was because it had those inverted gull wings. For instance, the Marines, during the Western Pacific operation, in the latter days, were using the airplane almost exclusively as a dive bomber as well as a close air support airplane, as well as a fighter and interceptor of Zeros and kamikazes. They called it the Sweetheart of Okinawa. Then, of course, the last one was what I named the book that I just completed on the airplane, Whistling Death. Whistling Death came from the Japanese because the airplane made an extremely high whistling scream sound as it came over, as it passed over. And you could always tell it. It was a signature. The airplane had begun already to down Japanese Zeros at a high rate. And so its fame was known along with this sound, and the Japanese decided they'd call it Whistling Death. And that's why the name of the book. Vaught's design team, a great group, came up with innovations to match the advanced power and speed of this airplane. It was a giant step. It was pushing the state of the art, if you will. We started out with an experimental R-2800 engine, a double wasp. This went on to the production engine, and we carried the whole power plant system along with the new airplane. So we were pushing the state of the art, and the advanced concepts that had to come along required innovations and a look into the future and a try. We don't gain much by staying with the true and the tried if we're going to advance. So Vought did this. One of the problems with our airplane was, in its early stages, was in establishing the power plant system, which was new, with the airplane as a good integral part and a working operation that a fellow named Don Jordan has started to take on as a task. I met Don early on and began to learn about power plants. The engine, this large double wasp, and its high performance required infinite amounts of tests. And nearly every time, it got to be almost laughable, but nearly every time I went up, old Don Jordan wanted some type of test. We could perform them on the way and doing stall tests or other things, and it wasn't really that great a chore. But I became very friendly with this person who was extremely knowledgeable about engines. I learned from him so much in the course of these discussions, and he was always pleasant to deal with, that I had no problem in understanding what I was supposed to do with the airplane. If the engine went sour, it wasn't Don Jordan's fault. It was because we were pushing it right to the edge of the envelope.
When the F-4Us entered Farrier service in the lead-up to the Okinawa invasion, their primary mission was the protection of the Allied task forces from the growing menace of kamikaze attacks. Kamikazes confirmed the fears of the U.S. about Vietnamese fanaticism. Japanese soldiers have stunned their American opponents in fighting to the last man. Japanese sailors had spun away from ships trying to rescue them in shark-infested waters. Now, from the death throes of the Emperor, young men were flying their aircraft as guided bombs to crash into Allied ships. Despite their muscle, the kamikaze attacks did dwarf that. Even as 90% of an attacking force were shot down, a remaining 10% was still potentially lethal. The only ships relatively impervious to the raids were the battleships and some of the British carriers on their decks. The Corsairs' arrival on the carriers coincided with a crescendo of kamikaze missions. Around Okinawa, the Japanese defiantly threw in massed raids as well as the normal smaller. 10 massed attacks totaled some 1,500 sorties out of a total of around 3,000 attacks in 3 months. Over 400 ships were hit. This works out at around 1 strike for every 8 aircraft lost. If the Japanese had not run out of aircraft first, they would eventually have run out of volunteers. Despite the success of the Corsairs in intercepting the incoming attacks, the kamikazes still got through in significant numbers. With F-4Us now flying from all carrier task groups, some Corsairs also burned in the kamikaze frames. The best place for a burning plane is somewhere astern, underwater. Damage and fire control became the finely honed skills of professionals in the course of the war.
The first time that I flew the Corsair was on the island of Espiritu Santo. Major Bill Geist came in with the first Corsair outfit into the Solomon Islands, and I just couldn't wait to get into this airplane because I'd heard all the great things about it. And I have to tell you this, that It was like stepping from a Model T into a Cadillac. I'd been flying the Grumman F-4F Wildcat. In fact, all my aerial combat was in that airplane. And then to get into this airplane was a great change. And while I was up working it out, it was a birdcage model that had the oddball canopy, so to speak. The aerial came off, and the stick that stuck up there for the aerial, that's all the damage I did to it. And I came in, made a perfect landing with the thing, and that was with the short shank on the tail wheel, which gave a lot of pilots a lot of trouble later because it had a tendency to want to ground loop on some of the old boys. So that tail wheel shank was extended and made it a lot easier to land. The thing I liked about the airplane was, of course, the comfort of the cockpit, and the fact that it went faster, was a lot quieter than the plane that I had been flying. I just loved this airplane. It was just a great airplane to dive bomb with, easy to get on the target and stay on the target with. And all I could say about it was an outstanding performer. I remember back with the old biplane, the old F-4B-4, the old Boeing. That was my first fighter, of course, and I can remember guys, just, oh, that's a ground looping SOB, ground looping my foot. That thing just, if you knew how to handle it, you right down that runway straight, you had no problem with the thing. On our new lieutenants that were coming in there at Goleta, we just gave them the manual and went over the thing step by step and did give them systematic checkout. And we didn't have any problems at all there with ground looping or any other problem on getting the plane off and on. See, the reason that the shank was, maybe I'm using the wrong term, on the tail was lengthened on the tail wheel was so that the plane came up and didn't, these wings that have the bend didn't blank out the tail, so that you would come in and make more of a flat landing in place of this. And it did make a big difference for somebody just checking out in it. It took away the tendency to wander at one point as the tail dropped. So all I can say is it was not a difficult airplane to fly. It was a great airplane from start to finish. The firepower happened to be the 650 calibers. And of course, that's, to me, is the greatest gun that was ever built. They work great, and when you hit something, they ended the career of that plane or ground target, whatever it was. It was vicious. And you've heard a lot of wild stories where it sort of stopped the airplane. Well, that's a crock. The airplane just moved right on through. You never had any problem at all when you were firing the 650s.
The end of the war coincided with a critical moment in the history of aviation. With the arrival of the jet, propeller-driven aircraft was suddenly aerodynamically inefficient. The U.S. didn't want the Royal Navy Lend-Lease Corsairs, and the British didn't want to pay for them. To satisfy the letter of the law, it was agreed that the British push them over the side. Navy and Marines chose the Corsair as the plane they wanted to keep on. And it was not just a question of the wartime aircraft. New models would be developed and produced. The F-4U was still being produced and back flying combat missions in America's next war. The constant close intervention of the Corsairs, operating from the carriers and from within the encirclement at Busan, was an important factor in that war. With the other World War II types, like the Mustangs and Invaders, the F-4Us could carry large loads and loiter for hours. They could deliver accurate close support and tie up road and railways. As had so often been the case during World War II, the carriers played a major part in asserting control of the skies over Korea. This was ultimately decisive. China's massive reserves could not realistically be risked under the fierce umbrella of American air superiority. From its earliest manifestations as a fighter aircraft, the Corsair had grown remarkably diverse. The Marines had turned it into a dive bomber and rocket platform. The closely coordinated activities of the Marines in Korea also serve to illustrate the outstanding virtues of the Corsair. Big workhorses handled the unsophisticated strips and their buckling matting without complaint. But the severity of the winter caused many problems. There were periods of the war when all aerial activity was suspended. The planes were frozen. By the same token, even the Chinese could not make very much progress in conditions like these. The demand for the Corsair's services was such that during the war, many of the planes were recalled from reserve units for use in combat. Their virtues in the close support role were unmatched. The Navy needed them in the front line. Perhaps there were some regrets about the heap of ex-British Corsairs rusting deep in the Pacific. In August 1952, Captain Jesse G. Fulmer became the first American to shoot down a MiG-15 with a propeller-driven plane. Airstrikes by U.S. Marines and Navy Corsairs continued up to the last day of the conflict, 27th of July, 1953.
We had some unexpected help in flight testing the Corsair, which began in February of 1943. I was sitting in the flight ready room, and I got a call from our senior person, Mr. Paul Baker at this time, and he asked if I'd come over and show Charles Lindbergh around the experimental hangar, discuss our projects with him, and flying the airplane. I was for a moment overcome because this man had been a hero to so many people for so long, and I certainly was one of them. that I had to collect myself, and I finally did. And after lunch, went over and met Lindbergh, and we went down to Experimental, had a discussion about the projects, and went behind the classified curtains. He was about the same size I was, 6'4", so it was easy to talk. We could sort of lean together with all the noise and clamor in the experimental shop of metal being pounded. And we got quite a bit said and done. I learned immediately that in dealing with Lindbergh, you measured your facts carefully, because he was an extremely careful person about what he learned and what he heard. This relationship continued for quite a while, for perhaps another couple of years. One of the noted ways that Lindbergh operated was in great care of whatever he did, such as when he would sit in a cockpit of a Corsair after a test flight, even a production test flight, and spend a half an hour reviewing his thoughts, looking at his flight test card, and thinking about the airplane. And nobody would approach him and touch him. Well, when he left the house in this car he had borrowed, I noticed he went around carefully and checked the tires. When he got in, he looked at the instruments and spent quite a bit of time, maybe 5 minutes, just checking this plain old Pontiac, I think it was. And when he finally left, I figured that I had a pretty good car and Lindbergh wouldn't be driving it.
We were having some difficulties with the Corsair right at that time. A few little problems, like the one was that the engine was cutting out when we were doing altitude gunnery above 20,000 feet. And so I went over to see Colonel Sanderson, said that we need some expert to come up here and help us out a little bit. So he said, well, I'll call General Charlie Wallace and see what we can do. And next thing I knew, he handed me the telephone, and it was the general. And he said, well, what can I do for you, Joe? I had been with him at Guadalcanal, so we knew one another real well. And he said, we'll get you up an expert there right away if you need one. And that's what happened. And the next day, or 2 days later, who showed up but Charles A. Lindbergh? And of course, I'd always been an admirer of his from his flight across the Atlantic, and had looked forward to meeting him. And of course, he said he wanted to go to work right away, and he flew morning, noon, and night. Always carried a map in his pocket. He worked on the plane. He found a lot of bugs here and there on these brand new airplanes that we'd just picked up, and he eliminated their problems in a hurry. Not being an engineer, I can't tell you exactly what they were, but the engines functioned perfectly at high altitude. Everything went well, and of course that was put out all through the Marine Corps in the effort that he put in on that. And then the last thing he said to us after being there a month was, you know, if I had my wish, it would be to fly tail end Charlie in your outfit. And I said, well, don't worry about that. You ever show up, you want me flying tail end Charlie. And lo and behold, when we got up to Emerald, who showed up but Charles A. Lindbergh. And he flew every mission during the time that he was there, on dive bombing and strafing Caviang, New Ireland, and Rabaul, New Britain, and all of the sneak missions that we did in the area. So his performance in combat was great.
By the end of the war, the Corsair's days were clearly numbered. Production had finally ceased in December 1952. The last Corsairs in fighter and attack squadron service were relegated to reserve units in December 1954. The reserves would fly them until 1957, and the French continued to use them until October 1964. In Korea, jets were new and still developing, whereas props were well established and refined. F-4Us did the desperate defensive work early in the campaign, and the aggressive work of the latter phases equally convincing. The honor of being the last U.S. Navy user of the F-4U went to Squadron VC-4, which flew its last Corsair, a night fighter F-4U-5N, in December 1955. 12,571 Corsairs were produced. 7,830 of these were built by Bob. There were 36 major subtypes and thousands of minor variations between batches of planes. Their decline from being the world's finest fighter only saw them become the world's finest ground support aircraft. Both Japanese and American pilots acknowledged the Corsair as the Allies' finest fighter, and also agree they were better than anything the Japanese had, the chance bought or sent.
One of the Corsair's greatness items, however, was immediately apparent. We had the fastest naval fighter in the world. The first airplane over 400 miles an hour for a time belonged to the Corsair. One of its greatness features was its high speed at all altitudes. The R-2800 engine gave us its two-stage engine, gave us an ability to go to nearly 30,000 feet and still be faster than the Zero or competing aircraft. I like to think of George Axtell's comments in finalizing this greatness item. George thought of the airplane as a complete one. And George Axtell was an ace and a hero in the Okinawa campaign, and later on, he led the Death Rattler Squadron into action. And his comments about it were, "It's the best fighter there is. It's rugged and it's a workhorse. You can use it for anything, including dive bombing. And it's very effective. You can shoot anything off of that airplane and it still goes." I thought that literally told us what the airplane was all about for combat.
I am George C. Axtell. I'm a retired Lieutenant General, United States Marine Corps. I commanded in World War II the VMF 323, and I commanded 312 in Korea, flying Corsairs off carriers. I first saw the F-4U when I was stationed at the Naval Air Station Anacostia. I noticed the airplane that it was a large single-engine aircraft with a large engine, powerful, the large prop, and it looked so graceful and powerful in the landing pattern as well as on the climb out. I was very impressed with the aircraft. What I liked about the airplane that it had power, it was maneuverable, and I thought relatively easy to fly. The first opportunity I had to fly the airplane in combat was in Okinawa in 1945. We entered at the beginning of the Okinawa campaign.